Happy New Year!
Not quite. A little late.
Hold
Hey,
on.
everybody.
Welcome to the Ace of Geeks Wrestling.
Welcome to the Found in the Alley podcast.
Wow, that's a disaster.
Hey,
We
guys.
botched a roll.
Welcome to
More than
Ace
one.
Alley Wrestling. It is time for our Fatal Attraction pay-per-view.
I mean, woo!
Whoa. If this is your first time here, welcome. Hello. Where have you been all our lives?
I'm
We missed
sorry.
you.
You had us at hello.
Except for Ryan. Ryan didn't miss you at all.
I'm a terrible shot.
Ron did. but
Ron misses
You
everybody.
shouldn't have
That's
thrown
just
away your
because he
shot.
can't hit. So, if you're not familiar with us, Ace Alley Wrestling is a show hosted on the Ace of Geeks Network in combination with Found in the Alley, whether Ryan likes it or not. And we are a bunch of geeks that pretend to be wrestlers.
Woo!
And it's a good time. We do so using the Worldwide Wrestling role-playing game by Nathan DePaoletta, powered by the Apocalypse. If you're not familiar with this series of role-playing games, you absolutely should check them out. They're real cool, real easy, and very narrative-heavy. And we like narrative-heavy because of wrestling.
What website do you go to for that, Ben?
If you want to check it out, you should check out ndpdesign.com/www.rpg.
To be clear, we're not sponsored, but we wouldn't say no.
I don't know if
I-
you can afford us.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
really.
either.
Like, I don't.
Like,
I
I
don't
think he
If-
makes as much money doing this as we do.
Like
Yeah.
if he can afford my toll across the bridge to get in, that would
pretty
be
set.
that would be cool.
In fairness, we do really love this system. It's made for a lot of good times. We're really excited to get to do it again. We are working with a new setup, so we have all shoehorned ourselves into different spots so that we can try some new camera angles, so we can try some new mic setups.
And
Hopefully
when we go through a table, it's gonna look real cool.
Yeah, we only have two, so we can only do that spot twice.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're going through TV tables, and it just isn't as impressive because they're hard to
Definitely
gimmick.
is.
I can dissociate an indie fan, like one of the just starting out indie fan putting someone through a TV table.
Putting someone through a TV table because that's all they have the money for. We can only afford to gimmick TV tables. Real tables are expensive, man. Essentially, we play out a wrestling federation called Ace Alley Wrestling, based out of sunny San Luis Obispo, California. San Luis Obispo, of course, is not a town heavily known for its major wrestling promotions, but just like anywhere in California, where you've got somebody with a dream, you've got somebody with a way. And so, we are based out of San Luis Obispo, and we do a monthly pay-per-view show, hosted after some viral videos and some press by the fine folks at Blam TV.
Blam!
Blam! Blam!
Blam!
I mean,
Blam!
Blam! So,
Dual blam.
so what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and do a quick set of hellos around the table, so you can get a chance to meet anybody that you haven't met yet watching our streams. And then from there,
And people who are new.
hello. And after that, we're going to go ahead and we'll get started by rehashing some of what happened in the lead up to our show. Before we do get all the way started, though, we want to go ahead and just address something. We really appreciate that you guys have been giving us some feedback about the show, which is awesome. I've actually had some people, some who are friends of mine, which I guess means that they feel obligated. But at the same time, thank you for telling us that you have fun peeking in on the show. We're working on trying to get some of the episodes up on YouTube and as in podcast format, so that
They are
anybody
on
who's
YouTube.
that's right, they're all on the
YouTube.
Ace of Geeks
Yeah.
YouTube channel.
That's correct. So
Which
you can get it
is-
there, which is youtube.com/Ace of Geeks podcast.
Yep. So if you want to go ahead to the YouTube Ace of Geeks podcast site, check out some of our previous episodes if you'd like.
Also, if you just go to our website, which is acealley.wrestling.com, thank you, Ryan. All of the past episodes are up there as well.
Yep. So we are also working on trying to get them up in podcast format as well. If you prefer to listen to your role-playing series in podcast form, we are going to be trying to get those up. The editing takes a little more time, aka I'm just really busy.
Yeah, I don't edit
Yeah.
the Twitch streams. I just throw them on the,
Yeah,
on the
they just
YouTube.
If you want fast, that's what Twitch and YouTube are for. If you want podcast,
you,
we'll work on it. So
Fast. The
Before we get started, though-
primary concern.
we blam as quickly as we no.
No.
Pull up, pull up.
No.
Blam!
Abort. So the one thing that we wanted to do though is in getting some feedback from you guys, which is great. We did hear from some people that at least one of our gimmicks really wasn't received the way that we wanted. Because here, for anybody who's read the Ace of Geeks for a long time knows that all of us here are really we're very positively minded when it comes to anything related to I guess we call it social justice because that's what it is. All of those causes really matter a lot to us, and one of the things that we really wanted to do was get that reflected in our game because sometimes pro wrestling is very bad at that. Very, very bad at that, and we really wanted to try and make sure that we had a chance to incorporate that a little bit. And in some of the ways that we were doing so, we got some feedback that really it wasn't as well received as we'd like. So we wanted to take a second to address that before we get started here. And actually, Jack really was hoping to get to speak to that a little bit. So I'll go ahead and I'll toss it over to him before we start with some quick introductions. Is that all right?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Ben. Hi, just as a preemptive quick introduction. My name is Jack Hawthorne, and I have been playing the character gimmicked as the social justice warrior Rutger Rust. Some of the feedback that Ben mentioned that we got was that the character was taken as, and help me out if I'm wrong, but taken as a mockery, or that I was intending to make fun of that. And I want to answer that in two parts. First of all, that was never my intention. I was actually kind of playing the straight character, so to speak, the not intended as a comedic character. That was my intent. But more importantly, that I and I think I can speak for all of us, absolutely understand why it was perceived that way. Apologize for my rose-colored glasses approach on the character, thinking that everybody would see it in the light of having been intended as genuine. But I absolutely sympathize, and we all do, I think, as an understanding of why it seemed to be a mockery or misrepresenting what I was going for with it. All the causes that I chose for him are things that I personally do actually spend my own time and money in assisting. But again, on a comedy podcast, it just wasn't framed correctly. And so for that, I apologize. In regards to that, for the time being, we are going to definitely shelve the Rutger Rust character. We are going to assess it in later between podcast events and decide whether it's something that can be repackaged without that gimmick, or if it's something we even want to revisit at all. It might just be in the best interest of everybody involved to just leave it on the shelf and acknowledge our mistake and move past it. I did want to say that if anybody who was personally offended, or if anyone was hurt in any way by that, and you would like to reach out to me personally, I understand you might not be comfortable with that. But if you'd like to discuss any of that with me personally, I can be reached at jwhawthorne at yahoo.com. Yeah, I still use a Yahoo. I'm old that way. But you can reach me at jwhawthorne at yahoo.com at any point, and I would be happy to discuss any of this with you. No, obviously I'm not expecting that, but if you feel like you need to, please do reach out to me. And again, I apologize for the misinterpreted character concept.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something that we're always trying to strive for, is we want to make sure that the way that we feel about the world gets, because that's really what all this is about, right? Wrestling is a chance to kind of get to see all of the different morals and stories and hero and villain stories that you see out there reflected in reality in a larger than life fashion. And that's what we reached for. And we didn't really quite make it. We fell a little bit short, but there's a lot of good in the Rutger Rust character. We're going to see if it's something that we can bring back. In the meantime, when we get to our introductions, you'll see obviously Jack is here, and I have every intention of putting Jack through whatever I can for our Fatal Attraction match. So we will go through and we'll do some quick introductions. You'll get to meet Jack's new character, and if you have any other feedback for us regarding either the show, as far as even things like our production, how we're kind of setting up cameras, if you have any feedback about the characters, or if there's anything else you'd like to say about things that you liked or didn't like about any of the characters or Rutger Rust, let us know. We'd absolutely love to hear that. So we can get an idea of what we want to do moving forward. Beyond that, let's go ahead and head around the table real quick, and let's get some quick introductions. Who you are, who you're playing, and I don't know, come up with anything else that seems catchy. Let's just go with that.
Hey everybody, I'm Mike Fadum, and I am playing Vengeance, who is a character that I invented for online wrestling federations when I was in 8th grade. He has been through a lot of gimmicks and is an 8-time world champion. So I'm playing him as the veteran. What do you call it? Character
Gimmick.
class.
Gimmick.
Yeah. For this particular show. So Vengeance is the old and crusty heel wrestling trainer right now, who is currently in a bitter feud with Sanguine Arcade. Darling.
What is he?
Okay,
sorry. Hi, I'm Mei-Ling Fadum. I had wanted to join this a lot earlier, but due to scheduling conflicts was not able to. But I am so excited to be here. Excuse me, I'm playing a character called Madame de Storova. She hails from the frozen wastelands of Siberia.
Duh.
So, yeah, duh.
Is anything as frozen as your heart?
No.
No. I make Siberia look like tropical paradise. So obviously she's a heel. And
What?
not crazy. And my gimmick is the monster, not because she's like huge, she's just really scary. So yeah, I'm really excited to test her out and see how she plays.
He's like my mother. Scary.
She's like everyone's mother.
Mine's alright.
No.
Alright.
Mega mother. Okay.
Once all mothers have combined.
Ugh.
By our powers combined.
We're all
Mega-
related, and that makes marriage awkward.
Right?
Oh.
We're all related.
Right, so I'm Rowan. I will be playing Sanguine Arcane, who is the technician gimmick in this particular game system. But basically, he is a wrestler who is literally a wizard. Because
It's wrestling and you can do that.
oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
what?
But
Yep.
wrestling's real.
Oh, so is magic.
Right.
What do you mean? I don't
Haven't you
understand
watched-
your point. Could you
haven't-
explain?
Haven't you watched the documentary Lucha Underground?
If you want a real slice of life in the day of life of a wrestler, Lucha Underground is a great way to wait.
Did Netflix in a few weeks sponsor us? Please sponsor us.
Oh my god. They can actually afford my toll across the bridge.
Yeah.
My name is Ben Lee. I play the gimmick of creative for this game, which is to say I'm the game master.
God.
The nice possibly. The nice thing about being creative in Worldwide Wrestling is that you don't have to roll any dice. So I get the smallest table. I don't need to roll anything. It's wonderful. As far as what I'll be doing for the most part, I just kind of pit these people against each other head to head and sit back and watch what happens. Except for this match, because we have lots and lots of non-player characters. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be running all of them.
It's okay. I'll beat all of them. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
We already rejected that
it's-
storyline.
We'll target them
But-
first.
Wait, but
But
it's
I
not
want
elimination,
to.
is it?
It's not
No,
elimination.
it's not
No.
elimination.
So
All
we'll
right,
just beat
so-
everyone over and over.
So
Yeah,
that
each
comes-
other. You can still beat everyone and still lose.
That comes to me
It'll
then.
work out.
It'll work out.
Hi, I'm Ryan Awesome, and I am awesome. And my character is Ron, the Real Deal Steel, otherwise known as the first true champion of Ace Alley Wrestling.
It's true.
The longest reigning Ace Alley Wrestling champion
It's true.
in recorded history.
It's true.
Of Blam.
Blam!
Blam.
He beat me 3 times?
3
3
times.
times.
I know of at least 2.
Maybe 2.
So tell them what Ron Steele's
All right.
gimmick is.
So Ron the Real Deal Steel is actually that guy in every wrestling federation that loses all of the matches constantly. That is his job. He is the jobber.
Literally, his character sheet says "the jobber" on it.
His job is to lose the match to anyone else and make them look better, make them look stronger, make them look faster. Ron the Real Deal Steel should never have been the champ. Is what Marcus would say. But Ron the Real Deal Steel is the champ. He's the spirit of Ace Alley Wrestling, which is why no matter how much he wants to be a heel, everyone loves him too much, and it sucks. Because I want to be hated, but it's not going to happen. Everyone loves him too much.
Sympathetic path.
Right.
Yeah.
Ow, 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 what?
Sorry.
Check on mic
sorry,
settings.
I didn't
I'll be
heard
right
that.
back.
You're right.
Quick check on the mic settings, but when you finish up, we'll go time.
The best part about Ron is his special move is to lose. And today, you're going to see an awful lot of that. And it's going to be glorious. So
That's
let's,
copyrighted.
yeah, so let's
Less than
move
30 seconds, we're fine.
So let's move on to the actual current champ of Ace Alley Wrestling.
Thank you.
I know
everyone,
what's
I'm
up.
Tyler Dent Hayes. I play Marcus Smart, the current reigning, defending AAW World Champion.
Undisputed.
Indeed. I think that's copyrighted too.
Yeah, it's copyrighted by that series of straight-to-DVD movies, Undisputed and Undisputed 2.
Electric.
Marcus,
Undisputed to DVD?
Undisputed 2, Disputed Boogaloo. Yeah.
I'm just going to stare forward until they're done. Okay.
This is one time I was interrupting
Even
Tyler.
more
right?
So Marcus is on the sheet. He is the indie darling. He is a veteran wrestler from the very small-time circuits. He was very well known under another name and very well loved. He has now come to AAW. He was kind of the crown jewel signing just before the TV deal started.
Vengeance begs the difference.
Sorry, something in my throat.
Harumphs.
It might be 8 world championships.
It's possible.
8 non-Ace Alley World Championships. Try again.
You have less championships here than I do.
Marcus, as his in-character gimmick, is the leader of Section 14.
14 sucks.
He is an obnoxious, a know-it-all wrestling fan who will drone on and on at length about how he is the greatest wrestler in the world and how all the real fans love him. And the only reason that he hasn't been champ before now is because the matches are rigged against great wrestlers like him.
That would explain why Ron was the champ.
Indeed,
that's
Ron was
compelling.
his nemesis for a very long time. He got a couple matches with him. Finally, he had a match that was actually going his way. It looked like it was possible Marcus was not going to cheat to win this time. And then he did and won the championship to raucous boos and thrown garbage by everybody at the end of our last show.
Except for Section 14.
Except for Section 14, indeed.
Well, they were there.
So
It was a lumberjack
Marcus
match.
Marcus is a high-flying technician, but is also a chicken shit heel who refuses to use his moves and prefers to cheat to win.
Otherwise, you just prefer to win.
I prefer to win.
Yeah.
But it's possible, maybe, that he might actually be able to win legitimately, but he always just cheats anyway.
I
No.
approve of your tactics.
And I am still Jack Hawthorne, and I will be introducing a new character, a submission specialist by the name of Iggy Noble. And does creative want me to actually go into my thing, or is that a plot point at this point?
Let's go ahead and just toss out very roughly what kind of things we can expect to see when we see Iggy on
Yeah,
screen.
sure. The concept basically is sort of the how to spin it here. The it's well, it is blah, 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 blah.
Yes.
Nailed it.
Got it.
Thank you,
Awesome.
thank you, ladies and
Perfect.
gentlemen.
Moving on.
Looks wise, dress shirt
Mhm.
with a lightly open collar, slack. Sort of looks like the management type, but isn't.
Yeah.
But he's gonna have sort of.
It's like when the corporate guys get ready to fight, they pull the tie off,
Well,
pull the jacket off,
except for in
except
this
he
case,
just always looks like
yeah.
that.
It's the corporate dress style, except for the shaved sides of the head and the long Viking braid. So clearly, there's a contradiction of the style that he's affecting. Always seen carrying technology of some sort, looking at a phone or working on a laptop. Even sometimes it just happens to be at ringside, doing things on a laptop or perhaps VR goggles or something. But he always seems to be interacting with technology in some capacity. I think we'll probably leave it at that for the intro.
Sure. I think it's a good start. And submission specialists are always fun. We actually haven't had a ton of those so
Yeah,
far.
that's actually
So
why I went that route, because I know we have high flyers. I know
Yeah.
we have and have had brutes. So I wanted to kind of pick something.
yeah,
Pick
it's
a third
something
category.
different. I would like to remind everyone that we are not, in fact, sponsored by cheese balls. But we are eating the heck out of them. Cheese balls. They're not what's for lunch. Don't worry, that's going to happen later. I promise we're not.
Safeway wants to sponsor us.
Right.
They too can afford your bridge.
Mom, if you watch this or if you walk in behind us at any point, I swear that we're not having cheese balls for lunch. All right. So,
Buy us.
He is not having cheese balls for lunch.
no, this is brunch right now for me. No, it's not. All right. So, why would you do that to yourself?
Because I hate myself and I want to die?
No, put it down. Put it down. Put it down. Put it down.
Why can't I have nice things?
We already told you to veto hating yourself.
We all like you.
He's all right.
Okay, I guess.
All right. So let's go ahead and let's talk a little bit about let's
Sorry to interrupt and cut off creative. Do we want to do his heat questions before or after the recap?
Oh, I mean, you just drove us. Too.
yeah, let's throw those out since some of those can also involve backstage stuff, and that ought to pan out pretty
I
good.
really like Marcus's.
And we're gonna need to do heat. That's right. We'll need to do heat questions for Madame Destrova. This is excellent.
Good
If
man,
you
he's a
have
real fan.
If you've never seen a Powered by the Apocalypse game before, or if you've never seen Worldwide Wrestling played before, you're always going to have, in this case, we call them heat questions. Other games will call them bonds, or they'll call them relationships. What you're doing is you're establishing some bonuses you get with other characters by having your character be tied to them, whether backstage or out in front in the ring. So what we're going to do now is we're very quickly just going to ping back and forth between Iggy and Destrova, and we're going to go ahead and just ask a couple of questions that let the other players decide who has real life or who has kayfabe history with them. All right, Mailing, let's have you go first. Go ahead and pick one of your 4 questions, whichever one you want, and ask that to the group.
I would say, who can help me come up with new directions for my character?
Well, obviously, the longest reigning champ in all of AAW history.
That's either Ron or me. And
Yeah.
that would be funny.
Ron also is probably one of the most experienced wrestlers here, just because the jobbers tend to be some of the best technical wrestlers that are around.
We kind of have to be, otherwise we're fired.
It's what makes you so good at putting other people over like this.
Look, your moves are pieces of crap. I'll make them into art.
Well, yeah. Ron could make a great Kali match look good.
Oh my god, it would be an actually great Kali match.
That's possible. Anyway,
I hope.
Maybe. All right, Jack, let's get a
It's
question for
actually
Iggy.
convenient you started with her because I only have 3 questions because one of them is pre-filled out.
Oh, that's right. Go ahead and...
So this one doesn't quite apply because it's a new character, but I'll ask it first since this is kind of more of a start of game question. But who have I had to put in their place most recently?
Okay, I mean, you probably have been coming up from developmental, I would guess.
Right. Actually, I was talking with Mike a little bit, and
Yeah.
with your approval, I think it'd be good if the character.
He actually came. He actually came from the
Keller.
Keller. So,
but I was saving that for a different.
yeah.
I can skip to that question if you want.
Oh, that's fine. We'll just that'll make that one faster. But
Theoretically,
Put in their place recently.
mhm.
Oh God.
We shouldn't do, just for those of you who are wondering, Whimsy's feeling a little under the weather today, which is why Anita's not here.
Yes.
Mhm.
In case anyone's missing her, she will be with us again later.
Yes, I've actually gotten some pretty good feedback from others about the ballerina on the show, so that's a
Yeah.
good deal.
Our plan is not to throw her in a ditch somewhere and just and drive away.
We will not El Generico her.
It's been done. She's not in Mexico tending to orphans, unfortunately.
So I would actually suggest either me or Sanguine. My logic being, Sanguine has an actual martial arts background. Your character has an actual martial arts background. It is possible you were able to bring an ego trip from Sanguine down a peg.
Yeah, 'cause
backstage.
the character background is a trained submission mixed martial
Yeah,
artist.
and,
too.
and it ends up being the classic battle between magic and technology.
Oh. So, if we're talking
Remember-
about
Remember though,
That's
it.
that's done.
all right,
It's the
I-
mage versus the technocracy.
right. I do also. Oh god, there's not enough quintessence for this fight, guys. I do want to point out though that this is technically a backstage question. This is about your characters, not the characters your
Okay,
characters
this isn't
play.
Actually,
this is the guy who plays Iggy and the
Yeah.
guy who plays Sanguine.
However,
Yeah.
both Iggy and Sanguine have backgrounds in quote-unquote real martial arts, so you
Right.
could have actually put him in his place in the octagon.
Yeah,
Right.
or you could have,
Submission or martial
Yep.
arts.
or sparring
If
backstage.
he was also
Plus
doing,
2 because he's the opposite alignment of you.
Oh, plus that's right.
Well, we'll deal with
You
that
get-
in a
you
sec.
get
But
one
yeah,
just for being
That's right.
wrong
That's
alignment.
right.
and
Yeah.
if Iggy had an Aikido background, they could have been in a tournament and Iggy put him down, or if it was judo or any kind of other thing.
Despite being a submission specialist, I was thinking more in the Muay Thai. 'Cause
Yeah.
I want to be a submission specialist
So-
and striker.
He
Yeah.
tried to throw you and you elbowed him in the face, and that's just how it goes.
I mean, boy, was his face red.
You're coming.
Get out.
Redirect this, Dan. This is
All right.
his place.
So many links now.
Not anymore.
All right.
Where's it gonna go, Detroit?
Okay, so
Mom's
my
from
question for like heat questions, are these supposed to be always negative, or are they just building
Not always.
like relationships?
They just build relationships.
They're more
So
negative, I
we'll
think, because yours is the monster archetypes.
yeah, we'll spin them sometimes though, and so depending on how we want to spin whichever question you
and
pull
we
up.
have to use these.
Technically, yes. If you absolutely hate one, then you can come up with something else that'll fit the character. But we also just no wrestling. Like every wrestling promotion has a lot of people that just want to help everybody, who are really nice and really good. But there are always also going to be those egotistical bastards who came in with talent and didn't have to work as hard as other people. And Mike can't see that vengeance is being pointed at.
That's how Marcus and Vengeance think of each other for
Yeah,
sure.
it's
Which is
we both think
really
the
funny.
other is Diesel.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Fuel?
my
Yes.
So when we're talking backstage, we're talking
Out of character.
out of
Right.
character. So my backstage out of character person is kind of like everyone's mom.
Mhm.
I make cookies. I make sure you guys do your workouts. That you go to your doctor appointments.
Eat a
because,
banana.
like,
You've been working out. Potassium's good for you.
Exactly.
So who has mom trauma?
Yeah.
So
who's
who has
terrified-
mama?
Who's terrified of mom?
Oh, who does
Sounds like Ron.
who does?
But I'm already on there.
That's true. No, it's who is mom constantly nagging to take care of themselves.
Oh yeah.
Easily me, yeah.
It's the
Marcus
injured.
is a spot monkey.
Yeah.
So it's totally like,
So
and that would piss Marcus off. Well, any
You come
rapper.
backstage,
I'm
just
just like-
holding 7 bananas and a pack of ice.
Right. It's just like,
Yeah.
like what? It was a table bump. I do that like a million. Oh, for
I'm like, I
fuck's
don't
sake.
care. I don't care. I
We're
told
good.
you not to work that ankle. And
We've
you worked that ankle.
we've nicknamed him Injured Eddie Kasparov.
Yes.
No, he's that character is actually making his way back, which is going to be fun as we get to see the gimmick evolve a little bit. But that makes a lot of sense because he has been hurt. You don't need him to re-hurt himself.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and now he's the champ. He's got this fed on his shoulders. He's got to take care of that stuff.
And also, I really appreciate your tactics.
All right.
All right. So, who is my best buddy backstage? I think that's what we were talking about with the
Mhm.
the.
If that was your actual trainer.
And it also helps because Vengeance, Sanguine.
Yeah.
Have him as the. Yeah.
No, for sure.
So I think Vengeance is the answer to that.
Mm.
All right.
No, I like the idea of
Plus, you helped me research in character. You helped me research Sanguine's backstory.
That's right, I did.
it's true. What's
Triangular feud? Jeez.
well, yes
Well,
and
you're
no.
your face, so that's what happens.
That's also true.
Not to kill you.
Keep in mind though,
Backstage
backstage and front stage are going to be two different things, and that can be hard to keep separate because running two characters at the same time is a little
Who are the
weird and
same
difficult.
person.
Who are the same person, and several of you are running, gimmicked characters. So for Mike, you're playing a character who turns themselves up to 11 and then does some meaner stuff than he would. And otherwise, like some of you are like Ron Steele, just is.
Yeah, Ron exists as a constant stream of glory and greatness.
You dig down really deep inside Ron Steele and you find Ron Steele.
You do. Just without
How
the.
hard you beat down Ron the Real Deal Steel, you will never defeat him because he exists as a concept. not a human being.
He is an archetype of humanity. There's just quotes around the real deal part of his name, but when you look deep inside, the quotes are gone.
It's just Ron the real deal Steel.
So what's
No,
next
the
for
quotation
you?
marks around the word
Is
steel.
it my turn?
Ron the real deal. Steal?
Is it my turn?
All right, go for it.
Okay. Who's made me look weak?
Oh God.
Ooh. And this could be front or backstage,
Ah.
because we've.
Could be because
Distrova's been on house
my thing is,
shows
like, all mental
with
shit,
us.
And
Yeah.
if you're a wizard, you might have had like a staring battle or something. And I'm like,
I actually have
Uh,
a specific spot planned for.
He
if
wants
you
to be
use
the only
KGB
person
on
to
him.
ever be immune to your finishing move, which I'm not sure I approve of. But
Yes and no.
Not
Yes and
really.
no.
We'll
Because I
see.
have mirrored fingernail.
I have a plan for either way to make it.
oh,
look
actually, and
awesome.
you pulling out a mirror shield would be cool.
that would be, that would
You just go maximum Perseus on him. Just,
yeah,
all right,
that'd be-
okay.
that'd be pretty damn awesome.
okay. Jack, go ahead and give us one.
Sorry, yeah, my last one I have
So
left
good.
is who wants the position I have on the roster. Which
What?
y'all know what the position is, but
Yeah.
I would rather
Oh.
be at the bottom right now.
The problem is that right. All the answers I can come up with are NPW related right now.
that can be okay. I don't
Yeah.
maybe.
Oh, crank.
Marty?
Oh,
Marty wants to. Oh, Marty wants to attach himself to something bigger.
Marty wants to have staying power. So
That's and that's
Will-
Theo?
Sorry.
huh?
He's a
It's a
healer.
healer.
Yes,
That's
he's
pretty good.
yeah. Marty got
Marty right
one
now
shotted.
with John Cena, but John Cena
Yeah,
star.
Marty is the
Yeah.
whitest white meat baby face.
Yeah. So we'll get into who Marty is, as well as some of our other non-player wrestlers or NPWs. You'll hear that term come up a little bit. These are wrestlers that aren't played by the people that you see at the table here. Tables, whatever. So those are
Oh, we have them.
2.5 tables. So we're going to, when we get there, talk about who some of those non-player wrestlers are before we get into the match, so you have an idea who they are when we get in. But Mailing, I think you've got one more question on yours. Okay.
I do. Who can stand up to me in the ring?
Ooh. You're strong. That would probably be the answer.
And
Are you okay with-
Good
Yeah,
fit for
because I
that.
kind of feel like Anita and
Yeah, go ahead and use Anita, and then remember to give yourself 2 heat with Anita. You're also going to, and I'll let you and Mike and Rowan figure this one out quietly while we're setting up. You're going to get an additional +1 heat with any one that's the opposite alignment of you, heal versus face.
Right.
So
Ron, your face.
whether he wants to or not, he doesn't know.
I'm
it
a
yet.
face.
Marcus, are you face or heel?
He's heal.
Heal.
Okay, good. 'Cause that's
Very,
what-
very
that's
heal.
what I figured.
Yep.
We've got 3 faces on there. So.
Yep.
Egg salad.
Same with the
Egg salad. That sounds delicious right now. Okay.
oh, food's here.
One of you mind taking care of that? We did say we were getting food. So while we're figuring out food, I'm going to go really quickly over some of what happened in the previous Ace Alley shows, and I'm going to need some help from that.
Last time on the Blam Network.
Blam! So
Jack's just like,
we're down to just doing that.
Blam.
We're so smooth on that now. It's terrifying, really. So let's talk over how we got into the Fatal Attraction match real quick. Fatal Attraction is a scramble match. The last person pinned is the winner, and this.
No, the last
The last.
person get
Oh,
a pin.
what?
Sorry,
Wait,
the last
hold on,
one-
wait, hold on, I got this.
No, you guys didn't know. I'm secretly trying to put Ron over. You didn't know?
I'm the champ.
is someone getting the door?
I think it's getting the door. I'm not sure what's going on.
Unless she locked herself out.
Okay, testing the doorbell. All right, so yeah. All right, so Fatal Attraction, the last person to successfully get a pinfall or submission will win the. Someone's just gonna have to put you over again, bud.
No one's gonna put me over.
You say that Vengeance is in this match. So that
Yeah, but what's
person,
on purpose.
Yeah.
that person is also going to become the #1 contender to the title held by Marcus Smart. Marcus is not happy about this, but it's a big gimmick match. What can you do? He hasn't tried to fight this one. Many other things, however. So let's go over our 2 missing characters very briefly. Rutger, in kayfabe, Rutger is out because he's injured.
Yes.
Did we? It's gone. Did we establish how far in kayfabe did we establish that what happened to Rutger?
That on a back alley brawl recap, Ace mentioned, not Ace, the announcers mentioned he was injured and out indefinitely.
Yep.
They did not specify his injury.
Or
Yep.
the cause.
And the rumor, we said the rumor going around on dirt sheets was that he got injured at a house show.
Yep. And then Anita, out of kayfabe, Anita had to take some time away, and that's all that anybody's heard rumors-wise. Hasn't gotten out very much. In kayfabe, Anita has been last minute asked to attend a very important ballet show,
And prestigious.
a very prestigious one in Russia.
In the frozen wastes of Siberia.
Couldn't possibly tell you who might have sent that invite to try and have Anita off the show. So that's where those 2 characters are. We had a series of matches. I'm not going to go over every single one, but some of the highlights included a new wrestler in addition to the roster, Chris Chaos, going over Anita, who so far has been a pretty untouchable babyface, and Anita's quest for redemption, also known as our losers bracket for the match, in which Anita was able to overcome Joe Crank, I think, our mildly racist heel and jobber to the stars. Yeah. Anyway, so Anita dealt him a good one and took care of that real good. And as such, Anita did get into this match, but has been announced as not being able to attend. We'll go over the roster in a minute. Let's do this so we can get rolling. Part of the reason that I'm hemming and hawing and explaining is because, to be honest, we have 2 matches on the card for this show.
Yeah, but one of them's giant.
One of them is giant, and everyone is in it, and it will take the majority of this show. So I'm not mad about it.
I'm not technically in it, but
Well,
Marcus-
you're
You're
gonna
gonna show up.
No, Marcus isn't billed for the Fatal Attraction match, so I'm sure he won't show up. Absolutely
I mean,
not.
there's certainly no way he's going to spend a single momentum to just run in.
And get the last pin and have to fight himself for the championship.
Mirror match!
Wait.
No.
All right, I'm putting in Yoshihiko. It's great. It's Marcus versus an inflatable doll. So let's
I'll let the doll pin me.
let's do this quickly. We're going to go ahead and everybody say hi to Steph. So
Pizza goes that
we're
way.
going to there's pizza there. what we're gonna do here is let's cut a couple of. Let's go ahead and do a couple of quick lead up, like promo videos that have been posted on the Ace Alley Wrestling site prior to this show. So for starters, we're going to very briefly go over some of our staff. If you've been on the show, you've heard of them before. But we've got Dan Powers, your play-by-play commentary, a former wrestling manager but never a wrestler. You've got Lance Corning, a former wrestler who has...
He has opinions.
He has many opinions, and most of them are informed by his blood alcohol content.
Which is always at like 10.
10.
All right. So
30 seconds, we're good.
we've also got Tom Spiracy, who is the jack of all trades. He is a communications student at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, and also the ring announcer, and also the graphics guy, and also the website designer, and also
backstage interviewer.
Yeah, and also the timekeeper, and also
Tom has a lot of hats.
yes, a lot. He wears them simultaneously. It's like a bad game of Team Fortress.
It's like
So-
a good game of Team Fortress.
Yes, 7 hats, all of them. We also have Ace Andrews, a former wrestler well known on the indie circuits, who has opened up his own school and has now become the owner and operator of Ace Alley Wrestling and the in-story general manager as well. And his wife, Dale, who in kayfabe is Dale Andrews. Dale is the stage and production manager and very rarely appears on camera, although she does get presented periodically enough that the audience knows who she is. She runs the show literally in pretty much every way. And so if you do something dumb, you're going through Dale.
Ron has encountered Dale many, many times.
Many times, both good and bad.
Most of them when he was trying to
Find ways to...
have a 24/7 rule implemented on the belt during his reign. So
Please just let me drop this belt.
so that anyone could have a chance, like anyone, not even people in the company, like, look, I think I could be the greatest fighting champion ever. Anywhere I go. Look, if I'm in traffic, if some guy pins me, great. Now they're the champ.
What's funny is this is how I imagine Ron actually saying it backstage to Dale while they're not on camera.
Look, Dale, I'm just saying. We take me to Chuck E. Cheese, right? And then when one of the giant robots like fall over on top of me, 1, 2, 3 pin. Now we got a surefire deal with Chuck E. Cheese. Like, we got ourselves. We can get some real marketing in here. Come on. Everyone wants a goddamn gorilla to be champ.
I thought you were gonna go for having a pin the champ.
Okay. The last thing I heard was that the mic, I couldn't be heard with the mic, so that's probably just as well. Thanks, guys.
The
All
internet,
right.
everybody.
The internet.
It's really, really great.
I turned up the gain, in fairness, so that probably is what did it. So I'm also going to just pull up the roster for myself, because the other the other 2 people that I want to bring up that are new are Matt Azkarian, the CEO of Blam TV. Blam! And Ace Alley Wrestling is one of the crown jewels of their streaming service, and their as well as their their Sunday TV programming. And so Matt Azkarian, known as Maz, is actually in attendance for the pay-per-view tonight, as is Nate Kessing, who is the head of Air Blam, which is the Air Blam, which is the
Air Blam?
which is the company's streaming service.
Yeah.
Yep, there's a lot of AAW content that makes it onto the streaming service, developmental stuff and what have you. Just little vignettes here and there, Aces behind the scenes stuff. I don't know. We don't have an AAW 24. It's not a thing. Right, which is like actually 3 hours long.
I've lost 8 pounds in the last 2 weeks from all the running.
What do I do?
I can't afford a sandwich.
I'm in the best shape of my life, and I'm not even in the
The next
Olympics.
show, the entirety of the audience shows up with sandwiches for Tom.
He needs sandwich. All right.
And
So
in the audience just eating sandwiches.
just
with
eating
them.
sandwiches. Like,
Oh,
aren't
yeah.
you not here? So
She has
Some-
a baseball cap on and
Yep.
sunglasses.
all right, and so let's go ahead and let's cut a couple of promos about leading into the Fatal Attraction match, and we're actually going to start with the person that won't be in it. So we're going to go ahead and do these. We're not going to have Tom featured in these doing the interviewing. These are Fallout type videos where it's just camera on and somebody off stage potentially asking the question. And so we're going to go ahead and we'll start briefly with Marcus Smart, the current AAW champion, and they'll pretty much just ask, How are you feeling about the Fatal Attraction match coming up? We're going to determine the number one contender for your title.
How am I feeling about it? Honestly, I don't care. You know why I don't care? Because Ace is out of weapons. I took out his... Sorry, lost myself. I took out his clickbait champion, Ron Steele. And now, what does he have left? He's got Sanguine, the fanfic who walks like a man. He's got the...
We're putting that on a t-shirt for you.
I will wear
That's
that.
amazing.
I will wear that with.
He's
The
got
human
Anita,
fanfic.
the cheap dollar store version of me.
Oh, damn.
He's got, what, Vengeance? Okay, so I can fight the Crow, I'm pretty sure. And then there's poor Rudger Rust, who conveniently got hurt rather than be humiliated by me. And a few developmental noobs that maybe he thinks can get a lucky win over me. Yeah, whatever. Ace is having this big match because he understands it is the last chance to give the fake fans some hope. But here's the thing. The real fans champion has arrived. The aerial master, the greatest tactician this Fed has ever seen, is here. And this belt is staying right around this waist. Section 14 knows what I'm talking about. The real fans know what I'm talking about.
14 sucks.
Section 14.
14 sucks.
And you actually, like, you can feel like Marcus pauses for a minute for all of those chants.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then ends by saying, the backstage crew and the marks might boo, but my millions of Twitter followers, the real fans in Section 14, they're all going to cheer. The savior of wrestling is here. So screw your booking, Ace. I fight smart.
Nice.
Oh.
Oh, God. I was really hoping we'd end up with I fight for the users.
You keep giving me really awesome names when you're dissing me.
Fanfic that walks like a human.
The fanfic that walks like a man.
That was incredible.
Maybe he's talking about thick bigness.
So when we
That one
finally get the East Alley Cafe press on, that's,
Right.
that's a t-shirt.
We should just build that. I should do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Do you want me to roll cut a promo? No, it's fine.
No, because we're all going through these initially.
Sure.
Like, everybody's going to go through one, and I don't want to make all of you roll for it.
Totally fine.
But thank you. So let's also go through some of the people that are going to be in the match today. Let's see what Ron the Real Deal Steele has to say about the upcoming match that could make him a number one contender for the championship that he lost at the last pay-per-view.
So, Ron's back is actually to the camera when this question is posed to him. And his head is a little down. And he turns around with his lanky ponytail, just like slightly going over his shoulder. To be the number one contender for my belt? You mean Ron Steele's Ace Alley Wrestling World Heavyweight Championship belt? The belt that was taken from me when, let's face it, hubris did get the better of me. I may have, possibly, potentially, put myself in an unfortunate situation where I let him have 40 guys, and I couldn't beat him with a pinfall. I had to beat him by submission. Look, maybe I did that to myself. Okay, I get it. But I want you to think about this, and I really want you to think about this. Marcus, it took you and 40 13-year-old girls to beat me. It took you, 40 13-year-old girls, and now the mysteriously injured Rutger Rust to beat me. The greatest champion Ace Alley Wrestling has ever known. He stares off to the ceiling for a little bit, as if, like, expecting to hear cheers, but he forgets this is a pre-recorded segment, and there isn't any audience nearby to hype. Oh, wait, yeah, So am I worried about this? No, there aren't 30 13-year-old girls in the ring, nor is there a broken football reject, and nor is there a cheating psychopath. I got this in the bag. Ron the Real Deal Steele doesn't lose. Not anymore. Not since the incident.
Oh. I don't even know what to say to that. That was great. It was exactly what I wanted.
And you didn't even know you needed it.
No, I never do.
What? Are we wiping butter off our fingers? What's going on?
Precisely.
Oh.
Okay. So we're also going to hear from I would actually like to see if anybody feels like, because we haven't really established this character who is new yet. Can we have a promo about how they feel about the upcoming match from Thick Bigneth?
Oh, I think that's your baby.
I don't know if
Yeah.
the Thick Bigneth is really wrong with baby.
Did it get
Now,
dusty in
now
here?
let's briefly it's right. Let's briefly discuss. Thick Bigness is a mountain of a man, who is huge and who has been allied with Sanguine in the past, and qualified for the Fatal Attraction match. So let's see. How does Thick Bigness feel about getting into the mix for the potentially being the #1 contender for Ace Alley Wrestling?
So I'm doing this as Thick Bigness.
If you would like, or one of the others of
You
us
don't
can
wanna
do it
go
if you
on
don't.
this,
Yeah.
No, I can do it.
I'm just really thrilled to be here. And, like, I haven't gotten to lift very many of these guys. So I'm really looking forward to being able to lift all of them
Baby go wee.
and to hit them with my broadsword.
I hope that's the name of his finisher. It doesn't actually come to the ring with another sword in this
How many
bed.
swords
No,
do you have?
and Thomas like your broadsword.
Broadsword. Also, broadsword.
It's like
Broadsword.
the other one doesn't have a name. It's me. I'm the broadsword.
I am the broadsword. The broadsword known
These are
as
not
thick
hammered.
thickness. The biggest thickness you will ever see.
Nope.
No.
Abort.
Phrasing.
What? What's wrong?
This thing is pre-taped that he goes, he's
why are
the
you
biggest,
rushing?
and it just goes blam!
Blam. Thick Bigness in the Fatal Attraction match. It's like a still of him just standing there going, "What?" Just this Fatal Attraction at the bottom. So let's also hear from. He said, trying to get back to his notes that mysteriously disappeared when the screen went to sleep.
Who needs notes?
Yeah,
Everyone
right.
knows Ron's winning.
Apple products, everybody.
Ding. So
Sponsor. No.
Please.
They can do it. Sure. I'll take your money.
what? Who wants money? So we'll actually cut to a promo by Father McDonald, who's actually Mailing's baby originally, but we've sort of taken him in many different directions since then.
Does he come out to Personal Jesus by Depeche Mode?
He should. We don't have the rights for it.
Under 30 seconds.
I was gonna say he did when they were
He comes out roan and then cuts to generic music.
when they test out the gimmick. He did, and then they were like, anyway, Blam says we don't have the rights to that. And he was like, oh,
So now he comes out to Jesus'
It's just-
personnel.
just organ.
Which is the name of the production music we did that is just the same song but with one extra tone in it.
Right.
Jimmy Hart is
Dun
shit
dun
out
dun
of that
dun
song.
dun 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 dun.
Done. So
Do you want me to do?
Father, I have something written up for him because we've had him around so long that we started to take him in a direction. I'm so sorry.
It's all good.
Um,
I'm just glad
The
that
direction
you guys-
actually really isn't very different from your direction.
You're right. So Father McDonald is found. He's sitting by a window, with in frock and collar, and sitting. He's sitting quietly, looking up, and he turns to the camera for a moment and sort of regards it almost sadly. And you hear Dan in the background asking, Father McDonald, I know it's been a difficult last few months for you, but you did manage to make your way into the Fatal Attraction match. How are you feeling about the potential of becoming the #1 contender? Father McDonald sort of sits very quietly and says, well, I'm not proud of the way in which I made my way into this match, but I have learned something from the experience, as I must learn from everything. I am reminded that by nature, those who act will win. So to win, I must leave my opponents unable to act. He sort of slowly turns back to the window, looks out of it for a moment, and then the camera fades out.
Oh man, you know what his catchphrase should be? Just Father, forgive me.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm like super
That'd be a good name for a finisher too.
Yeah.
You're right.
Actually.
Wasn't his finisher Leon?
The plea for forgiveness.
For now, it still is.
Just anything that you can yell in just a couple of words that sounds catchy is a name for a finisher. It's pretty handy that way. Or one really loud word when you're Corey Graves.
Petunia King!
Okay, maybe not
That is a Chikara finisher right there.
Bed Bath and Beyond.
You lie
I
them
just
down
feel
flat,
like-
and you just like rain blows on their face, and then knock them out of the ring.
And then actually,
All right, that was
For
a
the
great
counter.
workout. Me just sitting here eating.
Because you can get him for free. Tom's like, yeah, I'll get him from the dorms.
No, that themed wrestler, their finisher is the bath bomb.
Okay, that's yeah.
That was brilliant.
Actually, Bed Bath and Beyond should be a staple.
I say that bloodbath and beyond.
Yeah, Bloodbath and Beyond.
Bloodbath and Beyond. Oh, that's so good.
No, that's
We're
for the pay-per-view.
debuting Bloodbath and Beyond tonight, right? In the Fatal Attraction.
Right. Okay.
It's
I
three
suddenly,
guys.
I suddenly
One of
am
them
like,
is a vampire, one of them is a maid, and the other one is an alien.
I'm suddenly like, no, I'm gonna change characters.
Right now,
Bloodbath
give me a
and
second.
Beyond. I'll play a tag team.
Right. Let's also let's see. I'm gonna actually ask us to let's actually get a promo from Vengeance.
Okay.
Vengeance, you have a chance to become once again the #1 contender for Ace Alley Wrestling. How are you feeling about your chances going into the Fatal Attraction match?
It's an interesting question, Tom. How am I feeling about my chances? Well, the current champion of Ace Alley Wrestling is a chump and a loser, and one of the most disgusting people I've ever laid my eyes on. The rest of the people in the match are the biggest loser this company has ever seen in Raw and the Real Deal Steel, who somehow managed to beat me by fluke. By a fluke. He never, ever should have. We'll come back to that. And a children's magician, complete with the stupid cape and floppy hat, who, as we're starting to learn, might have some secrets in his closet that he doesn't want to get out, and who I've beaten twice in the middle of the ring, because as we all know, I know his weakness. How do I think about my chances, Tom? I think that the path is clear for the outcast. And by the time tonight is over, I will be the new #1 contender for the Ace Alley Wrestling Championship. And by the time this month is over, you will have a brand new champion. The Age of Outcasts is coming.
Oh wait, he just dance? What the hell?
Dude, you've been around as long as I have. There's people who just refuse to hate you.
Well, you've been on that long and not.
Well, no, I mean when I was
Right.
doing my interview, I didn't have anyone in this damn building. You went, oh, Dale.
It's also called He Paid People.
Ah, just like
Yep.
Ding. Let's go ahead and let's see how Sanguine Arcane is feeling.
The numbers
in
don't
this
lie,
match.
and they spell disaster for you at sacrifice.
Sorry, I can't seem to. I've just got this itch I have to get off of my hands.
2-0. Remember that 8-time champ. Other places that are inferior.
When you add Segment Arcade, your numbers drastically go down. Has anyone seen the Scott Steiner math program?
Yes.
already? Okay.
Yeah. Oh man, 33% chance brings up to a 66% chance. Back down to 33. Do you work in numbers besides 33 and 66?
11.
Strictly thirds.
When you said the numbers don't lie, I was just like, I'm sorry, what? All right, so let's go ahead and see. Sanguine, you've been embroiled in a conflict with Vengeance for the last couple of months, but now you find yourself in a position to jump into the Fatal Attraction match and possibly even take away his chance at being the #1 contender for the Ace Alley Wrestling Championship. How are you feeling going into this?
So I need to mention that the promo starts with Tom catching Sanguine eating something to fill in that gap.
To fill in Anita?
Yes.
Because Anita's not here to be in the middle of eating something?
Yeah. So he's like...
The crowd immediately figures it out and it goes over.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, damn it.
He has
You
just-
should have done that.
he
The
has-
crowd's like, why wasn't I eating something? She's my tag team partner half the time when I lose.
So yeah,
That's the reason we lose.
he has just enough time
Every
to like...
time.
He has just enough time to finish chewing and swallow in order to answer the question. Frankly, Tom, I'm feeling probably more excited than I've ever felt so far on AEW.
Remember back in my first pay-per-view when I said I was looking forward to fighting literally everyone? I finally got my wish, Tom. I finally got my wish.
Hey Ben, do we start with momentum?
Yes, I remember that you've also reset your audience back to whatever it says your audience resets to, and you always start with the amount of momentum audience tells you. You do not hold momentum over from previous sessions.
I start with...
Yep. Actually, we're at my house this time. I have all my poker chips. I could grab those.
I will spend 1 momentum now to attack Segwin.
During his promo.
I just have to check. Run-in doesn't cost momentum.
Oh, really?
Run-in is a move. I think it
I'm checking again. I looked at it earlier.
I actually have my quick sheets here. As a matter of fact,
you just roll
it does
heat.
not.
I
Yep.
love you, buddy.
Sure.
Okay, so just roll heat?
Yeah, roll heat. Let's
Roll
see what
heat
happens.
with-
That's a run.
Roll heat with bonus to heat.
Roll plus heat with your heat with sanguine.
The funny thing is, all the things that you can get out of run-in,
My heat with Segwin is 3.
all the things that you could get out of run-in, were not in a match.
I got
I actually-
12
A 12.
total.
Unnatural.
All right, go ahead and for that, just even though it was a weird spot to use the run-in move, go ahead and take an extra heat.
Okay.
It was like you both get heat.
We're at 4 though.
Yeah. Oh, I was at 3, now I'm at 4.
Great.
I've been at 4
Okay.
this whole time. 'cause
You
we've been
don't
having matches.
you don't get one out of that.
I
So
know.
it just stays there
Well,
until your
also-
feud blows over, which it hasn't yet still. So
So he says that he's ready, and then chair to the side of the face.
You
And
just scale.
Vengeance just bounces and starts
Yep.
getting blows on his head.
Caleb Kim just drags the chair behind her coming out
Can
there.
I use momentum to interrupt the interrupt?
We weren't actually in a match.
Okay.
And I'm
Ben
not-
was just trying to set this
And
up.
I'm not starting one now, but
So, Vengeance goes for the chair, Sanguine ducks and stares him down.
Well, hang on. How does that actually work? Because I rolled a 12, so the attack should go off.
you interrupt successfully, but also there wasn't a match going, so this would be a
Okay.
pre-planned promo regardless.
Okay.
Let's see. So, ruling time. Yeah, I wasn't ready for this, which is perfect. That's how Worldwide Wrestling works. Nope, this is good. So, I'm going to go ahead and say, because I want both of you to kind of come out of the promo looking stronger before the match, I think that you you pop in with the chair. I think that you parry it, like both arms. You realize it's coming, both arms up, and it's like out of nowhere there's a chair and you block it. And then the camera cuts back and the two of you are just facing against each other. With Vengeance kind of like limply holding the chair in one arm, staring at you angrily, and you sort of like, a few paces away, like glaring.
No, I'm smiling.
I know
It's an intense smile.
weakness. I know your weakness.
Apparently in chairs.
You know people
Lance,
are louder,
I
don't
see you just couldn't wait for me. You just couldn't wait, could you? You were too excited. I'm glad we feel the same.
I can't wait until our hands are wrapped around each other.
Drops the chair and just does bring it on.
No. You have to wait for the special, sir. But then, when the time comes,
Blam!
come to
Great
me like
thing.
come to me like a moth to flame, and taste the real magic of sanguine.
Okay. Double phrasing.
God. Oh my god. Are we not doing phrasing anymore?
Dale is sitting somewhere in back, just like horrified because she didn't get time to see the package that was put together. Yeah, right.
You couldn't see
Thank
the
you.
package, huh?
And you.
Meanwhile,
You
Tom.
also can come and witness the glory of sanguine. Oh my.
What's great is somewhere next to her,
The
Tom
glory is somewhere within this hole.
is standing next to her in the booth, just going, "What? I thought it was great. What?"
That's pretty good
What?
for them. Yeah.
And like clearly, like his eyes are just bags everywhere. She's just like, "You didn't get it, did you?" What?
Did go what?
What?
What? I haven't slept in like 6 days.
All right,
I sleep on a 3 wooden plank.
guys.
A
I just
brick for a pillow.
I would just like to go ahead and point out that I have it on good authority that there is a cat watching our match, or there's a cat watching our show right now.
A cat?
Yes.
Awesome.
Everything
Like
is better
an
now.
actual cat or a person named
Like
cat?
literally an actual cat.
That's fantastic.
That's amazing.
That's
Great.
better. That means they can't interfere.
Cats do whatever they want.
No, they don't.
You can't tell me what to do.
You're not a cat.
Touche. Well played, Steel.
What just happened?
I don't know.
No one does. That's the best part. So we have a couple other people to get through, but I do also want to get into some action as we have been going for a bit already. But let's actually get a promo from Madame Destrova. This is one of the first times we've seen Madame Destrova in pay-per-view form. Is she... when we start, what's the setting for this promo?
I think like before her appearance has been teased a
Mhm.
lot, kind of like
We've had little like coming next week, Madame Destrova.
yeah, and so
The remaking of Emelina.
With
Yeah.
like really angry heavy metal Russian
Right.
music.
And we have seen her on Back Alley Brawl, our weekly TV show, because she did go over someone in order to get into the match. But this is a pay-per-view; everything is different.
yes. So the setting for this one is a dark room with a single light bulb that kind of swings back and forth a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And
Thank you, Bray.
who's interviewing her?
It's Tom
Spiracy.
Spiracy. It's always Tom Spiracy. I actually think I said Dan at one point because Dan probably was trying to help out, but for the most part, it's been Tom Spiracy.
But Tom has been like, hey, got me Kool-Aid.
Tom's just like, I have time.
I got time.
You don't have
Tom, look, I got this. It's fine.
Look, I'm mainlining espresso. It's fine.
So
Just
who,
always seen with a coffee in one hand that just never seems to run out.
So who is sitting? It's Tom.
Who's Tom?
It is Tom is off camera asking the question.
Okay. I've read your file. I've read all the files. I am prepared to take each one of you down. I have studied your strengths and your weaknesses, and I will break you.
The camera actually like slowly backs away, like slowly pans back, and then just kind of like
That door closes.
she just kind of like turns away and just like
Blam.
Well, actually, the light goes out.
the light goes out. Of course it does, because Tom has his hand on the switch once they back up to the back. Just like whew. So we then cut to a promo from Brianna, who is something of an up-and-coming wrestler, but she hasn't run into a lot of luck lately. She has lost a lot of matches other than qualifying for this show.
She's taking a lot of beatings, but she's still here.
Taking a lot of beatings. She is she's sitting in the locker room when they find her, and has her hands still wrapped, looking like she's just come out of a workout or a match, just kind of hanging limply in her lap. And when Tom asks the question, Brianna kind of looks up at him for a minute and goes, I've been working really hard since I got here, and I feel like I've got nothing to show for it. And I don't know. I don't know what it is that I need to do better, but it's got to be something. Like something's got to change. This might be my last shot. I've got to make this work in the Fatal Attraction match. I've got to become the #1 contender because I need to make something of myself here. And if I don't do it, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I really want Ron to run in, but there's no point.
And then immediately
Literally
gets
tearing her in half.
right. Ron Steele runs in and immediately just like puts over Brianna, like, oh no, like runs into her shoulder and then rises on the ground like he's been beaten.
Oh God!
Can I do?
No,
Not really a okay.
I'm just telling you no.
She's absolutely wrecked me. My God!
I just wanted to have a moment where Simon just kind of puts his hand on Brianna's shoulder in solidarity. But okay.
You can't solidarity every single person on the roster saying,
can.
That shoulder had a family.
Never solidarity me.
You're damn right.
We're just into a feud ever.
it's gonna be okay. You're right. Feud
Yeah.
off.
To keep in pace, Sanguine uses his loving hand.
No.
Finisher.
No. No.
Magic hands.
Pull up.
finisher.
Pull up. All right.
There's just gonna be a T-shirt that just says Sanguine's face and the word "come."
No.
Oh god.
No.
Please make it stop. Okay.
Newport, if you would like to sponsor us.
Oh god.
Blam.
Oh god.
There was a.
Still,
That was actually the end of Act 1 of the terrible Lestat musical that they made a couple years ago. It was a vampire dressed all in gold coming in through the clouds going, Lestat, come! And that's the end.
But it was like a really bad lift.
oh, every.
Smooth, so it was like that. It
So
was-
you're saying is everything was wrong about this picture?
Everything was awful.
Yep, pretty much. Okay. Let's go ahead. And so we're going to do a quick promo for Chris Chaos, who is one of the new wrestlers from over the course of this month. Chris is always seen backstage with a bandana around his mouth and dark sunglasses. He's pretty much never actually, he doesn't talk on camera. And as far as almost anybody knows, he doesn't really talk off camera either. So Chris is going to, he's walking down a hallway, and the camera is going after him. You can hear Tom in the background going, Chris, wait. Chris. And Chris finally stops, turns back, and just, you can almost, read through the glasses. There's just this, withering glare. And Tom goes, you've in a very short time, you've done a lot here at AAW Wrestling. You're going to be in the Fatal Attraction match to determine the number one contender. How are you feeling? Chaos just stares and then reaches out, gives the camera a shove. The camera actually tilts back up, and then when it comes back, Chris is already walking away down the hallway.
He's very personable. I think he and I could be really good friends.
That's so
Ryan, not Ron. Ron is the greatest.
Ron is the greatest. Ron only deals in quality. Let's go ahead and hear from Anarchy Andrew Fox, who is an established member of Section 14, is one of Marcus's hired loyal fans, who wanted to follow in Marcus's footsteps. I don't know. So let's hear what Andrew Fox has to say about making it in. Tough time in his first match. Really turned it around, had a good comeback in the losers bracket. How are you feeling about going into the Fatal Attraction match to determine the number one contender?
I assume that's to me, the way you're looking at me.
I figured that you would probably want to cut the promo for Fox.
So Fox, I think, is a man of very few words. I think
Yeah.
I had a tough time at first, trying to make it on my own. Tough competition here, but the truth is, now that I'm with Section 14, I know I can win anything. Marcus has shown me the way. He has shown me how to get through the rigged booking that was holding me down. And at Fatal Attraction, anarchy will reign.
But
Literally,
the drought
just
is
like bits
over.
of
We don't need
anarchy
any more
just-
rain.
So how will we fill the pool for our next match?
Sorry, I was just thinking of techniques.
GDT on the
It wasn't the booking, it was my body.
It was the broadsword. Broadsword. Now I want Thick Bigness to just talk like Strong Bad.
Oh yeah, he's totally got this handled.
I'm here to try and take over the number one contender spot for the AAW championship.
For the AWWA.
The WWAAW. No,
The
Mark.
always awesome wrestling guy championship. That is what I got.
All right. Let's also go ahead and, for no reason at all, the next person we'll hear from is Iggy Noble.
Sure. So, despite it being 2017, Iggy Noble is wearing Google Glass.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Of course.
Oh god,
It's actually a broken pair that they managed to get really cheap somewhere.
It's broken, and anybody, in the off chance that anybody would know what those look like, you can tell they've been modified slightly. But he's kind of staring off into space, like looking up vaguely up towards like a darker surface on one of the walls. And Tom walks up to him, and Iggy immediately goes, and just holds his hands up and is like, Google Glass off. Takes off the Google glasses, sets them down, reaches into his in pocket and puts on the little silver circular lenses.
Oh,
And is
oh my
like,
God. You just
Spengler.
okay,
Spengler.
what?
Iggy, congratulations on getting into the Fatal Attraction match to determine the number one contender. How are you feeling going into this massive scramble match?
Fine, thank you. Is that all?
Yeah, that's about it.
Have a nice day.
All right.
Takes off the silver circular glasses, folds them up, tucks them back into his pocket.
Please tell me it's a pocket.
Picks up the Google Glass again, puts them back on, says Google Glass on, and then stares off into space again.
The camera very slowly starts to back away and it fades out.
I
Just
really
like,
want him to actually hack like the time travel type, or it to be like from Hackers the movie, like
But you wanted it done well. You said not
Oh,
the
did
Hackers
I?
the movie one. You said hacker concept done well. You did. I'm willing to go full cheese ball on that. Don't you
I
worry.
was wrong.
Oh,
Cheese
yeah,
balls.
but these you can't go full cheese ball without cheese balls.
That's
What's
your full cheese
happening?
ball.
Yep.
What you eat after?
Your life.
Yeah,
This is
quiet.
your life now, Tyler.
Hey, you chose to sit there.
All right.
We only
So-
prolong your suffering.
That's the majority of them. I think we've heard from all of the characters at the table and almost all of every character in here.
Except for Lance Corning.
The only Lance Corning didn't get in the match. He
Yeah,
was narrating
Lance
his own
Corning
loss.
Lost both of his matches.
Yeah, he
All
was
3 of them.
he was announcing his own losses
Yes.
all 3 times.
Yes.
My God, I think I'm gonna figure 4. That's a camel clutch. Oh God, that's worse.
Suddenly the pain is so much
Wait,
more.
wait, my arms! I can't hold my microphone. Can you hold the microphone in front of my face, please?
Ref, get that. Oh God, a tap.
I need the mic. I need my mic. Tap 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 tap. Is that why you tapped?
He taps in order to get to his microphone. Oh, and it looks like he tapped like an idiot.
Just what a numbskull. All right.
You got that match in the bag.
The only other person that we haven't actually heard, the only other people we haven't heard from are Marty and the Hot Topic Bandit. The Hot Topic Bandit is mysterious. There are no words.
He seems mysterious, but when examined, he's nothing serious.
Does he
A
smell like axe?
look at your
That's
wrestling.
his
Now back to
preferred
me.
foreign object. Axe body spray.
That's actually
No, that's
already
actually
taken
one-
by Broseph Joe Brody.
Oh God.
Yeah, no, it's
Thick Bigness
it's-
uses his broadsword. The Hot Topic Bandit uses axe.
No, these days Hot Topic Bandit would fight with little Funko Pops.
Yeah,
Yep.
actually,
Change
that's true.
together.
Well, a bunch of those, yeah. For the
Overwatch
Choke it.
character.
instead of the eye gouge, it'd be like Jack Skellington perfume.
Uh,
Oh, God.
Literally like
Hot
choking
Topic
somebody with a Zelda shirt.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
All right. I think we don't actually hear from the Hot Topic Bandit going into this. And
The only thing from the Hot Topic Bandit is like a phone call that comes through
yep.
where there's like
And it just says
Really?
like on the phone, Hot Topic Bandit is just like a Chiron in the middle of the screen.
and there's like in the background there's a very slight sound that sounds like it just maybe might be a police siren slowly getting closer. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to make the match today. I think I came down with something.
Yeah.
Came down with a serious case of the man. Hangs up.
Cuts back to the in the announce table where everybody's just like,
Okay.
how long ago did we get that?
We got that 15 minutes ago.
15.
why did we hear that?
Well, new developments here, folks. Let's go ahead and talk to our last entrant, the most surprising entrant in the Fatal Attraction.
Look, 15
No, let's let's go hear from him. It cuts away.
Yeah, I don't know why the hell we've hired this guy either. What the hell? Dale, this is your problem.
All right.
No, Tom, this is your problem.
And then the last thing we do is we cut to a quick montage of it's actually just a replay of Vengeance saying the following is a sanctioned Ace Alley Wrestling. It's not Ace and then it immediately cuts to just him just devastating Marty. Was it a
It
clothesline?
was actually just a break from society.
Just a break, immediately a break from society. Just boom, and just Marty just lying on the floor as the camera zooms in on his like just unconscious face. And then it cuts to Marty, where Tom says, "Well, Marty, no one really expected you to be here in the Fatal Attraction match, but you made it. Ace provided you an opportunity last week, and you delivered. You were able to take down our own Lance Corning, and were able to qualify for the Fatal Attraction match. How are you feeling going into this?
I gotta admit, I'm a little nervous. I wasn't really expecting to be on this show so soon. But this is a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity, and I really want to say thank you to Ace and to Vengeance and to everybody who's let me have this. Did I say great opportunity already?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Vengeance.
I'm just gonna go out there today, and I'm gonna give it my best for the fans. Yeah.
Yay.
And they cut back to the announce table again, where Dan very quickly sits up and goes, surprisingly gracious from Marty, who is still willing to thank his teacher after having his neck driven into the back of a mat. Because in the end, I suppose that's what gave him the opportunity, isn't it?
Vengeance, I'm so mad at you.
The mic cuts out in the middle of it.
Segment's just kind of standing behind it like,
Is this what look -3 looks like?
All right.
My chroma code isn't working.
minus 3 look.
He's like wearing wrestling headgear and like mouth guard.
Poor Rick Steiner.
All right.
Steiner can make that cool.
So we've heard from everybody, which means that we have stalled as long as we possibly could.
We're done stalling.
We're done stalling. And so that means that when we finally come back from the various promos and the lead-ins and learning how we got to this point, the first thing that hits is the music from Marcus Smart.
So, as usual, the music hits. There's a couple of seconds, and then we are still in the Wayward Inn. Yes?
We are in the Wayward Inn, although it's been announced that the Fatal Attraction match, since it's happening off-site, will be broadcast on multiple screens throughout the venue.
Okay, so the music hits throughout the Wayward Inn. It's his usual like garage metal that shreds for a couple of seconds. And then there's the one big, long power chord, and then the back door of the Wayward opens, and in come the two big guys in Section 14 shirts and trillies, who have been in the background.
that's so much worse.
In the background with Marcus in all of his promos.
Take a shower.
They come walking in, and they actually start like clearing out audience members, so Marcus can then walk in behind them. Marcus is actually wearing new tights. Instead of the barbed wire tights, he's now got like indie, airbrush tights. That one leg says VIP, the other says Savior, and then across his, and then right on his crotch it has 14.
oh god.
No. Oh, God.
That's not an invitation.
That's
Yes.
for so many years.
I mean, if it said 14 on the butt, he'd be basic, so...
Yeah.
All right.
So he comes in, he's got the championship over his shoulder. He pauses for a second like he's getting cheered.
And the boos are raining.
Yeah.
Of course.
Exactly. And he pauses for a second like he's acknowledging the cheers, and he just goes walking forward. He walks into Section 14. He high-fives a couple of people on his way through Section 14, stands on the barricade. Actually, from inside his hoodie, pulls out like a towel that he's going to throw, and holds it up, and it's a towel of Cal Poly's big rival. Oh. And then throws it out into the crowd of actual fans, just a chorus of boos for my cheap heat for the night.
Yep, take your cheap heat. And meanwhile, of course, now Tom, who is no longer doing pre-taped segments, is standing in the ring, and he announces, the following contest is scheduled for one fall.
One fall!
Introducing first, he is your AAW World Champion from Grand Rapids, Michigan, Marcus Smart. Boo. And of course, we all know what chant starts.
Yup.
Section 14.
14 sucks!
Section 14.
14 sucks!
All right. And so Marcus chucks the towel from the barricade.
Yep. So it's off the barricade, does his usual, goes over the ropes, flips over the ropes, takes off his Section 14 like sleeveless indie hoodie, and just like
serves no purpose.
The most indie.
I own 2 of them.
It covers his head.
and just sit and just hands his belt, kind of reluctantly lets go of the belt when he hands it to the ref. And then just goes to the corner and looks relaxed and bored, like he's watching the ramp, like he does not expect anything impressive to come down the ramp at him.
Super Dragon. Oh, sorry.
So the music, the music finally stops, and there's that pause where Marcus is in the corner, looking bored, watching towards the ramp, and waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and all of a sudden there's just cheesy pop music hits. That's bouncy and just cheesy pop music hits, and it's bouncy and it's bright and it's cheery and like you could skip to it, and all of a sudden out of the back you see a head kind of poke out, look around, and then running out onto the stage, and his opponent from Pasadena, California, Amy Rose.
Yay!
What?
And
Does she have a hammer? Does she love Sonic?
and Marcus
It's spelled AMIE. It's completely different.
That doesn't answer my questions.
No.
And Marcus just looks at seriously looks at her and looks at
Hot topic
14 and
mayonnaise.
goes,
Amy is the super happy to be here girl who has not done a lot of winning, but she's been granted this match by Ace because Marcus is a shithead, basically.
Marcus would not shut up, and
Yeah.
so he got punished with a title defense.
Yeah, because Rutger wasn't available to fight this first fight of the pay-per-view. Ace said, "Well, you want a match so bad, I'll find you an opponent." So Amy comes down to the ring and hops in and sort of looks around at everybody, looks really excited to be fighting on a pay-per-view. And kind of like hops over to the ring, bounces on it a few times, and like points out at the audience, which gives her sort of a lukewarm welcome.
They're like, it's that
You're-
girl we saw.
You're
It's your typical,
alright.
ace female star. Like,
Hey,
oh my god,
yeah.
guys, I'm super cute.
It's Alexa Bliss before she turned heel.
It's face Alexa Bliss,
Yeah.
basically. It's almost early face Bailey, but without the character development.
Yeah. And without the genuineness.
And without the she seems really nice, just she's putting on extra nice, and it's sort of awkward. So the two turn to face off in the ring. Is there anything that Marcus does about the just right in the face?
Marcus
Still looks bored in the corner.
he looks bored in the corner. He kind of saunters over into the middle and sort of offers the collar and elbow tie up.
Amy looks for a minute, and then when the bell rings, Amy just sort of like
And super kick.
snap. Normally, the face would start and control the match, but the face is an NPW in this situation, meaning that Marcus is going to go ahead and start in control.
Okay. So I take this. I go for the collar. I do the super kick to a couple of boos because I cheap shotted her on a fair play.
Of course.
So it starts out with Marcus in control. He whips her to the corner, comes into the corner with a shotgun drop kick, drops a bunch of cheese balls.
Yep.
It's like shotgun drop kick into the corner, which just stuns Amy for a second. And then Marcus kind of lets her stagger out, actually jumps up past her and does a diamond dust on her from the turnbuckle.
God, I
Goes,
love Diamond Dust.
Yep. Goes for a pin, and she actually kicks out at one, and Marcus does like an exaggerated look of being impressed, like. And then gets up. I think she actually gets off a kick, like kind of dazes him for a second, gets a chop off to a couple of Ric Flair pops.
Yeah. I think the Irish wish into the immediate counter.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's okay. I got this. I fool.
Yeah.
Little.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So she gets a couple of strikes in, and then goes to whip Marcus. Marcus actually turns the whip around and sends her to the corner again, and comes flying in and does a step up enziguri, which just flattens her, and grabs her again and goes for just kind of a board pin, and she kicks out at one, and he goes.
Section 14 booze.
Yep. She just stay pinned. At that point, Marcus goes to the ropes, runs to the other ropes, builds his momentum, and just stops in front of her and kicks her to a couple of boos.
Like the step over kick, back kick.
Exactly. Not even an impressive kick. He builds up a bunch of momentum, like he's gonna do something cool, and just runs up to her and just kicks her.
Soccer kick.
Ow. He's a total dick.
Oh yeah, it's
So
this is
that kind of
basically
thing
what it was.
continues for a little bit of Marcus just not taking her super seriously and kind of taking pinfalls off of moves that he knows aren't going to get a fall. And then finally he goes for a sling blade, and I think at that point Amy actually grabs onto him and actually pulls off a move and gets some dominance for a minute. I don't know what she'd go for. I don't know her style very well.
Amy Rose actually is she's not a heavy technician, but
Right.
she's got a lot of agility.
Okay.
So
I'm
she's
picturing-
she's very flexible. She's got a lot of agility. She's that basic baby face.
Okay, so I'm actually picturing
with a
then
little
she-
bit with some high flyer in her,
Right.
but nothing super complicated.
So then I'm picturing he goes for this, he bounces off the ropes for the sling blade, and she just kicks him to stop his momentum, and jumps up and head scissors him.
Yep.
And that actually gets Marcus kind of confused for a second. He's like, "Where the hell am I?" And so he just walks into an enziguri of his own
Right.
from Amy, and she gets off a burst of offense, kind of throws him a couple of times. I'm picturing maybe she puts in a Northern Lights suplex.
Yeah, that she can probably swing because Marcus isn't a really huge dude,
No.
and Amy's like average build and size.
And
so.
she actually gets a pinfall. Marcus kicks out at one, but now he looks pissed. Now he's like, hold
All
on,
right.
wait a minute. I'm getting attacked.
That's an exchange, so I'm going to call that a wrestling move.
Cool.
And we're going to use plus heat, which in this case is going to be 0.
Right. Do I get the 1 because she's a face and I'm a heel? Or...
Go ahead and take the 1 for alignment match, yeah.
Okay,
Good, I'm glad you did.
I'm glad I
Yep.
did because that means I barely succeed.
Yep.
So that's a 7 on my wrestling move.
Okay, you can take the momentum, or you can hang on to control.
I will take the momentum.
Okay.
And let Amy.
So, so what move did you end at on that? It
We
was
ended that on Amy.
You got the
Amy
pinfall,
head scissored me, and
and
that
the
was
head-
kind of when Marcus went. Amy head scissored me and tried to pin me, and that was when Marcus kicked out and went, "Wait a minute, I'm actually
Yep.
getting. You're not supposed to pin me. I don't get
Right.
pinned."
So I think at this point Marcus really sets in on some offense. It's like the one where he grabs her, like sort of like she goes for another move. He catches her fist, twists it around, and then shoves her into the corner.
Okay.
And this time runs up, looks like he's about to go for something, stops just short, grabs the rope, and just plants his foot on her neck,
Okay.
and just like leverages it into the rope,
Yep. Yeah.
like into the corner.
Holds it for the whole 4 count.
Oh
Of
yeah,
course,
the entire 4, then just sort of like the ironic hands up and backs up.
And then immediately back into it.
And then immediately goes right back into it to do it again, and just like pointing and laughing at the crowd, you know, and just like this, and then I'm getting a little Kevin Owensy with him, so you can.
It's fine. That edge is appropriate
That's fair.
because he was a monster on the Indies. So
Okay.
He,
So and then backs up again, and then sort of looks around for a second. Takes a little bit longer to showboat. Goes in for another, and this time Amy actually catches the leg, throws it off, and then jumps up onto the rope and goes for just a springboard sidekick to his head.
okay.
Gets herself a little bit of space, and then goes for it and just straight in with a chop.
Okay.
And there's your standard brief sequence just all the way around the ropes.
Yep.
Chop.
Hold on, it's woo.
Yep.
Woo.
She's trying to take down a tree. Just chops everywhere.
It's like a train is coming through.
And Marcus is selling the heck out of it. Like every time she chops him, he's like grabbing onto his chest and wincing.
Yeah.
She's really got the chops for this, Dan.
Oh my God, Lance!
Oh, Lance!
Lance, I've missed you.
We haven't been doing commentary.
It's true. We hadn't. So one of the fixtures of Worldwide Wrestling is having a commentator who can put over
I guess we
one
know who's
wrestler.
Lance now.
So I guess we know who's Lance.
Yeah, it fits that Lance gets the fullback part and Jay gets the whippy deflated one.
Right. That's usually how Dan feels a little bit. Oh. So
I got it.
you got Dan?
Yeah.
By all means, sir. By all
Dan,
means.
that's fine. I'm not gonna get to do it during the big match. So
It's true.
yeah.
It's true. After one of the last chops, Amy kind of winds up, like braces herself, looks like she's winding up for something, then turns and goes to bounce off the opposite rope.
Okay.
It turns around again, comes back, and Marcus just comes right in with just a horrible clothesline, and Amy does the full,
Yeah.
the full 270 flip and just flat on her face.
That was described as a horrible clothesline, but it looked real clean to me.
I don't know. I don't know those chops.
There's a, I mean,
I'm
what do
not
you?
sure if Marcus can really make up the ground.
The only thing that you do is you hang. That was actually valuable commentary. Must be early.
He hasn't had a lot to drink yet.
Yeah, you're right.
Fans begin handing him whiskey from the stands.
No, guys, put that. Oh no!
Why
Want some, Dan? Too bad.
I'm a professional. I don't drink while I'm on. Oh damn it!
I'm a professional too. Guess what I'm a professional at?
Getting beaten 2 weeks in a row in the ring.
We don't talk about that, Dan. We don't talk about that.
Yeah, I guess you don't.
I win every match. Never mind.
He just hasn't.
Is that anything like that time you fought Germany?
Oh, exactly.
He just hasn't been the same since he got suplexed twice by Lithuania. So
Just don't come back from that.
meanwhile
You
in the
came
ring,
back. You're here right now.
Where am I?
In the ring, I assume we've just been brawling back and forth.
oh
this
yeah,
whole
just
time,
like brawling, just like it does the
They've
thing
been
where like
brawling back and forth while we've been dicking around out here.
cuts away and you've got like the two of them fighting in the ring, and then
Yeah.
meanwhile Dan and Lance are
Oh
just
my God,
like
they're still
staring
fighting.
at each other. Amy rebounds from another Irish whip into the ropes with a Thez press.
Okay.
And just drops Marcus onto the mat, and just tries to start raining blows.
Yep.
And then It's
Look
sort
at
of
the
a
intensity in Amy just putting down those hits.
there's a twist around, and rolling around, trying to like keep her hold on him. And what Marcus does is he just plants both hands on her back, like, and then just and just lifts her up and just then turnbuckle bomb.
Yep.
Reminds me of the time I fought a Sasquatch.
So
No such thing as Sasquatch, and
Says you.
I'm
I
gonna-
fought one.
go ahead and give me a work roll.
Three.
A work
Same
roll? A
time.
work roll? Okay.
I'm gonna let you know that
The
those,
work roll is an 8.
An
those
8.
weren't Sasquatches.
Okay.
Those were security
So,
guards in a mall.
Same thing. What do you want?
So since that was
Oh,
a
you
success,
can't
what
have
I'm
it.
going to do is I'm going to go ahead and give you back control
Okay.
in this situation.
Great.
I'm still trying to work out how I want to handle fights with NPWs.
Sure,
'cause
totally.
that's
Yeah.
the thing
Technically, the
I'm
way they
figuring
say to do it is that the PW keeps control, but I understand that that's boring for the listeners and also potentially boring for us.
out. Yeah, well, and I may end up just resorting back to that
Yeah.
at some point
Sure.
because we'll just kind of figure out how we play these out.
So I pull the buckle bomb. Amy comes staggering out, Japanese arm drag
Mm-hmm.
to put her back down. And now
I
Marcus
think
is
that was
starting.
a Korean arm drag.
And
That
now
was
Marcus is
clearly
actually-
Japanese.
Which part?
Offensive.
Okinawa.
Anyway.
Okay.
Marcus actually goes like stop holding the arm. It's just like. And
Everybody stops. Both
yeah.
wrestlers stand up and stare and Dan and look
no,
at
but I think Amy's like still in the arm drag, and and she's on the ground looking like, and
What?
Marcus is above her going.
What?
What? It originated from a little dojo in Okinawa. What? Do your research.
You a weeaboo, Dan? Be honest.
So meanwhile, back in the ring, Marcus picks up Amy,
No.
whips her to the corner, goes flying to the corner with a single leg drop kick, that flying knee that Daniel Bryan used to do all the time, and just puts her back down. She gets up and tries to get some offense on him. Like she hits him with an uppercut that brings him to the middle, but she goes to swing again and he just grabs her arm and does another enzigiri.
There it is, the sushi roll.
That is not what that's called.
And he signals for his springboard corkscrew moonsault. Goes running to the ropes, comes running back, shining wizards are on the way through.
Of course.
And then comes back off the ropes with the springboard corkscrew moonsault on her. Grabs that, hooks the leg. Just interrupt me whenever you want me to make
Go ahead and
a
make that a look roll.
look roll.
Yeah. It's a springboard corkscrew move. So roll it
She's
for
a 6, so I spend a momentum.
it. Okay.
I'm not rolling as well today.
Okay.
So that's a momentum to make it a 7.
All right.
And I'll just retain control at that point.
Okay.
So
Happy sushi roll.
yeah. So he hooks the leg, 1,
Sushi roll.
2, Amy kicks out. And he isn't doing the outraged looks he did with Ron, but he is just kind of looking peeved that he
Right.
can't put her away. So she gets back up. He runs away from her to build momentum, comes back with a handspring Hurricane Rana to flatten her again. Turns around, looks at her. She's still kind of crawling around on the ground. So he picks her back up, dusts her off a little bit, really like exaggeratedly, and then
Wow, what a gentleman.
That's
about time.
and super kick.
Oh, there it is.
And once she's down, he
At least
goes.
it wasn't a handshake.
Once he's down, he goes up to the corner,
Serious now.
kind of looks out at the fans, looks at section 14, and
Threw up the four.
How many fingers was that, Dan?
5.
walks out onto the ropes.
I can count.
It was 5 fingers.
Walks out onto the ropes. Springboard 630 senton.
Oh,
Onto.
Looks like someone's stealing Ron's moves.
he's like a ballerina.
Ron doesn't do a 630 senton.
You're right, he does better.
631 at least.
It's like a,
He like throws out an elbow.
Yeah.
it's like 637. It's like
637.
640. Makes it all there, and then a little more, and then lands.
He lands poorly, hurts himself
Yeah, I
real
was gonna say
bad.
lands on his tailbone, like ow.
And goes to hook the leg.
Okay. Amy kicks out at 2.
Yep.
Wow, look at the heart of Amy Rose.
She's
I
like,
would, but it's prior surgery.
she like sits up, but doesn't seem to like know where she is. She's just sitting up there like,
So Marcus just starts in with the buzzsaw kicks.
Like, just every kick, actually, the crowd starts to clap along, so hoping she'll, like,
Yeah.
power up and
Right.
out of it.
Right.
yep. As always.
Does she? Is actually good. Like I'm gonna say actually I'm in control. He kicks her a few times. He goes back for a sling blade, and she actually gets up and spears him.
Oh my goodness, Amy with the spear!
Excellent counter to the Russian table saw.
Meanwhile, all the
it's
marks at
more
home
like
are
a
just like,
pike.
really, that was a shoulder tackle.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah, all the marks are like, this is shoulder tackle, you have to do this to be...
why are they trying to sell it as a spear again? Ugh.
It's a pike. It's a weapon that can be used by peasants to
She
defeat
hooks his
armed
leg,
people.
Marcus kicks out at
You
one,
calling her a peasant?
and he shakes his head, and you see him actually mouth, fine. And now I'm going to start moving to his big spot of the night.
Marcus looks like he's getting nervous. Like he
so,
can't overcome the power
He
of
does a
Amy.
transition sequence. She comes running off the ropes, and he just lariats her.
She's really good at like going flying when
Yeah.
she gets lariated. Like,
Another impressive lariat flip from Amy Rose.
then he actually successfully pulls off the sling blade on her
Okay.
this time. She doesn't counter him.
yeah, she did like just flat to the ground,
Pulls the sling
like
blade,
skids.
stops, looks at her, does a standing moonsault, but doesn't take the pin, and kind of looks up at the lighting rig around the ring.
I don't know what he's looking for, but it looks dangerous.
Maybe it's
Goes
a
up
red
to
spot.
goes up to the turnbuckle, jumps up and grabs onto the lighting rig.
Yep.
Oh my
We
god,
definitely-
we just got this lighting rig like 2 weeks ago.
Bring it down.
And
Bring it down.
Hoists
Shut
himself
up,
up
Lance!
hoists himself up onto the lighting rig and looks down at her.
You see the hotel staff in the back driving the shot going,
Yeah, and in the back, you can see Dale just staring at the screen, going,
Like, we didn't
and
get insurance
this is,
for this.
Yeah, this is on live feed
Yeah.
at the Ace Alley studio, like at the actual Ace Alley facility. So the rest of you are all kind of cooped up in holding, like in a
Right.
green room, just kind of watching it, or like some are warming up, some are getting ready, and like Distrova in particular is just like
I'm like, what the
that idiot, that
Marty
idiot
tries to start a holy shit chant in the back with the boys, and we're all just like,
kid.
Don't
Hey!
encourage him.
He like looks at you for a minute. He's like, should I not do that?
No!
Marcus gets on top of the rig, looks down at her, looks over at section 14, looks down at her, turns around, and Phoenix splashes down off her from the lighting rig.
Thank God we were all fictional characters.
What?
Tyler,
Yeah.
Lance is
Roll
like,
my box.
that explains it.
Yeah, really
The good
though.
news is the announcers haven't put me over yet.
That is a look roll.
That
If
seems like the
ever
kind
I
of
have
thing
heard
that
one.
Ron would really want you to fail.
That is a 10.
Okay. Well done. Do you,
In fact,
do you
I
want?
gain an audience because I have human highlight reel.
nice.
That's right. What's that one?
Human highlight reel is if I hit a natural 10 on a high flying maneuver, I gain an audience.
Natural 10.
The audience is.
Okay.
Natural 10 meaning before spending momentum, but not. So you get to add your stat.
Yeah. Can I see that move really quickly?
Yeah, no problem. It's from the high flyer. So let me.
Oh, you took that one from the high flyer.
Whenever
when
you attempt a
that's right,
high flying
that's right.
maneuver and you roll 10 plus before spending momentum, gain an audience.
God, I forgot how easy it is for high flyers to get over in this game. They're so broken.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Hey, it's there, and it's true because that was a Phoenix splash off of a lighting rig.
They also
Yeah.
are more prone to injury. Oh my god, I can't believe he's not in 3 pieces.
I thought you said we were fictional. Anything is possible.
And we haven't called the go home, so 1, 2, and Amy kicks out, and
The
Marcus
crowd goes insane.
Yeah.
Marcus
Right.
just like sits down and is like staring at her like,
Do you do
Like, like she's
Yeah, it's
not
like-
Yeah.
moving, but she kicked out.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's like she kicked out and she's just lying there, and Marcus just sits there. This is clearly the rest spot where like Marcus just going,
What? Like arguing with the ref,
Like-
looking at section 14, arguing with the ref.
Someone
Like-
section 14 just in the shocked silence goes, "That was 3. That was 3."
And then, like, at some point, we get the obligatory commentary line. Marcus doesn't know what he needs to do to get out of this.
yeah.
Marcus has no idea what it's gonna take to put Amy down.
Well, obviously he's gonna have to win.
But how? How, you moron?
Win that every wrestler wins.
Which would be
Cheating.
Lance actually kind of just shrugs and nods like,
I want Marcus to hear that and be like, "Oh right."
So
Just like,
so Marcus stands there like kind of staggers to his feet, like actually in real life staggers to his feet, like I just fell 10 feet. Jesus Christ.
I'm too old for this.
I'm in my 20s and I'm too old for this.
It's gonna kill you.
And it's like
Madame Distrova's gonna kill him backstage.
No, that's my.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
yeah.
And Amy eventually does get up, and Marcus kind of like cracks his knuckles, cracks his neck, comes running in, another step up enziguri,
I'd actually like to pause it in because I'd actually like Amy to get in a little bit of
You
offense
got it.
here.
You got it. So actually, how about he runs in to try and do something to her,
Yeah.
and she catches him with something.
Yeah, I
let's-
think just missile drop kick.
Sure. She actually. Oh man, that's awesome. He comes running in, and she just pops up, and Marcus actually sells it like, holy shit.
He like tries to like slow up at the last minute, and just snap.
Yeah.
It was like he's going full speed into that missile drop kick to the face.
And then I think
he was.
she gets
Yeah.
a full sequence off. I think at that point.
Amy's sequence is basically it's like she kind of does a quick bounce off the ropes, even though you're pretty close to the ropes already. So she gets like a quick bounce off and then leg drop.
Right.
Turns up, turns around, leg drop, gets up, turns around, goes to the ropes, like climbs up, springboard, guillotine, leg drop. So because she's got,
really letting him have it, Dan.
she
Those
gets
leg
up, she
drops
like
are lethal.
doesn't like get fired up, looking at the crowd for a second, goes over
They're not
to
horrible.
What's the difference?
the turnbuckle.
One decapitates.
Climbs the
that's one of your
turnbuckle
better.
and then
You
just
can
sits
do that
there.
with your legs?
So Amy is perched on the turnbuckle, doing like the like get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up,
Marcus
get up.
starts
Slowly
staggering
stands up,
He's looking around like he doesn't know where he is.
and
Looks like Marcus don't know where he is.
Amy goes for her the
He's in
only
the
thing,
ring.
the only signature we've seen as a finisher so
sure?
far,
Yeah.
and she
Yes.
goes
How
just
can
like
you tell?
braces, jumps, and meteora, both knees to the shoulders, plants Marcus into the
Marcus
floor.
perfectly turns around just in time for her to come down at him.
Yep, it just plants a meteora, and then she
Hell is she?
sprawls and
Reminds me of my favorite album,
Your favorite album?
Linkin Park.
and
Which is?
Sponsor.
it's an album by Linkin Park.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't listen to music. I'm too busy studying the history of wrestling.
That's 'cause you're a nerd, Dan.
And so Amy sprawls face first, just plants like close to the turnbuckle, lying there like the move has taken everything out of her.
Right.
And so both of them are just laying in the ring for a minute.
I don't know if either of them are going to be able to get up to the 10 count.
The
Yeah.
audience is, of course,
14!
14!
That is not how you count.
CM Punk!
We
Whoa!
want Nero.
All of these chants are wrong.
We want Nero. Aww. It's a long rest. Amy, like it's like 9 by the time Amy like hauls herself up to a foot.
Marcus, like, has gotten one arm up on a rope. It's just like,
Yep. Ref calls off the count. The two of them kind of like stagger towards each other for a second, and it's like trade blows,
Yeah.
trade blows,
Yay!
trade blows.
Boo!
Yay!
Boo!
Yay!
Boo! Yay! Boo! Yay! Boo!
And then it leads into Amy actually gets off a couple of punches consecutively,
Right.
delivers
Yay!
one hard,
Yay!
one of those like the type of chop that looks like it should stun somebody,
Right.
and then goes to like struggle her way up the turnbuckle again, and is just kind of sitting there. And she goes for a move that we haven't seen from her before.
Okay.
And we're not going to see it this time either because she does it looks like it's a moonsault. But or not a moonsault. It looks like it's a forward flip.
Okay.
And both
So
legs.
shooting star press.
No, not a shooting star press. It's a forward tuck.
Okay. Right.
Like she's lining up for a senton.
Right.
And both legs come down over your shoulders.
Uh-huh.
And what you do is you just catch
Right.
onto both of her thighs, and she drops flat. So now you've got her in a basically like she's trio woed onto your
Right.
shoulders, like you're setting up for a Styles Clash. And from there, I'm going to call the go home, and the go home is Marcus counters into a dirty finish.
Okay. So the way the finish winds up going is he got her in the tree of road. He just runs her into the turnbuckle. Just like runs her over, like smashes her into the turnbuckle. Amy sells it beautifully. She just goes down like a ton of bricks in the corner.
She weighs 8 pounds, but she went down like a ton of bricks there.
Marcus,
80 pounds worth of bricks, Dan.
Marcus, and then Marcus looks at it, section 14, and he does like, and
5.
and then backs up, goes running into the corner, and just does a body avalanche onto her as she's getting up. So she's just stacked there in the corner. She's dead on her feet. Marcus is actually getting fired up. She's staggering around. She comes staggering into the middle, and 2 section 14 guys charge the ring. And they come running up to the ring. The ref is yelling at one of them, like, get down, what are you doing? And the other one, meanwhile, hands Marcus his belt. And while the ref is turned away, Marcus just clubs Amy in the face with the championship. and then throws it back to the guy and gives him a thumbs up.
What just happened, Dan?
It's in fact the two guys in trilbies are standing are the ones who hand them to him.
The Trilby duo wound up costing these
championship.
fans a real match.
And then the ref turns around, the other trophy guy backs off, so the ref turns around perfectly in time so that nothing he's seen has gone wrong.
Right.
Amy is just dead on her feet, and Marcus comes in with the smart bomb.
Oh.
Which, for those who are just tuning in, is a Yoshi tonic.
All right, so let's go ahead and get your finishing roll.
I have never actually done this. Every match I've won, I've cheated.
Yep.
Well, that hasn't
Well,
changed.
it hasn't exactly.
I was gonna say you haven't.
7, I cannot spend enough momentum to go all the way.
Where am I? Why am I not at ringside? That's my job.
So unless the announcers want to put me up, put me
Actually,
over.
it really looks like your days of cheating are coming to a middle.
Are coming to us still.
Do the announcers want to put me over? No is fine. If not, I'll go with my middle result.
What's the difference between the two?
+1 audience, or I have to pick.
Between.
So 7 to 9 is they sandbag me. I still win, but choose we gain a heat with each other, or I punish them with an injury.
Yeah, I think this is gonna go over because I don't want Amy, wounded any more than she already is.
Right. So okay, what do you do to put me over?
You got to sell it.
Oh
Yeah.
God! All right, so I cannot.
Yep, that's a good one.
I absolutely cannot believe.
Have a drink, Dan. It'll be easier after that.
I cannot believe that he would go through all this trouble to go through all those spots to jump off the top of the lighting rig just to wind up using a cheap shot with the belt to get the win. My God! And that finish!
Right.
Look at how she's buckled over in two.
So I'm picturing like Amy's kind of dazed, and so Marcus has to kind of oomph it a little bit, but they do ultimately execute a clean smart bomb.
Barely.
1, 2, 3. And Marcus stands up, just yanks the belt out of the ref's hand and holds it up.
Boy, that referee had the belt real fast.
Your winner by pinfall, Marcus Smart.
Because you put me over to my 10, I hit +4 audience.
Yep.
Oh shit!
You're
I guess really though.
Oh.
You are the most hated person in the company
Yep.
right now.
Yep.
Boo. Yeah, seriously, on headsets, Dale is going, no, we actually need to escort Marcus out of the building. Someone may try to stab him.
Yeah. Right. It's this
Someone in
crowd is
section
live.
13 or section 12.
Yeah. Sections 13 and 15 especially hate them. Hey, 114.
And Marcus, is showboating like everyone's cheering as he comes staggering out, clearly half dead from the match with Amy Rose. And he turns and he looks at her as she's kind of staggering up, and he goes up to the court, goes back up to the apron and looks at her. Makes like he's gonna climb back in, maybe give her a handshake or hold up her hand or something. And he goes and walks out, still holding the belt.
Say what you will about Amy's match tonight. She showed us all that she has a ridiculous amount of heart.
Heart and leg.
And the rest of her body, too, I guess.
Oh, Lance.
Oh. I can't wait until I
Is
replace
this how
you.
Lance got fired?
How are you feeling after your 2 matches where you lost terribly?
Buzzed.
All right, and so a couple of trainers come down and they help Amy Rose out of the ring where she's kind of like staggering off. She's kind of like, as they're leaving though, she sort of waves them off for a second and like rolls her neck a little bit, straightens up and tries to make it out under her own power, sags against one of the trainers once, then kind of walks out the rest of the way, turns at the top of the ramp and gives everyone sort of like the holding your neck wave.
Yeah.
The like,
Oh, we all know the holding your neck wave.
and then turns and slowly walks out.
In the green room saying we're just clapping for her.
Yeah. So what is everybody's reaction to the match in the green room actually? Because all you were there out of kayfabe.
Ron's like, yeah, she could be the next me.
Yeah.
I would say Vengeance is fairly impressed with her performance and with Marcus's ability to get everyone to just hate his goddamn guts.
Yeah. Catherine sounds like she's ready to kill him.
Yeah.
Which is brilliant.
It's gonna be, Marcus is going like, I'm gonna feel this in the morning and also when I get back to the green room.
You get back there, Disturba is there with a single cookie. You don't get the full plate of cookies.
Right.
She's mad at you.
I think she's done with the cookie and then just snaps it in front of me. Like,
That was my favorite kind.
I know.
I've just made it easier for you to chew.
You're gonna need it easier to chew when I break all your goddamn teeth.
I'm only doing this because I love you.
Mom?
I only wanted the best for you.
Oh, that was. I'm not in the Midwest anymore. I'm better now.
Ryan gets a hug on camera.
All
right.
You could have just ended it, and it would have been just fine.
It's gonna be okay. Awesome. It's gonna be okay. Awesome. All right. So let's go ahead and talk about what comes after this, because we're actually going to do a couple of backstage segments. So we're actually going to go off camera for a minute. Off camera, Marcus, go ahead and give me the off camera reaction between Eddie and whatever Amy's real name is that I'm not establishing yet backstage.
Well, why don't we establish her name is actually Amy, but spelled M-Y.
Like A-M-Y, not A-M-I-E, which is what it is in character. A-M-I-E Rose. Ami A Rose.
So I'm thinking they meet up, Marcus always exits through the back door.
Right.
So they meet up in the van that they're getting into to drive back to the studios.
Yeah.
And as they're in there, Marcus is sitting there with an ice bucket on, his shoulder, an ice pack on his shoulder, one on his neck.
Amy looks super gassed and is leaning against the side of the van, just
and as they're going back, Marcus is sitting there undoing his hand wraps.
Yeah.
And looks over at her and goes, "Hey, Amy, no, seriously, great job out there. You've got a lot of upside. You're gonna go far. Okay, you're gonna be great.
You're young. You got
you
moxie.
got spunk. She's leaning on the van. She goes, "You jumped off a fucking lighting rig."
She says, "Yeah."
Amy actually swears a ton more when she's not in babyface character.
So you jumped off a fucking lighting rig. He goes, "Yeah, well, whatever gets him to pop."
Lance hasn't tried to hit on you once yet, so that's
yeah.
You got a long career here.
He goes, and seriously, that move,
almost.
I know we interrupted it, but keep working that move. You got a really smooth transition on it. What do you call that? You got a name for that yet?
See,
It was going to be called the Deal Breaker, but then Ron had a pretty sure.
I'm still working on it. I've got the first part down pretty good, but it's the after. We'll talk about this. I just need a minute. And she just kind of lies down and kind of gives you a pat on the shoulder and on the side of the van.
And he also just sags against the side of the van.
Yeah,
God, the parts.
the everything, it hurts.
Yeah.
I miss having parts that function.
Also backstage, you've got so Ace is walking down a hallway with Dale while they're getting ready to get prepped for the Fatal Attraction match.
He told us 25 minutes ago he was being chased by the cops.
I figured that I figured that in kayfabe they know. They're out of kayfabe. I think that everybody knows why. And Ace is just walking down and he's looking at Dale going, have you seen Maz around? I'm trying to find Maz. Have you seen him around? And Dale's just like, no. I saw him earlier, but he hasn't been back here. I think he's going over to the studio to kind of keep an eye on things there. Do you want to talk to Nate? Nate's here if you need to. No, I'm just kind of worried. Maz said he had this idea, and said, I'm only gonna go ahead and I'm only gonna tell you one thing. He says. And he says, I just want you to just the one thing, I just need you to put him in the match. And I'm worried about how this is going to go down now. But I said, okay, you know what? We need this Blam. We need we need Blam. So I guess I'm just going to have to run with it the way he says. But yeah, I already told him though, after what we just saw, if we're going to write Anita out, I'm doing this, I'm making this one, at least this part of it's going to be mine. And we cut back to the arena where, in a very hastily post segment, pre-van taped quick vignette, Ace finds Amy in the back and says, "Hey, look, you really did a nice job out there, and I saw what happened on the cameras. You know that I have an agreement with the refs. I can't overturn their decisions, but I can take action about them. And I can't really touch Marcus a lot right now, that rat bastard. But I'll tell you what." You were fantastic out there. If you're feeling up to it, I want you to take Anita's spot in the Fatal Attraction match tonight. And Amy kind of stands there staring at him for a minute. Just kind of, that means a lot. Thanks. And
in the back of her mind, she's going, I took a Phoenix Splash from off of a lighting rig.
Like later on, they're just like, okay, really though, like if your ribs are bruised, we're just going to tell them that you're injured, and we'll just cut it at the end. Like, are you sure you're good enough?
You're asking a wrestler
If they don't want to be in a
if they
number
don't
one
wanna be in
contenders
a
match,
number one contenders match.
Do
right?
you want to push?
The answer is going to be yeah. And
Heroes died today.
just
Her words
She-
were, "I love Sonic the Hedgehog."
I knew it.
all
I
right.
knew it.
If she
So-
goes heel, she just need to use a sledgehammer before an object.
So what I need is we're just going to do a couple of quick things in the green room before the Fatal Attraction match starts. I just want to know what everybody is doing to get ready or interacting with other wrestlers from an outside of kayfabe standpoint.
So-
Whether they're going over stuff, whether they're planning. And remember, if you guys need the quick list of who's going to be in this match, now that we've altered up the booking a little bit, that is Anarchy Andrew Fox, Amy Rose, Brianna, Chris Chaos, Father McDonald, Iggy Noble, Madame Destrova, Marty, Ron the Real Deal Steel, Sanguine Arcane, Thick Bigneth, and Vengeance. So what are you guys doing in the green room as you're getting ready? Whether it's how you're warming up, whether it's things that you're trying to practice, whether it's checking in with other wrestlers and seeing how they're doing.
Vengeance is gonna, and this doesn't have to happen first, but Vengeance is going to gather everybody and give them a talk, basically right before we go on.
We'll go ahead and we'll move that one to the end, but that makes perfect sense.
So you're gonna see interspersed between all of this, Ron going to each and every wrestler, going, "All right, so how do you want to get a pinfall?
How do you want me to put you over?
How do you want?"
How am I putting you over?
This
It's
is the
just-
kind of match where every one of you can get over and get your career springboarded by being able to take out the longest reigning champ in AAW history. What can I do for you?
Ron over too.
Well, we'll worry about that later. Look, what do you guys need? I'm not in that voice, guys. This is it. So, what do you need? What do you want? That's your finisher? Great, I got it. Okay, I'm gonna make that look amazing. And you want me to just stand there and look like a dope? I could do that. That's fine.
Well,
Yeah, high five.
In fact, that's like what I was really hoping you'd be able to do.
That's-
I mean, like, you know, because that's kind of my
Do you need?
thing.
Do you want me to be the first victim? Like as soon as the bell rings, like
That would
you
be-
just stare at me and I just, yeah.
Really? You would do that for me? Thank you
To let
so
you be the
much.
first? Yeah.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, like, that's a really nice welcome. Thank you.
It made me
Well,
think
you've been
of
here
the-
for a while. It's not a welcome.
The
This
audio
is-
someone
come on.
captured from the WrestleMania match where Seth cashed in his contract. Have you heard it?
Oh, I have heard it. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Oh.
As he was pinning Roman, you hear Seth go, "Thank you so much."
Yeah.
That's great.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that would be really good. And then, like, basically, maybe when we're, like, kind of doing our thing, then I could be distracted and someone can, like, you know, come up and, like, hit me or something like that.
Yeah, the standard thing when it comes to a scramble.
The standard
now,
thing, yeah.
now, as I understand, this is going to be throughout the entire building. There isn't going to be like an in-ring, out-of-ring. There's no countouts, none of that bullshit.
Oh,
So,
seriously?
like, we're going to get I want someone to jump off of like chairs to get me. I want someone to. I want one of you, I don't care who, to hit me with it. I want you to open a door into my face and get a pinfall that way.
Tyler, what's your out of character name?
He's
Eddie.
Eddie.
Casper.
Eddie? No.
look.
Eddie's
no,
Eddie's
I-
not even there yet.
Hasn't
Okay.
gotten
Yeah,
you,
Eddie's-
like,
Eddie's in the
you're
van.
still in the van, like, fuck.
Don't you dare suggest that to Eddie.
Oh my god.
You know he's gonna run in at some point.
It's gonna be perfect.
No.
Look,
He
it's not like
literally broke himself. No.
well, all he has to do is hit me with a door and pin me, and then he can walk off thinking he's a smug ass. It's perfect for the fans. It's perfect for all of us. And all I do is take a door bump. Come on.
I'm not worried about you. I'm
Yeah, of
worried
course.
about him.
He's good. Are you afraid he's gonna lay on me wrong? It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Look, if you want, I'll even
You
love
would
you.
be surprised what causes injuries, okay?
Look, I just.
Speaking of things that cause injuries,
Thick
Yeah, I'll-
bigness.
can I use you as a sword because you look heavy but light enough to swing?
You're like, that's a new one.
I'm like, we'll have to practice that a couple of times before we do the thing live.
Do
But
that in a high ceiling area, guys. High ceilings.
I'll do what I can, but I'm not.
Have you ever
making
been so
promises.
mad that you beat a motherfucker with another motherfucker?
well, so.
It's
He's just.
Oh no, that's Thick
He's just
Bigness.
like
Bigness.
Mr. Kane. He's just
Okay,
Mr.
so
Kane.
hey Kane, Do I need to call the lady who played Ghost Lady last time? I just realized I didn't call her for this week. Should we call her for this week, or should we?
Hopefully she lives like across the street.
I think we're okay. I talked to a buddy of mine. I got some like visual effects set up that'll play on all the monitors as soon as we both show up in the same scene together.
Great, let me know. I will react appropriately.
So I know I'm 2-0 over on you. Do you want to get like 3 on me?
In a row?
No, it doesn't have to be in a row. Actually, that kind of works out. But do you want like 3 different spots on me?
We'll see
so
how
you can say later on, yeah, he may have beaten me twice, and those were both flukes, but I beat him 3 times in the same
You
day.
can also, during one of my, because we gotta have a big surprise spot to introduce to Strova to just have her throw all of us around the room, so that could be when
Okay, see, I don't throw. I'm just intimidating. So basically,
Yeah, like the basilisk is gonna hit me first. Like,
well, that's why we jump. Like, I made Sagwin throw me around. I
know, but like.
there's actually a guy out there who throws people around with his junk. Come on, I think we can. I think if we really wanted to, and you guys can always veto me if you want on this, but if we really want to, you could just look at us and then just look in a direction, and then we are flung that way.
So
like,
I was actually thinking of trying out a new move called the Iron Fist.
Okay.
You know, so it's kind of like.
Oh, you can make it a clothesline called the Iron Curtain.
Okay. Oh, okay, thank you. That's even better. Yeah. So I could just like.
Oh, I'm so mad.
Amy, how you feeling? You ready?
Ready to do this?
Ready?
I'm thinking like Marcus and the crew come in first. Like Marcus opens the door, holds the door for Amy to come in first. Like
Amy's like rolling her shoulder.
Slow clap.
Yeah.
Really? Top of the.
Yeah, and Marcus comes in after that, and he seriously just got an ice pack like on one shoulder. Like,
No. So I don't clap. I come over. I rip off icy hot packs and just slapping it on.
oh, damn it, Catherine!
Jesus.
Don't you dare run into this scramble match.
Amy
Yeah,
just,
and if you're gonna run into the scramble match, remember to hit me with the door.
What?
The thing with
and
not
Amy
saying.
Amy just like slowly just backs away from
Oh
Catherine.
no! Come over here.
okay, everyone, another round of applause for
I
Amy.
only
Yeah,
seriously.
Oh.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
seriously, good one.
If
Okay.
anybody needs it,
Here's the ibuprofen and water. You're gonna.
Oh.
Marcus,
There
please
it
tell
is.
me you checked with somebody that the lights could hold your weight before you climbed up there.
Yes.
Hold on. Was it
You were
Tom?
telling
that was
me
a
that.
lie.
Because if you ask anyone that wasn't Tom, you made a terrible mistake and you could have died.
Tom?
Tom knows everything. in
Oh
this
my
world.
God, Tom is so underrated
The
around
other day,
here.
the lights were out in the dressing room, and he pulled
Right.
the fuse at 3 buildings over and got him to turn back on.
Yeah, Tom is a. Look, I think, no joke here, I think Tom could be the next champ, no problem. And no one here would bat an
I'm
eye.
genuinely surprised you didn't try to lay down for him.
I tried! Oh man, Dale was like, no.
Yeah. By the way, again, nice work with that gimmick. Sorry I had to cut it short.
It's fine, I love it.
Um,
Alright, I'll just let it hit me again.
Oh God. Please no.
so I think Fox at some point passes by you and is
Yeah.
like, hey, wait, okay, so I just want to make sure I get some of this. Can we talk some 14 stuff really quick?
Yeah,
so I can
yeah,
just get this right?
totally.
Thanks, man. And they'll cut off into a corner for a minute.
Okay. Can I approach Chris Chaos for a similar sort of thing?
Chris Chaos, actually, he was around briefly, like he watched the end of the match, and then Chris actually walked out of the dressing room.
Oh.
Yeah.
He does not.
Did he shake our hands before he left?
He sort of like gave you guys a nod.
Yeah,
But
somebody's gonna stiff him.
he turned and then he walked out.
Somebody.
Probably.
Catherine
Mm-hmm.
was actually the medic for AAW.
Mm.
And then she like came up with this character, so that's why.
And
she,
she's imposing enough that that you just like everybody just kind of looked for a minute and Ace goes, yeah, I think she'd get over.
This could work.
How's the Russian accent? Okay, good.
Yeah, I think she'd get over. We should probably do that.
Yeah, but that's why like I always just get upset with our high flag.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just
Like, I've seen what that does. Jesus Christ.
like hold still. Okay, it's back in place.
My main thing with Chris
He's done
Chaos
everything.
is that I want to work him into an angle that he's actually playing with forces beyond his understanding or control.
If you're gonna work anybody into that, it would probably be Father McDonald.
Yeah.
To be honest, McDonald on the other hand is kind of like sitting over in his corner.
Jesus.
So, I would actually go over to
Wait,
McDonald
no.
and be like, look, so we've got the monster thing started off for you, right? We've got where you beat me up so bad that only by DQ I was able to get here. Fantastic PR. I goddamn love it. We need to make sure that kind of thing moves forward. that the fierceness keeps going.
Ron, can I ask you for a favor?
Yeah,
actually, because
whatever, man.
No, like I've got this idea. I've been talking through it with Ace a little bit, but I haven't really got all the details down. I actually need to sell for you first. I know. Every time, but look, just a little. You know the whole thing. The gets mad and then the does stuff thing.
All right.
Like we're taking it another step, but like I have to hit the like I can't do it block first. Okay. Yeah.
That would be great.
Oh man.
Who is this? Who's talking to Marty?
This
is McDonald.
Oh,
This is
sorry,
McDonald.
You.
McDonald talking
that's
to.
McDonald.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just being clear, because seriously, if Marty's starting to think
Be
business,
good.
Marcus is going to be like, no.
What is Marty doing?
Marty, I think, I was directing in the corner and just like staring.
Just
wide
like-
at everybody.
Oh
Simon
boy.
walks up to him and actually introduces
It's
himself.
okay.
Yeah.
Marty. It's
Yeah,
my
I know
first
who you are. It's great.
pay-per-view
It's great to
too.
meet. Oh, thanks, madam. Is your name?
Remember backstage is Catherine,
All
right?
sorry.
How is that ankle treating you?
Oh,
Is it okay?
it's fine. Yeah, no, the ice is working great. Did I shake enough hands? Have I
No!
he goes over and shakes Ron's hand immediately.
No, you can't shake hands at AAW. It's terrifying.
It's like,
Have you listened to Lance at all?
It's the most devastating match.
Devastating move in all of AAW.
So
That other hand had a family.
So Eddie, Marty, right?
Yeah.
You're Vengeance's kid, right?
Oh no, he's not
Student.
my dad. Yes.
Student. Cool. Just making sure. You're gonna be fine, kid. You're gonna be fine.
Thank you.
So you and Iggy came out of the same school of wrestling. Iggy's been kept, like his origin story has been kept on the down low because he's got enough to they think he has enough to get over as is, whereas they've sort of wrapped it into Marty's because that is how Marty ended up getting this tourist stint or whatever it turns out to be. Like he's on the show. They don't know if he's going to stick on the show because it's kind of like a tryout / just get the angle over.
It's okay. It's just your career on the line.
I
And I walk away.
I had some.
Look, Marty, when you get
Catherine's just ribbing you. You'll be fine.
yeah. So all you gotta do is you just gotta come to me when you're ready to do your spot. You just tell me the thing that you want to do that's gonna make you look the most badass you possibly can be, and I will make it look good. Don't look at me like that.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay.
It's gonna happen.
Okay.
Look at him however you want.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Look.
The door opens to the green room, and Tom sticks his head in for a second, and looks around. Everybody's like, "Hey guys, Dale's handling the production stuff from the studio. Just want to let you guys five to places.
Thank you, Five.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Bye, Tom.
Bye.
Tom, thank you, Tom.
What? Runs away.
Someone helps free on a stretch out.
All right.
Well, guys, I don't know about you, but I ain't got an entrance theme this month, so I'm getting out to the ring now.
Hold on. Everybody gather up before we get started. This is me switching.
This is Vengeance now, not Marty.
Okay. This is a basically a hour-long hardcore match we're about to do, everybody. I know there's a lot of us in it. Everybody wants to do their big spots.
On Ron.
Ron wants all of us to hurt him. Just remember, I did this a lot for a living when I was much younger.
How much younger?
Much younger. This is like 20 years ago, man. You could really, really hurt yourself if you're doing this wrong, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
No unprotected chair shots to the head.
you'll have to have a massage session
No,
with me.
Catherine will kill me if I don't say no jumping off anything too high. Just remember everything that we, especially you two, and he points to you and Marty, remember everything that I've taught you. Keep it safe.
And-
Make it look good.
and guys,
keep it safe.
Remember, we're doing this for an hour. This is not a sprint. We have all the time. If you need to take a rest,
Go lay in
take
the
that
corner.
bump, lay down for just 2 minutes, 3. It doesn't
And if
matter.
anybody sees someone laying down, like go and you're rested, go get up and take the spot and take the match over. I mean, we've worked out a lot of this in advance, but there's some opportunities to call some stuff in the ring or lack of ring, as the case may be. So safe.
Oh, there goes a Hot Topic Bandit.
Clean, safe,
Goon.
rest. Anything else we think of wrong?
Basically ignore the announcers.
Yeah,
They're
don't put the
they are really goddamn distracting.
The
But-
problem is, like, literally, Lance and Dan are now they're walking into Ace Alley to actually sit at like a table
So if
somewhere
you-
in the building.
So if you guys can hear this out front, don't be a fucking distraction this time.
Lance.
Dan just has monitors on this time because now you're gonna have to monitor the whole building. So they have one central spot. Monitors. Dan has headphones on and just goes.
Dan, it's not your fault.
you
Dan,
can't see
it's
him.
not your fault.
We
love
You
you.
just
We know. Dan, it's not your fault.
We love you,
Lance,
Dan.
it is absolutely your fault.
Totally your fault, Lance.
Lance, just remember we can always bring in Tiffany at the drop of a hat.
Dan, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for doing the second hardest job at AAW.
Because the first is Tom?
Yeah.
And nobody can see any of them, but Dan's just like.
I gotta tell you guys, I always wish I could tell Lance to go to hell, but I know that it'll turn me face on the crowd.
Yeah, I did that once. It did not end well.
I did that to you once.
So the door opens again, and this time it's Cowboy Whiskey Wisconsin that sticks his head in. He's not in the match, so he's not actually in his tights or anything. He just
I don't
kind of
recognize him without the hat.
right, like he sticks his head in for a second, and like goes, "All right, you guys, let's go ahead and get into spots. Tom's getting everything set up. We're gonna start in a sec."
Great.
And then he ducks back and looks in for a minute again, looks at Vengeance, and goes, "Hat,"
Oh.
and then ducks out of the room.
You really are very face blind, aren't
I
you?
really am. You know how many faces I've seen over the years? How many shots to the head I've taken over those same amount of years?
Oh.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so as I said, no entrance here, so I gotta.
Yep.
Yep.
And
I'll see
Ron
you.
just runs out.
I'll see
Yeah.
you guys later. Thanks for the icy hot. It really hurts.
Lay down.
Take a break.
Don't be afraid to call an audible if I need to super kick you down for a rest spot. Oh.
Wait, I could be carrying Ron over my shoulder for my entrance. Wait, hang on, Ron.
No, big, big,
no,
big.
no.
Okay.
Vengeance, keep it from killing anybody.
I'll do my best.
And
No promises!
Brianna kind of motions and saying, like, I'm good, and then goes to get up. And just, okay, just got to get something over this time. Okay.
Oh, Brianna, you're doing great.
I know, but you know Dad's watching. I gotta make this work. For background's sake, Brianna is the daughter of Ray Masters, a well-known indie wrestler with a boxing gimmick. And she just kind of like is just trying to warm the arms up and then just goes to take the door after everybody else. So everybody heads out, and there's a quick countdown to take the camera. When they do, everyone is standing in a ring in Ace Alley. And we come up on, there's like quick pans across certain parts of Ace Alley. You can see like there's the trainer's room, which is where Catherine spends about half her time nowadays. There's the locker room, the kind of pan past, not the green rooms. They just pretend that's not there, but they pan through the training room and then through the room with the rings. Things are a little bit better than the last time we've seen them. I mean, the doors are actually going to be locked for the duration of the match. Yeah. No, there's probably going to be like storage closets and like storage spaces, like space that has all the stuff in it.
Supplies, motherfucker.
Some fries. All right.
Blue eyes, motherfucker.
Fries, motherfucker.
All right. So,
The rest of the show is just us making meme jokes, folks.
yep. So when everybody is standing in the ring, you have Ace is now standing in the middle, looks around, and everybody says, "All right. So, you guys know the drill. Everything in this match is gonna be legal. Falls count anywhere, and no disqualifications unless you hit one of the camera crew. Otherwise, they all stay off limits. This is on camera now.
Yeah.
Unless they all stay off limits. Otherwise, it's gonna be a hell of a match.
Quick question. You don't count as one as the camera crew, do you?
I'm walking out of here after this. Please,
Fine.
please don't make me. All right.
In the back
Someday,
Seguin suddenly turning heel.
Like Ace is just like, why? Oh God, not that egg.
Everyone.
Shame.
Dale is going to murder you.
And it will be the best day of my life.
The last day of your life.
Okay. And so Ace turns around for a second and says, "All right, from the time that we ring the bell here, you're gonna have 1 hour. We're locking all the doors. Nobody gets out of Ace Alley.
What about
Any-
in?
We're locking the doors.
The doors are locked. No one's getting in. Unless they, like, Santa Claus their way through the goddamn vents.
You haven't considered lockpicks.
I have not considered lockpicks. But I also assume we are all professional wrestlers and not cat burglars.
All right. Everybody.
Hot Topic Bandit is still out there, man.
All right. Everybody, calm down now.
Madame Destrova gets a far off look. I remember one time in Moscow.
All right, everybody. All right, hold on.
Is this when you burgled a cat?
Let's get this match on the road. When we ring that bell, it's 1 hour. By the end of that hour, whoever has the last pin or the last submission becomes the number one contender. Does everybody understand?
Yes.
Yes.
Any special
All right.
mention for most pins?
Last
Mention Super
pin.
Big segment.
All right, that's it. I'm getting out of here. Good luck to all of you. Even you. Looks at Fox for a second. Here we go. Jay walks out of the ring, swings out of it, and one of the refs kind of stands nearby, rolls his neck a little bit, looks around. There's a couple other refs who are scattered throughout the room at the doors, getting ready to
thank
like
God
follow
we hired
people
more
around.
refs.
Yep, there's more than one now because well, you at least needed stand-ins for this match.
This match is scheduled for X Falls.
This match is gonna
Hey,
Wherein X is a number greater than 1.
now
but less than
entering the
infinite.
now enter. There's too many of you. All right, and so Ace walks out of the room, and the doors shut ominously, even though they're not the doors to the outside, and they'll open again.
From a camera
But-
angle perspective, there's a camera angle of the doors shut.
Oh, yeah, behind
There's
Ace.
a camera angle of a close up of each of our faces.
It just like pans past all of you, really like just,
That's Rob's face, yeah.
and then it cuts back to one of the refs who's looking up at the ring as the cameraman frantically gets out of the
My
ring.
God!
And then the
We're
ref
locked
back,
in here like rats!
the re-
I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me.
the ref backs up
Of
for a
course the
second.
crow one of me would say that.
So the ref backs up for a second. He goes, "All right, ring the bell." And when the bell rings, obviously chaos immediately descends on the ring. A lot of people, I think, clear out
Yeah,
right away.
someone backflips out of the ring.
Right, right.
Backflip
This
out of the ring, smoke bomb.
action immediately like spills out onto the outside and everything else, and we're left in the ring with Madame Destrova and Ron Steele.
And basically, while everyone's being totally chaotic, she is a picture of calm, just standing there, knowing that her time with each one of you will be special.
Madame Destrova, known for her composure, she's really holding it together to start her first big match here.
Who do you want to be Lance?
But the thing is, we technically don't have one because you're all going to be associated with the match in some way.
Okay,
So please don't totally destroy the match, but pop up with one-liners, and that's okay.
Quick question.
Mhm.
You mentioned last week we were playing this match under Spot Fest rules. How does that work?
Spotfest is
Hold it up, actually.
yeah. Spotfest is a little funky. So
You don't have to.
It isn't quite a spot fest because so the way it works is when you're in control, you can just declare you're doing your finisher, and you roll your finisher like a move.
Okay.
You can
Yep.
the interrupt move can stop you. They kick out
Okay.
or they break it.
you can pay one momentum to be like nope.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
But otherwise they get a 3 count.
yeah. The difference with a spot fest is that creative is booking the finish to the match, but not the middle. So.
So how we get there.
Yeah, the only difference is though because you can drop so many moves all over the place. There's no the heat roll isn't going to apply. And the thing about finishing moves is because finishing moves can change audience and everything else. I'm actually going to let's see.
They technically say do it exactly the way your finishing move is supposed to do it, but I also
But this is
understand
also
if you don't wanna.
well. The difference is that with the spot fest, the pin ends it,
right.
so you only get one finishing move that officially goes off. And the difference is in this one, we're going to have finishing moves that go through, right? And they're not necessarily going to be the real one. So we'll actually call it. We're going to call it a wrestling move. If you are going for your finisher, just let us know. But nonetheless, we're going to roll your finishing moves like regular wrestling moves.
Okay.
You also get to at some point you may get to do the job because we haven't
You
let
mean
you
constantly?
do that yet. You're going to be doing the job a lot, but you may actually get to use your do the job at some point.
You mean like constantly?
I mean, you're going to try to use it constantly. That's for sure.
Hi. My first action is to give up initiative to the heel.
Right.
Thank you.
I get in momentum.
Okay.
what
Now,
I
control's a tough one. Some of you guys may have to use interrupts if you want to move. I may also point action around as certain things wind down, or throw in NPWs at you.
So,
But we'll start
what
with
what I would
control
like
here.
is that Ron tries to go out the ring, and Madame just shakes her head.
Ron
and he's
freezes.
Like, oh no. And so then he turns and walks towards her, and she goes,
Lady, I don't know if you're hitting on me or you're about to start hitting on me.
It's like Ron can't control his legs. He needs to get out of that ring. He's in there with Madame Destrova, but he just keeps walking towards her.
Like his
Sounds
torso,
familiar, Dad.
like his head is shaking though. His arms are like flailing in the opposite direction, but the legs are just slowly walking back toward her. He's like, no, no, no.
That was me last Friday, Dan.
And then she kind of goes down like that, and then looks at you.
And Ron, like a statue, just kind of like falls over in that pose. Just plop. Both shoulders down.
Wait, but how can she hit him? One of his shoulders is frozen
Nope.
in the air.
Both shoulders
lands
flat.
I know, I'm just saying, like Lance says that, and then your other shoulder just. Never mind.
Ron's like,
I'm figuring it out.
Now I get it. And just Destrova to do like the 1 foot pin. Just like
Yeah.
steps on him.
yeah.
All right, so that's your finisher.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll a wrestling move, and that is definitely plus look, because you have to sell the crap out of that.
Oh yeah. Oh shit.
Oh.
What's
Okay.
that?
That's not good.
4 plus 1.
It's
It's
5.
five.
How much momentum do you have?
I only have one. She's just
Hey, guess what? I can walk into this scene and give you mine. I could, but
You might need it at some
yeah,
point.
I'm saying, would it be
No,
what
I
would be really
wanted-
would it be
I
really
wanted
good?
someone to like hit me or.
Well, what I was thinking would be a really good spot to sort of push it over was if because I was gonna have Iggy walking by to grab he's like pulling a fire extinguisher out from under the ring behind her, and she turns to do the look, and he's like getting ready. He was getting ready to come in, and he's just like, nope. I'm just gonna back away now. Like he puts it. He gives that 1 point to put it over by like
What I am gonna call.
If you're cool.
Is that
Yeah, his move is
plus
carry
2
these kids. You can spend your
against
momentum on anyone's roll made in the ring, in
Do
addition to
I
your own.
add
okay? If you want to.
Yeah, I'd like
You
that.
add your look. You can spend. So you've right now botched.
Well, especially her first spot. I just want to push her over. I don't
Yeah.
want. I
Get
don't
her-
want to botch her first spot.
Get her up to the 7.
Yeah. So I was like literally coming up behind her to hit her with the in the back of the head with the base of the fire extinguisher.
Actually, even better. I don't even look. I just put a hand
That's
up,
yeah.
Yep.
and you're just
I'm
like.
just like
Okay.
and just try to turn around. And
Like
go look,
still holding the fire extinguisher.
and just turn around and go look for.
All right, so that's gonna if you spend your momentum and you spend your momentum, that'll put you up to a 7. You're okay with both doing that? All right.
Okay.
So for a
I
7,
rolled a 10 for my do the job.
okay.
So you get an audience no matter what.
Momentum free.
I'm okay. So the thing is, that means that you'll be handing out a bazillion pieces of audience.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna have you do it every time, but for this first,
Give it to me.
this is,
Give me the power.
but this was a really good spot to do the first one. I'm okay with that.
Do his job.
I mean, he's gonna do his job a lot, but he's not always going to do the job.
I know we just grew the Fed, but let's grow the Fed again.
Oh my God.
Immediately.
If-
You get an audience. You get an audience.
This just goes viral.
Well, here's
Right.
the thing. I'm gonna walk out this with only one audience.
Well, obviously, we know
Period.
this is going to go viral because AAW is streaming it live on Twitch.
All right, so.
So after.
What I'm going to call is either you can take a momentum and give up control, which means we're going to do something else, and I'm just going to hand out control instead of giving it to your opponent. I'm going to keep bouncing it around. So you can take one momentum and give up control, or you can keep control and
And do
continue
other
narrating
stuff.
and do other stuff with your character.
No, I think I'm good.
Okay. So that means that we're going to say that Iggy is backing up slowly. Madame Destrova turns and off screen, we see something happening, but we turn the focus and we follow Iggy as he backs up, and he actually backs up into. Let's see. I mean, my list of everyone in this match because I'm gonna have so much trouble keeping track of everybody. Huh?
You have it scripted, but I said Brianna.
Yeah, actually, let's run with that. I don't have it. I don't have the match scripted out. I just have literally a list of people.
Yeah.
So yeah, you back up, and you bump back to back into Brianna, who is backing up from something else. You both turn around, look at each other for a second, and I'm going to go ahead and give you control from this one.
Right, so she's taking the said fire extinguisher in the face, but just like the hand up, the appropriately safe. But I kind of consider this gimmick to be sort of like Jumper Plus, because so it's a little bit of a I know that's
Steal my goddamn shtick.
But basically, I'm going to I'm gonna sell her toughness by like doing the repeated strike in the face and upper body with the butt of the fire extinguisher. I'm not actually using it as a spray yet.
Right.
But just hit
bop,
and like
bop,
her like
bop.
blocking and soaking and just being like, no, you're giving that no, not today. You're not taking me down this early for the first time. No.
Not today, Satan. Not today.
And then I'm kind of just like, come on, why won't you fall over? Looks like kind of keeping a but like
Right.
slightly irritated look in his
Right.
face.
I mean, he always has that, but a little more
always
so.
has that, but a little bit more exactly.
Right.
But
Brianna's mainly a striker, so
Yeah.
at some point she's probably going to
exactly
like knock
what
it
I
out of
was
the
gonna
way
say.
and just
then,
pop you in.
And then finally, like I get really angry and I'm bringing it back to just like overhead club with it, and she gets in a quick series of strikes. I drop the fire extinguisher, it goes rolling away.
Yeah,
and
clank.
She
All right.
just starts like
Um,
raining hands.
so I'm going to call that a notable exchange. I'm going to have you roll your heat with Brianna, which is at most going to be one.
It should be one because of the
Assuming she's a baby face.
She's a face,
character.
right?
She is, yeah.
The best part of this is I get to finally start making you guys make rolls you're not good at.
Yeah.
I know I've needed to do that for ages.
a total botch. That's a 4.
That's a 4.
I have no momentum. I gave it.
Okay.
It wouldn't have helped anyway. Full botch.
The problem is, so you drop the extinguisher, and then she goes in for the strikes. You're trying to figure out how to sell them, so you backpedal a little bit, like she's driving you back. You hit the extinguisher with your heel and go sprawling, like right out of the frame. It's going to shake you up. You're going to be out of the match for just a little bit. But Brianna, on the other hand, just kind of like looks. She doesn't know whether to go for the pin because she's like, "Oh, that wasn't supposed to happen. Shit. What do I do? What do I do? What do I?" And she just kind of goes for the pin. And like, it's one of those like quick crosswire moments. We weren't supposed to do this. This isn't how it's supposed to work. You actually kick out, and you both kind of end up looking both more awkward for it.
Like everyone at home can tell that was not planned.
That like, boy, this match sure is starting off slow. So
We had one move that wasn't a move, and then we had this weird fire extinguisher spot.
Brianna stands up and like looks like she's going to try and figure out what else to do, and then when she hesitates for a second, Anarchy Andrew Fox comes flying in from the side and goes full like flying crossbody on Brianna, and she just goes boom, right out of the frame. And then we sort of turn to follow them, and instead we find in the corner of this is the room with the rings, which has some like equipment on the sides, but is not the same as the training room, obviously. But we turn to the side, and instead of turning to follow them, we end up facing Sanguine Arcane, who is currently locked in battle with Marty.
Go, Marty! You got this! Oh, Marty, no.
Which means, Sanguine, I'm going to go ahead and give you control.
So Sanguine's smiling, looking as encouraging as possible. Like, go on.
Come on, young pup.
Breathe.
Through your mouth. Through your nose.
The key to all combat. Everything. Breathe. Good.
And then, so Marty very slowly tries to like put a guard up that like it doesn't actually look like a proper like fighting guard of anyway, but he's just like
Whoa. Going the old fisticuffs technique.
the old fisticuffs. I saw it on TV once.
Sanguine does a sort of respectful bow and then mirrors his
All right,
stance.
Mike. Mike, I'm going to flip Marty to you because I feel like you've got a good handle on him. So, but Sanguine has control. But go ahead and throw in what you think you'd like Marty to do.
Sure.
Okay. So I have
Bulldog.
based my entire style around responding. So
Okay. Well, go ahead. You start narrating because you're in control. So start narrating what happens then.
okay. So there,
Does he charge?
I would guess yes because of nervousness. So Marty goes for the charge. Sanguine just swivels, redirects him, but doesn't do anything to him yet. Lets him run around. Marty kind of takes stock of where he is, and okay, nothing's happened to me yet. Try again, and goes for another charge. Sanguine does the same thing. Okay, one more time. I can do this. Marty charges in. Sanguine hits him with the Sanguine drop, and then dropping elbow.
Mm-hmm. Just immediately just.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna have you go ahead and roll work for that one.
Okay.
It's like 30?
No.
Right.
12.
Yeah. Okay.
I based this character around using work for everything. So.
Right.
Work.
I got a 61 on a 2d6.
I just rolled an 85.
63.
What? All right. So do you want a heat with Marty or do you want 2 momentum? You probably want 2 momentum.
I'll take 2 momentum.
Okay.
2 momentum
This
sounds
match?
great.
You can have 2 momentum. Go ahead and take
all
that.
the run-ins later.
So, just to interject, Marty is so far a terrible professional wrestler, but was a champion amateur wrestler in college, which is why he's got the headgear and the mouthguard gimmick going on right now.
Mhm.
So I would say
He's that guy.
as you come in for the elbow drop, he probably suddenly snaps into his old training and counters it into an armbar or something.
Oh, nice.
It's like.
Yeah. It's one of those things where
Muscle
this guy's
memory.
been useless so far, and then all of a sudden muscle memory kicks in, and he just like an amazing counter, and the crowd's kind of like, what? What?
I thought this guy didn't know his shit. This is great.
Sounds like an awesome mindless monster.
Having read some of the files beforehand, Marty was actually a champion amateur wrestler when he used to wrestle at insert college here, Georgia Tech.
Well known for their wrestling.
Absolutely, SUNY Rochester. I don't know. All right, so
Wait, are these the same files that Destrova read on everyone?
Because
You have access to the same files? Are you a KGB agent?
I'm not. What is that,
Are you a KG? Are you an RGB
Did you
regiment?
interfere with the election?
Lance?
Are you an RGB agent?
Lance, you
Red, blue, green.
do you
Red, blue, green.
Red,
blue, green.
didn't Russia
Red,
get you in a
blue,
figure
crowd.
4 once?
Red, blue, green.
Red, blue, green. Red, blue, green.
Cyan sucks. Red, blue, green. Cyan sucks.
And
It's the graphic design.
that was great. CMYK. CMYK.
That's a better CM Punk
I
chant.
think Dan's response is along the lines of,
CMYK.
didn't Russia get you in a leg lock once?
They got me in more than a leg lock. Oh man.
Right. Okay. Let's just turn back to the match.
Classified.
Okay, so Sanguine, after struggling with the armbar for a while and realizing, nope, yeah, this is a really solid arm lock, just starts contorting his body to end up in a slightly different position and just kind of and purposefully dislocates his own shoulder in order to get out of the lock.
Madame
and
Destrova is gonna murder you.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
put Marty in his own lock.
The camera picks up Marty going, oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Back in the green room, Marcus takes the ice pack off his face and just goes,
This is minute 3, you dumb.
Right. I think at this point, I think the cowboy's in there with you, and he's just like,
It's okay. I'll get you next and pop it right back in.
Right.
He was like, do I
Yeah.
need to learn to do that? No.
no,
No.
Little known
don't
fact about
ever.
Sanguine Arcane,
he can do
his
that.
shoulders are double jointed.
So roll power.
Okay, fuck.
Ah.
Yeah, you have momentum now. You're fine. Okay.
Yeah.
I am not left-handed. I do not have a left hand.
I don't have a left half of my body.
I am now not left-armed either.
So that was 8. Now what?
Okay. So either you can take 1 momentum, and cede control, or you can keep control.
I want to keep control.
Okay.
Because I just reversed this.
Okay. Cool. So after both of those good rolls, if you want, you can also go ahead and take a pin or submission on Marty.
Okay. So
You're gonna have to tell me how you get there.
first, I'm going to establish my lock on Marty. Basically, it's a big old wrist lock, keeping his face on the floor and kneeling on his neck to keep him there while I
Pop your shoulder
pop
back
my
into
shoulder
place.
Back into place.
Catherine's just like, I hate when he does that.
He watched Lethal Weapon 2 that one time.
Double jointed or not, that's gonna sting like a bitch.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Don't
Dale's
try
gonna
to-
be pissed.
Yeah, Ace is gonna be super pissed, man.
Okay, so in order to establish
Hey.
an effective transition,
Don't make fun of me.
I would never make fun of you, Ace.
Oh.
so in an attempt to
Yeah.
establish
Oh,
a decent transition, Sanguine is going to maneuver Marty back onto his feet and then hit him with the Ars Arcana #1, the version that throws him out of the ring.
Okay. So you guys were in the corner at that point, and
Yeah.
you just kind of whoop up and just right out of the ring.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm not going to make you roll for that because of the other two rolls. What I'm trying to do is if you guys succeed on a roll, I'm trying to give you the pin or submission.
Yeah.
So you just you throw him right out of the ring. Falls count anywhere, so if you want, you can go after him and you can pin him on the floor.
But only the last pin counts.
Only the last pin
So
counts.
there's
Right.
no point to doing it early.
So
Why not?
That's
Except
true.
then you just go around interrupting falls for the
Yeah.
rest of the show. Like,
Oh, yes.
It's true.
Once you're the first pin, you're now the target.
Now, I mean,
Yeah.
if you want to choose not to and you just want to have gotten that offense off, I'm okay with that
Yeah.
because that does make sense to me. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So far, man, I'm the strongest.
Stop using logic in professional wrestling, Roman.
I'm trying.
So here's the
to-
problem: logic is boring.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Is that what actually happens in this fight? Is then we all stand there and go, "No, you move."
No.
And Ron's like, someone hit me!
We're all standing in a circle staring at each other. Ron just runs in the middle of the circle, takes a bump, and lays there waiting.
Takes a bump by himself.
Yep, exactly.
No one does anything. You
Hits
just
a wall. A broom falls on him.
so
The broom is now the champion.
Exactly.
so you throw Marty out of the ring. Do you go after him at all, or are you still in the ring?
Smiling, roll shoulders,
Mhm.
walk slowly.
Okay.
Roll shoulders. Roll shoulders. singular,
Rolls
yeah.
shoulder.
Roll shoulder, walk slowly.
Adjust the other one. I think outside the ring, we then turn to Ron Steele, who is staggering through, holding on to his whatever because everything hurts. 'Cause
Yeah, the
he's-
whole thing, every part.
Yeah, it's turned to stone for a minute there. So I am going to cede control this way since we got two off. And you, as you're stumbling through, holding onto your neck, you run smack into Thick Bigness, who is just standing there staring down at you. Just
Ron just kind of
Me.
so Ron just kind of,
what you thought about the sword thing.
we're not supposed to talk about it on camera. Ron just holding his head and his stomach just looks up with this look of uncanny dread and then looks to his left, looks to his right, and just lightly pushes Thick Bigness and starts running. Which convinces Thick to start chasing because now this is fun. And now the two of them run into the training room where all of the weights and the equipment is. Oh.
You just start throwing things, he just catches them.
And Ron's like, 5-pound weight. And Thick
Catch.
is like,
He's like, it's on. Again.
10-pound weight. Mm-hmm.
20
20-pound weight.
He throws the bar at him straight on. And
These
Thick just
arms
goes,
are just just casually tossed into the ground. And then Ron looks around and he's got nothing left to throw. So he's like, all right. So he runs and leaps at Thick Bigness, who goes, huh?
Who immediately does the dirty
So,
catch.
with one hand is holding both of
weirdest
Ron's
gorilla
ankles
press.
together, and just holding his torso, and Ron's just "Ah!" but is staying taut because otherwise this looks not as good.
Sure.
"Ah!" So Thick Bigness goes, and Ron miraculously stays straight during this, and you can tell that Thick is kind of struggling at this, but his face is I can't believe he's gonna let me do this, and he swings Ron into the wall. Oh, so bad my watch collapsed.
Oh, well, it did.
Oh shit.
It literally
I'll
collapsed.
probably fix that later.
Okay. Your watch actually collapsed.
Damn it, Nick, why'd you botch on the watch?
Watch botches.
You bastard.
Watch
So Ron goes crashing into the wall and stays taut. And Thick goes, this is gonna be good, and kicks the door open and starts charging down the hallway carrying his Ron sword. And the first person he sees is Amy, who's like, what is this nonsense? And the Thick Bigness swings Ron, and Amy just like Matrix bends out of the way, and Thick had a wall to stop the momentum the first time. This one, there's no wall, and he lets his grip go, so Ron goes sliding and goes face first and just tumbles, and then both Amy and Thick look at each other, and Amy immediately dives for the pin. And Ron lets it happen. 1, 2, 3. Amy has the first pin, people. Or
second pin. Yep.
Second
Both
pin on
pins.
Ron.
Ron is 0-2 in this match so far. Go ahead and give me a work roll.
Number one contender.
Right, exactly.
That's a 7.
That is a 7. Okay. Do you want a momentum, or do
I'll
you?
take the momentum. I'm
Okay.
fucking out of here. You kidding me? I don't want to be a sword anymore.
Amy gets up looking amazed that she's actually like, huh, I did one. I got one.
I got you. I believe.
I gotta hide. She turns and runs away from the camera, and you just see her duck, look, and then duck into the trainer's room that they had just come out of.
Okay.
Well, they have to pin you, right? They just pin somebody else before.
They just have to pin
after-
Anyone. They have to
Yeah.
pin anybody.
So it's not quite as much of making yourself a target as that.
Exactly, but she's very tired.
Well, it's wasted
And
energy.
she probably hurts.
Exactly, and also everything hurts. She's like, okay, and then so from farther down the hallway, we see a door open, and then sprawling through the door goes Father McDonald, who just and then Vengeance stumps out of the door after him, looking down at Father McDonald in the hallway. The camera, you can see the camera do the shake run as somebody handheld runs up to try and catch this part of the fight.
Alright, so Father McDonald's on the ground. Vengeance immediately begins laying boots to him.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the cameraman come running up and spins as if to punch, and then runs the cameraman and goes back to laying boots. On the third
Perfect.
or fourth boot, Father McDonald sells the first boot,
Yeah.
sells the second boot. Third boot, he kind of stops selling. Fourth boot, he really stops selling. Fifth boot, he catches it with one hand and slowly stands to his feet, his eyes bugging out and just a little bit red because the contacts he stuck in when he wasn't on camera.
Yep.
And he, with one foot, just hurls Vengeance through the door, back the way they came. As the camera continues to follow them, but off in the distance down the hallway, you can see a doorway open and 6 wrestlers come spilling out as Madame Nostrovo walks down the hallway, just throwing people left and
Perfect.
right. It's just
Or when you guys have
background
control,
moment.
you have control. I'm not gonna make you make a roll until there's wrestling.
So, in the room they have stumbled into now, was meant to be locked because this is actually Dale's office. And so there's pictures of her and Ace and their kids as Father McDonald just throws Vengeance across the desk.
And in
into
the AV room, you just see Dale going.
No. Why?
She's pretty
McDonald
pissed.
reaches up on the wall like he's stealing or something and pulls down a replica belt that Ace had from one of his championship runs in another federation and just starts whipping Vengeance with it like it's
A turn for your sins!
Yes, exactly.
Just flagellating.
Flagellating?
Yep.
And so that's happening behind the
Flagellating.
No.
Water sprinkler. That's happening behind the table. All of a sudden,
You just hear the smacking. You hear the smacks. Yeah.
On the the 5th or 6th smack, he tries to pull the belt back and can't, and then you just see Father Don go and get pulled behind the table. And as the cameraman rushes forward to film over the side, Vengeance has managed to wrap him up into the Pariah, which is his modified dragon sleeper, and is holding him behind the desk, desperately trying to stretch him out as Father McDonald is reaching around for something to hit Vengeance with. And he smacks him with a book from one of the shelves, and he smacks him with a trophy that one of their kids got from soccer camp. But then finally,
It's all legit stuff, is the worst thing, and Dale's just like,
Vengeance is
Meanwhile-
running like, I said, be safe. God damn it.
Meanwhile, Tom is in the AV room and looks over at Ace and goes, "Are you allowed to show that belt on television?" And Ace goes, "Doesn't matter now."
Finally, Vengeance cranks it in just enough that he can get the knee under it, which makes it the full actual Pariah that is bending him over his knee, which causes Father McDonald to struggle and then tap out and kind of collapse to the ground.
Yeah, like a ref who's peering over you just hear from behind the camera crew. He goes, "You tapped." And then on the PA over the room, "Vengeance is now your number 1 contender." Go ahead and give me a
Hunger Games aspect of this.
give me a work roll.
Absolutely. Work is something I'm okay at.
Nice.
9. Okay. Do you want a momentum, or do you want to continue on with what you're doing with Father McDonald?
Will let's see. Do I want to keep control? No, I'll take a momentum and hand it off to somebody else.
Okay. So there's a crash.
At the end of this game.
Yeah.
There's a crash from outside, and so the cameraman kind of backs out of the room and turns, and the pile of people that Madame Destrova left in her wake are now starting to brawl with each other. So it's like Marty is in there, Chaos is in there, Brianna is in there. Amy, it turns out, is in there, having run into the room that Madame Destrova was in, and
Yeah, 'cause
Iggy
actually
is
I
in that
wanted
mix as well.
Amy to like run off, and then just like a hand.
Yanks her back in.
Yeah. By the
So it's good to also give her a rest break since she's wounded, but look like it's pretty serious.
Yep,
Yeah.
exactly. And Iggy is also in that mix. So I'm going to go ahead and pass control back to you.
Who do I have? Who else do I have in there?
So it's you, Brianna, Amy Rose, Chris Chaos, and Marty are all sort of like, it's just flying melee.
Slugfest.
Yep.
So I would say that at least initially starting off with that, like to sort of cover for the botch earlier, like visually,
Right.
that it will start with us, with Brianna and I continuing our slugfest, not as the actual
Right.
intent to continue that
Right.
combat, but just to be like, oh, they got back up, they're back at it, they're still going, they must
Yep.
hate each other. And then,
Definitely some bad blood developing between those two.
I'm pretty sure one of them's type A positive.
Oh.
That's a pretty good blood type.
Lance, it's not that kind of file.
Look, I'm convinced that you have seen all of the files.
I haven't seen all of it. There's
How many
press
of them have
release-
X's on
They're
them?
on my desk. They're
What does
press
vitamin
releases.
smell like?
He smells like horse and cigar.
Bears, I don't know. They're on your. They gave you press sheets before the match.
Press sheets? Psh, that's how the man gets you.
That's how you find out things you can use on camera.
That's how the man gets you.
This is your job.
Is it?
Sanguine
That's a good
standing
question.
behind Lance, quietly at the camera.
Meanwhile, so
yeah, so
Iggy and Brianna are going at it with other wrestlers periodically
wrestlers
coming into the
around.
fray.
Iggy finally gets the upper hand enough, gets her down into the root kit, aka the armbar.
Mhm.
I'm sorry.
I love that.
You've
In
also,
the-
yep,
In
you've
the
also got
exchange, who else was there?
Amy, Chris Chaos,
All right, perfect.
and
Chris is on here.
yep,
So while I have her in the armbar, and she looks like she might actually be about to tap out,
Uh-huh.
if it's okay for Chris Chaos
Yep.
plot-wise,
Mhm.
Chris Chaos comes in and breaks it up and just
Yep.
like kicks me in the back of the head. Not quite a full curb stomp, but just
like super kick.
the super like we're armbar like getting her toward the ground. And she
Oh,
just,
okay.
Like yeah, it's like a sweeping up kick to get me to break the armbar. Takes
Almost the sick kick, yeah. Like
yeah, that's what I was thinking, like the sick kick,
Mm-hmm.
and like takes it from there. Like while I'm stunned from being hit from behind with that, like I don't what's his move kit basically. What's his style?
He's more of a grappler and brawler.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got some ground and pound. He's built kind of like Son of Havoc. Is probably the best, but he doesn't fly as often.
Got it. So basically he goes in for the ground and pound, like not so much that he was saving Brianna, just as that I was
Yeah, just taking
conveniently easy target.
advantage. Right, absolutely.
He gets to get the full on top advantage and just like on top, just doing the wailing, alternating punches. Goes in for kind of a half-assed pin. I kick out at one. Try to sort of get into the next where I'm like bringing him up and around, and he ends up going in for another tuck and punch and kind of a thing. But since he's fairly predictable at this point, since he's pitched as fairly predictable in his attack method, I managed to predict it, and I'm going to go ahead and wheel him into the firewall finisher. Well,
Okay.
With the black ice is the finisher.
Yeah.
Right.
The firewall,
Which is
sub
a
finisher, which is a not by Walls of Jericho.
Oh, yeah.
Inverted Boston Crab.
right.
Yes.
Inverted Boston double leg crab.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead
Totally
and
not
give me a.
copyrighted move.
That is a. We'll call that a work roll.
Thank God.
Yeah.
10.
Okay. So you keep control. Do you want 2 momentum, or do you want a heat with Chris
I
Chaos?
want the momentum, boy.
Yeah.
Do I want the momentum?
Yeah. The match, we're all going to be interrupting everything.
Oh yeah, it's great. This is exactly what I wanted.
All right. So that's 2 momentum and yes, I figured Ben roll. So keep control. So so he taps out.
So he ends up tapping out.
All right.
Yep.
So it's the
Your current number 1 contender is Iggy Noble.
And he's very Hunger Gamesy now. Isn't
Wow.
he? Perfect. I'm alright with
Your voice has changed.
Tom actually set up his Macintosh's text-to-speech function to do this, so it sounds creepier.
it. So Siri is just narrating everything.
Not Siri. Like your current number 1 contender is.
It's the the old terrible voice. Your current.
Alexa, who's the current AAW number 1 contender?
Oh my god, that would be.
Iggy Noble.
Please.
Right.
All right. So from there, turning to back to my assault on Brianna. But what I'm thinking is that I want, especially since she was like clearly nervous beforehand, I want her to get the pin on me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we planned this, so I would go back to doing that, where just sort of doing, and I want to put her in, like immediately pick her up, scoop her up, and put her into my what would normally be my finisher.
Right.
The black ice, totally not an anaconda ice.
Totally not.
Totally not black. Yeah. Put her in the black ice. She just powers up out of it. The camera comes around to get that dramatic, is she gonna tap out face?
Right.
And she gets that look in her eyes like, not today, not today,
Satan.
and she just powers.
No, Father McDonald's already out.
Oh, sorry.
She just powers up, powers me up, has me sort of up like this, and just smashes me into a wall, which is enough to, especially after the previous, fall, is enough to rattle me, and I would like her to then get over on me. So
Okay.
I like attack. Having just pinned Chris Chaos, I want Brianna to immediately have the
Okay.
fall over.
All right. I'm gonna call that one a heat with Brianna roll.
All right, which is this is 1.
It's just gonna be a flat 1.
Just,
I have a super warm blanket. Oh my gosh.
8.
Yeah, that works.
8. Okay. Do you want another momentum?
I
or-
want the momentum.
Okay.
I'm stockpiling momentum.
Perfect. So Brianna gets the pin
Yeah,
and
just smashes me
announce,
against the wall a
Your
few
current
times.
number 1 contender is Brianna.
and almost immediately Chris Chaos lands the missile dropkick right on her face,
Oh,
and she goes sprawling right away.
And now her face is fucking.
Chaos hops up, like rolls his shoulders and starts to. Chaos turns and then he goes to start stalking after her, and then Marty comes up and tries to go for the schoolboy, and just. Chris actually kicks out, looks down, and gives Marty a stomp, then continues walking. And
Sanguine interrupt.
you can if you want
Does it cost
to
them one
spend.
momentum?
It'll cost you 1 momentum to do an interrupt.
I will spend 1 momentum.
Okay.
Oh my God, you've got 4.
Yes.
No,
That's it?
I
you-
started with 3. I started with 2 actually.
that's fair.
I hate all of them.
Well, how did you start with 2?
I had
Higher.
the audience.
Your audience
we
reset at
always
the
have to
beginning of the
one.
game.
Okay, so you still have
You still have
2.
left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
It's the copywritten song. We
Okay.
can't play
We
this
can't
on
play
this
this song
show.
now.
Okay, so basically, Chris Chaos is trying to stalk away. Sanguine comes up behind him, grabs him by both sides of his head, kicks him in the tailbone, and just smashes him on the ground.
Okay, so wait. I'm gonna need that one more time. There was some talk about cheese balls. I got a little confused.
Okay.
Got distracted.
We just want to put him on the ground.
Sanguine hits him with the cheese ball. So
That's a weird finisher.
Cheese ball!
So-
Cheese ball! It's over!
So Chris Chaos is stalking away. Sanguine walks up directly behind him, grabs him by both sides of the head, does like an elephant stomp kick to his tailbone, and then just drops him on the ground.
I was on Chaos.
On Chaos.
Chaos drops like a rock and gets planted right onto the floor. But you still have narrative control because you interrupted. Brianna is still present, and you've also got one splayed out Iggy Noble, who is recovering from a pin, and Marty is also nearby at this point.
Okay. Sanguine looks around at everybody. Looks around, seems to look up, listen, and then he walks off. Someone follows him, he walks through a door, and there's Madame Destrova.
Oh, you weren't gonna let me do the pool. You walk by a doorway, get pulled in. No, I already
The
did that.
camera goes into the darkness. Madame Destrova is like,
Actually, can we go into
That's
the locker
it.
room? Can we go into the locker room?
Okay.
So you're walking into the locker room and the lights are like flickering, like the rest
Oh,
of the lights
God.
do. And I'm just standing there and I'm like, and I just go.
I thought you were gonna say you do like the creepy teleport thing where they flicker and you're closer to it. They flicker and you're like,
Actually, yeah.
They do like a quick cut in of that, and you're like, okay, just
sorry,
stand here by the
this
end of
whole
it.
spot has the opportunity to be really kind of ridiculous, but
Do
also
it.
awesome.
Do
Let's
it.
do it.
Oh, wait, that's what we need
so
here.
Sanguine is standing there, the lights flicker, she's closer, they flicker again, she's closer, they flicker again, she reaches the spot where Sanguine is, but he's not there anymore.
Right. Because now he's behind her.
Exactly.
And we're just like,
I see you know magic. I see you know magic too.
okay. So,
Sanguine goes from smiling to
Basically-
grinning.
well, and Madame Destrova cracks a slight grin. 'Cause this will be interesting.
Okay. And the next spot is basically just the camera like above the locker room. The light keeps flickering and they keep moving
Yeah.
around just like super fast.
Yeah.
So you're Naruto fighting.
Basically.
Yeah.
Blink, 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 blink. Kagebunshin.
So, at some point though, like, we stop moving and the lights, like, come on
All the way.
all
yes.
the way.
And like
then,
glowing a little bit brighter, like extra
Yeah.
intensity.
yeah. Yeah, because it's like,
Actually,
we're
when the lights turn back on, you both should have already landed a punch in each other's face. Like you're just standing there having both like falling
Actually,
backwards.
I really like the idea of it being like traded super kicks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Just cross legs, you with your
Yeah.
boots right into
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
and it's like,
And then both of you, and then both of you immediately take the legs and go into single leg crabs on each other.
How is this even
No,
physically possible?
We start with one leg, then we switch to the other leg.
And we just go back and forth.
This is ridiculous, but I love it. And so then finally we stop and it's like, and then we go for the wrestling grab. And so I would like to try. So we're in that kind of like wrestling lock sort of thing.
Okay.
the column will tie up.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, where we're like that. And then I would like to turn it around so I kind of have you in an arm bar. So like both of our faces can,
Hold number 10.
you know, can kind of be
Arm
towards the
bar.
camera sort of thing. So I have you in the arm bar, and then I'm just kind of like just wrenching at your arm, and I'm whispering in your ear like, "You were goddamn lucky you already dislocated your shoulder, because like I'm gonna kill you."
Good luck.
The camera just
Okay.
comes out of the hallway for a second, and you hear a Sanguine scream from pain, and then Destrova scream from rage.
Actually, that's perfect. Can
Yep.
it be a segment?
Yes,
Okay.
actually. Okay, so I'm gonna have you actually, because of how that ended, I'm gonna have you roll. You know, you're rolling real.
Ha!
It's a good thing I have momentum still.
Oh, it's a real
really
good
fucking
thing.
Okay,
You ripped
so
your
that's-
own arm
that's
completely
3.
off your body.
Now I'm at. Okay, so
7.
I'm at 5 if I spend both of my
Which doesn't
momentum.
even
Doesn't get
doesn't
you
help.
out.
So you might as well
Doesn't
keep
matter.
them.
So you watch.
You might as well
I've
keep
given
them. Yeah.
myself an injury.
At that point, yes, I think you have.
Yeah, Rowan, don't use those momentum. You're gonna need them
Put
later.
the
Yeah.
momentum back.
No, because at 5 just still not safe.
I'm now curious what the
Well,
injury
and
technician
that would be
problem
really good
is.
if the camera
Because everyone has
steps
a thing
away,
when they have an
so-
injury.
camera, I'd like to do a really quick tape up of like
Mhm.
one of his shoulders, so he
Right.
can still like.
He's still gonna be able to function through the
Right.
through this one for sure.
Momentum.
But
For
yeah.
me, it's gain momentum.
Take this
beginning,
aspirin.
and then lose it all.
All
at
in
the
the
end.
morning.
Really?
All right.
Bad?
So
Game
check off an
over.
injury
Game
box,
over.
and you're just gonna note for yourself.
I believe
We're
that's
gonna-
our first injury in Ace Alley
That is our
It is.
first Ace Alley Wrestling injury.
And it's self-inflicted.
I have been waiting
Our
for this for
first
so
non-kayfabe
long.
injury,
Yeah.
anyway.
Anita,
Um,
Anita almost injured herself and got put over to avoid it because she
Yep.
really didn't want it.
Yeah.
Now, do the announcers want to actually put this up one?
So technically, if I'm the announcer, I can't, and we don't have an official announcer.
Okay.
I'm not giving you guys that out this time.
That's fine.
Spotfest is dangerous.
Yes. As far as the injury, we're gonna go ahead and call it
His arm was
strained
removed from his body.
strained rotator cuff.
No, not his arm was removed from.
Think Bigness comes in just to hit
Disarmor.
you with Sanguine's
Well,
arm.
there's a Wookiee in that dressing room.
It's a mythical weapon.
Yeah, right.
And then Pentagon Junior grabs the arm and just.
Oh,
Oh, man.
wouldn't it be great if like a total if
It,
his
so you'd be like,
his arm did actually come off and like somebody else picks it up and suddenly like the arm still has Sanguine's powers. He's like
they're, like,
holding
holding
it
the
up,
arm out
lightning's
and
coming out of the
yeah.
tip, the fingertips.
This is
They're
the
throwing people around just by waving
What?
his arm.
that would actually be so
What I was,
amazing.
I was really amused by the thought of Pentagon taking out, like facing Sanguine, because that arm break would look super dramatic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, okay,
I
so
just lost control.
yep, that also happened. Well, I think we
Well-
said we were going to cut out, and you're like
We're
trying
gonna
to.
cut out and basically I
Yeah.
was gonna just do a quick tape up being like, you were so damn lucky.
Yep.
You were in the locker room.
In the hallway,
Wow.
in the hallway, Amy
No cookies for you.
Amy stumbles into the hallway from a different angle than the door to the locker room, and like looks around for a minute, like, okay, and turns and starts making her way back up the hallway, like peering and looking around and walking and walking and walking. And then she turns a door, and suddenly she's in the ring room. And in the ring room, in the middle of the ring, Fox. And so Fox is going at it with Ron the Real Deal Steel. I'm gonna step out of the room for 1 sec here, but so I'm gonna give you control on this one.
That's dangerous.
Yeah, I know. That's the best part. Tyler, if you wouldn't mind taking Fox for a moment.
Sure.
You guys are in the middle of the ring when Amy comes into the room, and
Okay.
you've got control of the match.
So Ron has his typical offense going, which is him being beaten on, just being stomped in the corner,
Yeah, Fox is a brawler, so he seriously just got you in the corner, just working you over.
just like stomps on the chest, stomps in the stomach, just like a couple of nice face washes with the boot, like the whole works. Ron just, oh god, no, this is the worst thing that's ever happened to me because everything is the worst thing that's ever happened to me. Amy walks in and guy's attention gets a little distracted, just enough for Ron to like, why'd you stop? Something must have happened. Have to take advantage of this. And pushes guy off and like stumbles to his feet and just points.
That's several miles away in the arena. The crowd goes.
and guy just kind of like rolls his eyes and punches Ron, and Ron just like falls flat and gets rolled out of the ring.
He's hulking down.
So Amy gets into the ring with Guy. Is it Guy? Like,
yeah, it's got Fox.
Okay.
Andrew Fox is a dude.
Okay, Andrew. That's his name.
His name's Guy Fox.
Okay, so Andrew and Amy start exchanging punches in the ring. Left, right, boo, yay, boo, yay.
Yep.
But what they aren't paying attention to is Ron is actually still like lurking around outside the bottom of the ring, going like, "Oh no, I gotta. How do I make?" It looks like he's thinking, "How do I make this better?" But he's not. He doesn't look very smart. So what he chooses to do instead is get into the ring. He slowly crawls up, and as they're still exchanging blows, left, right, Ron runs in and left, right. So now they start left righting Ron back and forth like a
Yay! Yay! Yay!
yay. And when Ron goes, no, and he falls to his knees, he's like, guys, stop hitting me. And then they both start kicking the crap out of him, just stomping on him away.
Especially when they both look at each other and then just dual super kick Ron.
And Ron's like, stumbles a
Keep
little,
account of the amount of super kicks in this match.
falls a little bit forward.
Super kick.
And as Ron gets down to all fours, Andrew actually jumps onto Ron's back and leaps off of him into like a Luthez press on top of Amy and just starts pounding face. Just,
Right.
And then then Ron just like, oh, no, that's not how it's supposed to work at all. And grabs Andrew by his waist as he's on top and just German suplex.
Oh my God! Ron did a move.
And then
It happens.
It looks like he gets up and Andrew's like, what
Yeah.
the hell? And gets over to Amy and like looks like he's about to offer her offer her his hand to like help her up, and she immediately just latches onto an armbar. He's like, "Oh god damn it!" and he rolls over and he tries to get to the ropes, and then the referee's like,
There's no rope break.
"Goody cues, baby." And Ron's like, "Oh, okay, well." Like his face is just like blank. He's like, "Oh, right."
Ladies and gentlemen, your current number 1 contender is Amy Rose.
Go ahead and give me a work roll for that. Yeah.
11.
Anyway, take your 2 momentum and go.
No, I'm keeping this.
Yeah. No. You rolled high
That's
enough
right,
to keep
I
control.
Keep it. Yeah, give me all the momentum. Yes, give to me my precious. So Ron like rolls his eyes. Is like, fine, okay. And Amy lets go of the hold. Andrew comes in and super kicks Amy. Ron rolls his eyes again, and then just lariats Andrew. Andrew?
Fox. Yep.
Andrew, right.
Yep.
Looks to the left. They're both down. Ron pulls Andrew over to Amy, so they're lying next to each other, and then looks to the turnbuckle. Looks to the camera, looks to the turnbuckle, looks to the camera, mugs like an idiot. Huh? Is he gonna do it? And he runs over to the turnbuckle and he throws his hands up to an empty crowd. When who's the list of people here? Oh, that's right. When Father McDonald spears him from the top back into the ring.
The camera actually pans over and catches this. Father McDonald runs in from the doorway, hops up to the apron, and then vaults over the turnbuckle
and just clobbers Ron. And Ron crumples to the ground. He's like, "Oh God, what happened?"
Confess your sins.
So this ridiculous pike happens, right? Yeah. And Ron is on the ground. Oh God! And Father McDonald starts punching at Ron, and then Ron's like, "No, wait, I'm supposed to." Okay. So then Ron starts like fending off the punches and slowly gets back up to his feet, and he starts punching Father McDonald, and they're exchanging blows. And Father McDonald's like, "How? I put you through hell." But Ron will not be put down. Not by a holy man, not by any man, because Ron is the real deal. Steel? Yeah.
Steel.
That's how it works. So then Ron gets a couple more punches in, goes back off of the turnbuckle, goes for a clothesline. Father McDonald ducks under it. Ron bounces off, and then just like jumping Luthez press himself. Yeah, I got this. He doesn't. He pissed off Father McDonald. Oh no. So McDonald's just like he starts taking a hit, and you start hearing like there's like a low grumbling that's like echoes through the sound system that starts rising with a crescendo with every hit Ron lands. When suddenly like the hits stop looking like they do anything, and it's just his eyes are blank as he's on the mat being punched, and his face isn't moving, and he just sits up with Ron like, what the, and then
Tom hits a button in the control room. Every TV screen lights up with pictures of fire.
The lighting in the room turns red.
Yep.
Father McDonald just like reaches out with a hand and lifts Ron up as he climbs to his feet and just choke slams him right back down to hell and just stays in the pose for another 1, 2, 3.
Okay, that one. Give me a. Ooh.
You see the stats?
Yeah, I know. Look.
Okay. I'm fine. That's an 8.
That's an 8.
I'll take my momentum and get the fuck out of this. Your new champion, or your new number 1 contender.
Ladies and gentlemen, your new number 1 contender is Father McDonald.
So McDonald turns, and it's just a sequence of just flurries. Fox comes at him. McDonald takes Fox, throws him out of the ring. Rose comes at him. McDonald takes Rose, flings her out of the ring, and then Ron.
Catches her at the last second.
I was gonna give it. Whoops. McDonald turns and Marty comes in, like has slid into the ring and just kind of like Oh no 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 no! And McDonald comes up and just lariats Marty's back over the ropes and clear out of the ring, and he looks around for a minute and just, and then goes to get like roll out of the ring and stalk off out of the room.
Can I actually step in? To see?
If
It'll
you want
cost
to
you a
spend the momentum.
Any of you can spend momentum and interrupt into control. Okay, so
I can interrupt. We were still fighting, so we would drag you into the scene with me.
if you want to
No,
interrupt
I
and
kinda
involve
wanted
it, you
to
can.
have, like,
That's head to head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, that leads neatly into what I was going to do next, because Father McDonald turns down the hallway, stumps some more, and the camera is following him behind his back. And when he opens a door and turns, he looks into the empty the trainer's room with the weights, and there's nothing in it. He takes a few steps, the lights come back on after a moment, and Sanguine is there standing on top of one of the racks, standing on the bench part of it, looking down at him. And now McDonald looks considerably more serious. Not like he's full of rage, but there's a certain gravitas, and he looks at him and just goes, "Arcane. I understand now." And there's just sort of a pause between the two, and I am going to. This is a partial seed control
And
because
then
I
he shoots fire from his hands, and Sanguine blocks it with
Da,
water off
da, na, 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 na. All right, and I'm going to go ahead and pass partial control over to Sanguine because I am pushing an angle on Father McDonald here.
He's welcome.
You understand less than you think, McDonald. There's still too much you have not learned. You cannot control what you know.
I understand what I must do to win. I will not be that loser.
Winning is
I will not stay in service. And there's sort of like a little bit of a hunch to him now. The hair is a little more ragged. The frock, which is normally very well positioned, is now a little bit ragged. The collar is kind of off to one side a little, and he's sort of like there's a hint of loose shamble around him.
Yeah.
The lighting in the room is still somewhat dim. It's very chiaroscuro. It's all like one-sided.
If you have made yourself a slave to power, then you've left me no choice.
It's exactly what I wanted. I will go ahead and now cede full control to you, but you have an idea where I'm going with McDonald.
Okay. So, the match obviously starts with an epic stare down.
Of course.
Then, they start slowly walking towards each other, and then speeding up and running faster, and then they start trading straight up blows.
Yeah, just hauling off.
Yeah.
I hope it's your left arm you're punching with this time.
Yeah, Sanguine is notably holding one arm behind his back and mostly only using one hand.
Right. It's for
But
show.
Trying to make
Yes.
it look cool.
Well,
Yeah, he's
it's for
so
show.
awesome.
And obviously, this guy is below him. He only needs one arm to.
You're like,
All right. This is a heat interaction. So go ahead and roll your heat with McDonald, which would be a 1 if you don't already have any.
Yeah. I'm rolling terribly.
Yeah.
So he punches me in my wounded shoulder. A lot harder than he intended to.
I'm not necessarily having you take an injury in this situation.
Okay.
But he does, however, make a mistake, and he full on like clocks you right in the jaw.
Okay.
So I'm not giving you a lasting injury, but you go down like a pile of bricks before the segment's supposed to be over.
Okay.
And just like
all out down or just down?
like floored.
Okay.
And McDonald stands over for a second and goes, "I just better look really menacing," and just like, and very hurriedly the camera cuts away to somewhere else.
Yeah, Fatal Attraction. Where Sanguine looks like a punk. That's everybody.
Hey, you said you wanted to fight everyone. Now do it with actually only one arm.
Right.
I will win if I have to kill myself.
What you don't know is
guys today.
so
Turn
both
heel and commit suicide.
of my hips are actually double jointed,
They are now!
What you don't know is that my spine is double jointed. Wait, spines don't have joints!
So
What do you mean? Of course I can survive in space without this helmet.
we cut back to the
My
ring.
lungs are double jointed.
That's not how lungs work, Lance!
I'm not left helmeted either. All right, so we cut back to the practice room, and now Fox and Marty and Amy and how many other people can I pull into this? The three of them are going at it. Ron is still out cold from being chokeslammed, so he's actually in the middle of the ring. Yet somehow none of them have tried to pin him because the other three are all threats. Don't get ahead of me. So
then thick bigness.
So Marty manages to get Amy Rose gets Fox out of the ring. Marty manages to get Amy out of the ring, and then Marty kind of braces, looks around, and goes, "I'll do it. Oh God, should I do it? Should I do it? Should I do it? Should I do it? Should I do it?" And he runs back for the reverse rope, bounces off of it, and he goes for the tope suicida. And Thick Bigness catches him in midair from out of
Again, the
frame.
Dirty Dancing lift.
Yes, this is legit the Dirty Dancing lift. They stand there for a second, and Marty actually.
This song is also copyrighted.
So-
Technically, if we are singing it, it could be a parody of it.
Right. Marty gets caught in the Dirty Dancing lift and actually looks down at Thick Bigness,
It's one of those cheesy camera angles where you actually see it from Marty.
and then it pans down to Thick Bigness, who's not even looking at him. He just goes and just gorilla press. He steps forwards, and Marty just lands on the floor like a ton of bricks.
Actually, can I change that from a girl press? It's not a move I've always wanted to see done from that.
What?
So instead of that, he spins him around and snaps him into a power slam.
Oh, he spins him into the
Yeah.
over the shoulder
Yeah,
and just.
power slam.
Yes, that's also safer.
Yeah.
So, plant, and Marty's just on the ground. Thick is just Fox runs at him, and Thick just kind of goes plink, and Fox goes flying.
Bounces off.
Amy Rose runs at him, and when Thick kind of goes for a clothesline, Amy actually ducks under it and runs out of the room. And Thick just shrugs, plants a foot on Marty, and he gets the pin.
Okay.
So,
Gentlemen, your current #1 contender is Thick. His name is really Thick Bigness, Tom? I don't understand.
You got it legally changed.
Shut up and say it,
read.
computer.
Just read the card.
That seems so silly. Thick
Read.
Bigness? Couldn't we call him anything
Read.
else?
Mike cuts off.
What, you want a serious name? Like Brutus Beefcake?
It's Thyke Bigness.
Dikwe.
Really, Commander? Probing Uranus.
I forgot about that. So, Thick turns and chuckles his way out of the room, looking for large heavy things. I don't know. And he comes around the corner, and as he comes around the corner, there's already a fight in progress, and it's between Iggy and Chris Chaos, who are now going at it again.
Does Thick Bigness, instead of having step quotients, he has lift quotients? Yeah.
So I'm gonna go ahead and cede control. Iggy is fighting Chris Chaos in the it's a hallway brawl outside of whichever door you like,
Cool.
and from down the hall, Thick Bigness comes into the hallway.
So we are in front of a door which has a sign on it that says "Control Room." Backstage information. It's not actually a control room. It's
Right.
just a larger staff closet.
It's
a
it's a
larger closet.
It's a closet that
But
somebody
it has
stuck
a
paper
nice
on.
sign on. It's a dark room that has a sign on it that says "Control Room."
Sorry, my mental image of this is him staring at the screen from the locker room and just standing at the fuse box and flickering.
All right, so your brawl is right outside of a door that conspicuously says "Control Room"
Control Room.
in a sign that
I'm
might
sure that won't matter.
in a sign
it's
that
totally taped over a supply.
that's definitely an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper taped on something.
Yeah.
Of course.
but it's a conspicuous control room.
But it's
sign.
laminated.
Yeah, so therefore it must be real.
It's real.
Yeah.
So before Thick Big or as Thick Big as Thickquay Big Nay is entering the hallway.
Meanwhile, Thunk Big Noodle steps down.
Is this gonna become like the Benedict Cumberbatch?
Thought experiment Bandersnatch.
So at the point,
Yes.
at the point when Thick Bigness came back into the hallway, it had been just a full on
Just street fight
a full on
punch,
straight
yeah.
up street fight, sort of where mixed martial arts has broken down into more just like the quick jab, but
Yeah.
still kind of like.
Are you two like trying to like legit fight at this point?
If he is, I will, but I'm not. I wasn't planning on fighting stiff, but if he's like a stiff fighter, I will stiff fight back.
He'll like get a stiff shot in once in a while, and you probably give him the receipt, I would guess. But he's not like overly fighting stiff.
Right.
Yeah.
Just a little strong style.
Yeah, he's
yeah.
Little bit like so.
Yeah, right. Oh my god, he's so weird.
I know, it's great.
It's on the Tumblr post. It's just his entrance and somebody saying, "Someone who understands wrestling, tell me what's happening."
Well, the
here."
thing is, it's his entrance at one of the takeovers with all the
violinists.
violinists.
Yeah.
Like humps the air.
Right. It's just like
He
why
reminds me of Voldo. But anyways.
you just stand there like Pero like why?
Voldo's way cooler. He can hump people in the air for minutes.
Moving on.
But at the point when before Thick Bigness entered the hallway, it was sort of just a jab. So Chris has his back turned to I'm the one that sees Thick Bigness coming out of the hallway. I'm just kind of like I get that. I get a look on my face that's just like a
Oh no.
without the non-hand face palm like
Right.
So I like what I did. I kind of get a shoulder in, like I'm going down for a ground and pound, and I just sort of lean back and simple drop kick Chris Chaos into, not planning to knock anybody over, but into Thick Bigness. And at which point I say, "Bigness, have fun."
Turn just
Yep. And then I
duck into the controller.
Then I turn. And, like the camera pans down to them for a while and sees like Bigness just like I destroy this one too, breaking him over his knee. But while they're doing that, the camera pans away, and I lean down the hallway. But I grab the door to the doorknob to the room that says control room. Yeah. Lean down the hallway and just like look down the hallway and just like.
And you just like wave at.
I motion at somebody,
Yeah.
open the door. Like hold it open, and like a second later, a figure in an all black,
like black hoodie pulled down tight, like black
sleeves,
cap,
just like runs past and ducks into the control room.
I have no idea.
I close the door, and you hear like a chair sliding up against the door.
All right, and we turn back, and meanwhile, Thick Bigness is practically doing like the thing with Chris Craft where he holds a leg and just goes like this, but not quite. Right.
Does he do the Big Show thing where he seriously just gets a pinfall on a wall?
Like, do we 1, 2?
The ref tilts his head sideways and just goes 1, 2.
He won the hardcore
3.
championship like that once. He just picked up Crash Holly and just put him on the wall, and the ref's like,
Okay.
Sure.
yeah.
All right. But Thick Bigness is still currently the #1 contender, so he just has he's hit double pins now.
Oh, good lord.
So at this point, what do I even call that? Is this? Do you wanna leave that plot thread for now?
Yeah. Well, the next time you come back to me,
We'll use it.
yeah, we'll use it.
Okay. So we'll actually cut to Thick drops Chaos and turns around to go up the hallway, and abruptly we cut over his shoulder, and we find Madame Destrova standing at the other end of the hallway regarding him.
Regarding Thick Bigness?
Yes.
Oh goodness.
I don't know if I have to pay like for this, but could this be a 3-way hallway? And at the other end of the third hallway is Father McDonald.
I'm ceding control to Madame Destrova, so if Madame Destrova needs that to happen, it could.
I might actually, because I don't think, like, I mean, I guess I could try.
Reminder: you
to,
guys
like,
can pull in other players as well. That's okay.
Yeah.
So
I
when
just
you're
love the idea of the three monsters meeting in the middle of the back.
Yeah.
I love the idea of Ron falling from the ceiling in the middle of this three-way hallway.
We're all staring at each other.
That's your interrupt.
How did I get here?
he
so
just
I
chokeslammed so hard he went through and then through the roof again.
I would actually like Father McDonald to be there because I kind of feel against
Mm-hmm.
the actual hulking monster. We need us two psychological monsters. To
That's fair.
down.
I mean, if you want control-wise, you can also, tell me how Thick Bigness responds to the gaze of the basilisk if you get there.
It's true.
But I am okay with this is good too. So it's you and Thick and the father in the hallway
Yeah.
with the candlestick and the sorry.
Yeah. Right.
Okay.
Right. So I think what we do is who was Thick Business throwing around?
Thick business.
Chris,
I like thick
Chris
business.
Chaos.
Sorry, I'm really tired.
No, it's okay. Chris Chaos just got dumped on the floor after
Okay.
getting pinned to a wall
Um.
by a horizontal ref.
Yeah.
Thing
right.
business is a real problem.
So
Thonk Bushwhack is
So
currently.
basically, I actually don't see him first because if it's like a T hallway, I would see the father
Mhm.
and
Friend of the sun and the desert.
right, and he's kind of held my interest for a while.
Mhm.
So we're slowly like walking towards each other. Is father still in like Hellfire mode
Mhm.
or okay, great.
He just
Okay.
took
That's basically
down
where
the
he's
dude
staying for the rest of the.
Oh, he's permanent Hellfire.
At least
mode?
narratively
At least
so
for
far.
today.
Narratively so far, that's where he's staying for the rest of the match,
Okay, so
unless you guys change it.
I kind of crack a smile and start walking towards him. And when we meet, that's when we hear Thick Business. Whatever.
Thought business.
Thick,
Yes.
Benedict
TV.
Cumberbatch.
big comes down the hallway.
He comes
TV.
running towards us.
Clomp, 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 clomp.
Yeah, exactly.
Walls are
Oh my
shaking,
God,
dust
his-
is falling from the ceiling.
His steps have an accent.
And so Father McDonald and I basically turn towards and like in unison we like super kick.
Thick,
Bit.
yeah.
Bigness.
TB.
You give Bigness the
I'm
business,
so
yes.
sorry.
All right.
We,
You super kick tuberculosis.
because that's what you have to do to kick the habit.
You- so okay, so
People
you
are addicted to tuberculosis.
okay, so you
And I
both
gotta get my TB shots.
right. So you both super kick Thorburgers, and then
Burgers.
Yes. And
Poor Tim Burton.
and I would actually like him not to go down entirely, but just kind of be like
stunned for a second, like
Yeah.
whoa,
Yeah.
huh,
And then we kind of look at each other like
just like huh.
and so
The upset
then-
determination look, like.
I see you guys don't skip leg day.
You noticed. But let's see what happens.
Leg day is important to your overall health. You should never skip leg day. Catherine can tell you.
Actually, I think at this point,
Mm-hmm.
Father McDonald and I look at each other. We just nod and then we run down opposite ends of the hallway.
You just
yeah, we're like. Fuck
Wait,
this.
come back. One of you might make a good sword.
Exactly. That's
And
what
then,
we're like.
after that, Amy Rose actually jumps up, and suddenly Amy Rose is around the back of Thick Bigness, with her hands in just straight triangle chin lock, just trying to wrench his neck back. And then she's trying to adjust it to the sleeper hold, and Thick sort of like backs her into a wall. She goes like snap, and then tries to like work him into the sleeper hold again. He backs her into another wall. She tries to like keep wrenching him, wrenching,
It's very
Wrenching.
difficult to fight both.
and then from out of nowhere, you just see a boot, and Thick, whose head is already back, just kind of goes and tips over to the side. And when Amy drops, she looks up, and Vengeance is standing over both of them.
So Amy starts to get to her feet, and
Mm-hmm.
Vengeance just punches her in the face, slamming her back down into the ground.
Yeah.
He rolls, and his Thick Bigness is kind of on his back,
Right.
on top of her. So
Yep.
he pulls Thick on top of her, so that she can't kick out, and then lies on top of Thick and tries to get the tin.
Okay.
I can't breathe.
Yeah, like he's really big.
And bigness.
Okay. Let's call that a
You see the stats.
look roll. Look roll. I know what stats there are. That doesn't mean I always know which one to use.
I got 5, everybody.
These blue
I got
dice.
5.
These blue
Five,
dice.
Okay.
so, I mean,
I can spend my two momentum to get up to 7, I suppose, and then not be able to interrupt later in the match. But
It's up to you.
Yeah, I'd really like to not botch this because it'll probably kill Amy if I botch this. I'll spend it up to a 7.
Okay.
What did you hit her with?
Thick.
With thick bigness.
Oh, Jesus.
Thick makes a pretty good sword when you don't have yours.
Broadsword.
Please don't do that. Okay,
Is it a
so
sword for ladies?
please don't do that.
It's a sword for everyone.
Okay, debatable. All right. So you're gonna bump that to a 7?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want another momentum?
That would be giving up control, and I
Correct.
just got control for 30 seconds. I
That
don't
is
keep
true.
Control.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and
Why
keep
I
control.
haven't interrupted, and I'm going to
So-
let you keep it.
Yeah.
He gets the pin.
So he gets the pin. So vengeance is now your. Thank you. I saw you waiting
New
on that.
contender
Ladies and
is
gentlemen,
Vengeance.
so with that in mind,
Is his name really Vengeance? Shouldn't he have like a real name, like Frank Somerset or?
Read the card.
Vengeance Jones.
Vengeance Jones.
Yeah.
So Vengeance
Doctor. Vengeance.
looks around the hallway now, realizing that he's going to have to defend anyone else from getting the pin, and sees a door called Supply Closet, and opens it up, and because this is a wrestling thing, the Supply Closet is filled with steel chairs, kendo sticks, and tables. So he takes 2 kendo sticks and starts walking down the hall. He comes across Kid Chaos and smacks him in the face. He comes across Marty. He kind of hesitates for a second and then smacks him in the face.
And Marty's like, anything for you, teacher.
Sensei, why?
Senpai noticed me! He noticed me in the face of the kendo
He
stick.
rounds the corner, holding both of his kendo sticks, and Segment Arcade is standing there. And he has a second where he's handing both sticks, and then he tosses Segment a stick. And the two of them face off at the moment that everyone has always wanted. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's a goddamn sword fight in the middle of this hallway.
Basically, the fans are going.
It starts out very slow. Like Vengeance goes for a 2-handed baseball swing, and Sagwood parries it. Sagwood goes for an overhead chop, and Vengeance parries it. And then as things start to speed up, it actually starts to become more and more choreographed. And Sagwood falls back into the fencing fighting position, while Vengeance is still doing like a very samurai.
Yeah, also one arm.
Two-handed. They
Yeah.
end up,
Instead of this one, it's actually back here.
Yes.
they end up finding the there's a section of this used to be a production building for local television before Ace Alley Wrestling took it over. If I can establish that.
Okay.
So they find an old abandoned set with a circular
It was like public.
staircase
It was like public
next to a
access here.
chandelier. And so Vengeance is battling Sagwood up the circular staircase. Sagwood jumps off, somehow
With
cuts
his
the
good
rope
arm.
with his dull and slides down to the bottom of the chandelier.
Meanwhile,
Tom is sitting down at the bottom of the
Quit
rigging.
drinking again.
meanwhile, Dale looks over at Ace and goes, "Did you even know that was there?"
Look, I haven't fully explored the premise.
That what was there? I don't. Oh.
So Vengeance comes off the top of the staircase and jumps down.
Looks over it.
Coming down with the overhead
Looks over
chop.
the- we have a
Sagwood
chandelier?
Just super kicks him right in the face.
Not anymore.
He lands but doesn't fall. He's so out on his feet that he's just been super kicked coming off a second-story staircase, and he's just hovering there. And Sagwood kind of goes. And then just goes bonk. Sagwood goes for the pin, but Vengeance kicks out at the very last second, rolls him over.
Like 2 7/8.
Yep. So he goes for a normal pin. Vengeance rolls him up into a small package of 2 2/8. 1, 2. Sanguine kicks out. The two of them roll to their feet and are standing there, just kind of staring at each other.
At this point, the video kind of
mhm.
seems to shake, and there's a little static interference, and the shape of the Grey Lady appears behind Vengeance and seems to embrace him from behind.
Vengeance immediately spasms like he's being electrocuted, and light pours out of his eyes and mouth because Tom filmed this beforehand and did some stuff with After Effects.
I was gonna say we just cut it. We just cut
Yeah,
into
we just
something.
cut angles.
Yep.
And he is suddenly pulled back into the darkness from which no one sees him. And Sanguine is left alone, standing in the room, wondering what power he's just given power to.
What
Right.
just happened?
Yeah. Right before it cuts out, you can hear
That
someone
was
say,
weird.
"Oh, shit."
That was weird.
Hey, they weren't even wearing the same clothes during that segment.
Vengeance was bleeding in the first shot, and then with the Great Lady grabbed me, magically healed.
Go ahead and roll your heat with Sanguine.
Okay.
We saw
That's
errors.
safe.
Yeah, that was pretty safe.
Gotcha, mania.
Photoshop.
Photoshop.
Continuity.
All right, 12.
Yeah.
12. All right then. Go ahead
so I will
and
keep control.
you can see
The
that
whole
if
rest
you
of the
want.
episode is Vengeance in the Shadow Realm.
Right.
It's a very long political conversation about vampires.
You can,
The whole time he's just thinking, why did I let Ron win that first time?
Yeah,
That's when it all went wrong.
Everything went awful.
that's
as
where it
soon
all
as
went
that-
wrong.
He's on a psychiatrist's couch and the Grey Lady is like, tell me your issues, sweetie.
This
go
will be
ahead
blackmail
and
later.
take the 2 momentum though.
Yep.
And okay, well, I'm going to actually go ahead and move control to Sanguine then,
Oh, awesome.
since you are now alone in the room.
I kind of want thick bigness to come out of nowhere and close line.
You're walking through the woods.
He's
No,
just,
no,
You're
no,
seeing it out of
no,
the
no.
corner of
I
your
know how
eye.
that story ends.
Thick bigness.
This is actual cannibal thick bigness.
Can we not? He's supposed to be a face.
Faces get hungry.
I'm saying.
That's
And
the next Chef Boyardee commercial
Yeah.
for AAW. Thick bigness. Don't eat Segment Arcade. Have a Snickers.
have this hostess
You
fruit
want to
pie.
have a face cannibal.
You're not you when you're hungry. And then it's Anita's like, I feel better.
Can we please do this?
We should film fake commercials that AAW wrestlers will have to take a part in.
Oh god, this match
Just
is so
on blam.
difficult.
They're all
Let's
on
put in the easy button. Boop. Hey, now you're fighting Ron Steele. All right, that's fine.
So Sanguine is standing
Ron's
there,
like,
staring into the darkness. He looks at it from a couple of different angles. He puts down the kendo stick.
Does he
He
attack
casts
the
magic
darkness?
missile.
Yeah.
Some blue sparks shoot out of his hand and into the darkness and just immediately disappear. And there's kind of a hollow echoing sound.
This is an actual pyro effect. It's a physical pyro effect that we set up. So for a half second, you hear Tom's voice off in the darkness going, "Ow, fuck!"
Somebody actually paid their own money to make
Yeah.
the pyre happen. Like,
I'm actually deeply nervous. How did you get the blue sparks without power sliding?
So
Okay.
after that, yeah, there's a heavy clumping down the hallway. Sanguine turns slightly and then ducks at the last moment, and Thick Bigness's arm comes over his head. And
woof.
stumbles into
Like,
the frame.
not even thick bigness, just the arm.
Yeah. Camera moves around.
Is Thick Bigness still the #1 contender at present?
Yes.
No,
the
Vengeance.
current-
Oh, that's right.
New
Vengeance is-
contender is
Oh, sorry,
Vengeance.
took it. That's right.
But Vengeance is now AWOL. So,
Yeah. No one knows where if Vengeance pops up again in this match, he's going to his clothing is going to be tattered. He's going to be smoking slightly.
so Bigness is like, oh, thought it was worth a try. And was like, actually, I need you to do me a really big favor right now. Can we talk for a second?
Do you want to cut away after that, or?
Yeah. So basically, the idea is Thick Bigness is getting sent after Father McDonald
Okay.
because he's probably the only one who has the power to take him on right now.
Right.
Whereas Sanguine is going to go looking again for Madame Destroyer.
Okay. So
We're not finished.
we're going to cut back to we're going to cut to the locker room, and we sort of like fade into a panel of the locker room where we kind of are panning past, and then we pan through, like, there's, the stalls. You can hear the noises of fighting in the background. We pan past some of the benches. We pan to the metal lockers, when all of a sudden you just see Andrew Fox's head go through a locker.
Oh my god.
Which is pre-gimmicked, and just and the door bends inwards and like knocks into the locker and dents in, and Fox just kind of like sags down. Chaos runs into the frame, looks down at him, and then turns and then ducks off again. The camera continues panning past the lockers. One of the lockers opens and like, and Marty is like hiding in it, just like. It continues panning past Marty. We pan farther on. There's a yell, and then Amy Rose goes sprawling, Chris Chaos goes sprawling past the door, and Amy Rose charges after him, as if she's coming down for a punch. They move towards the door, and then all of a sudden there's a ooh, and then Amy and Chris Chaos both turn, and they're running as Father McDonald stumps past the doorway, just like. They continue to push towards the door, and when they almost make it, the door suddenly shuts with a loud bang. The door opens again, and sort of like wobbling away from it, and is oh my god, I'm out of wrestlers.
Joe Crank is here.
No, it's Ron
the
Steele.
door spot.
It's Ron Steele. Ron has actually been thrown into the door instead of the door being opened into him. But when the door opens, Ron is suddenly there where he wasn't before, and just kind of flat. And we kind of pan the rest of the way out into the hallway, and we turn, and Father McDonald is now like face back, like looking over his shoulder, one hand behind him where he had just clearly like thrown the door, like run into the door. Turns and just continues walking, like doesn't even go for the pin. Stumps down the hallway. So we cut to the ring room where Amy and Chaos are going at it. Chaos tries to power slam Amy into the ring. Amy actually lands on her feet, grabs Chaos, and then shoves him backwards into a bridging pin, which Chaos kicks out of. Chaos tries to go for an enziguri, and Amy ducks back out of the way, so Chaos plants himself on the floor, rolls out of the ring. Amy looks, backs up for a second, and then takes a couple of steps towards along the ring, and then does a Fosbury flop, just like full on pole vault over the ropes, and then just collapses down onto Chaos, who goes sprawling as Father McDonald walks into the room. But at the same time, from another door, Madame Destrova comes into the room facing Father McDonald.
Dun, dun, dun.
So, I basically motioned to him and be like, please, finish. I'll wait.
McDonald, like, it's the brief stare down. And then I assume McDonald goes after Chaos and Amy.
Yeah, so he goes for the pin because they're basically on the ground.
Yeah, well, Amy just got the offense, and so she sort of can, like, half stagger her way up, and McDonald just kind of, like,
yeah,
and then, like, choke slams her, but in this case, he actually choke slams her into the Stample Timekeepers area, so there's a pair of chairs. He just, but, like, they're laid out flat, so she can sort of take it flat along, but just, whoomp, and the chair ends up, like, with a bent leg. When she sprawls, McDonald kind of, like, reaches down with both hands and just lays hands both on Chaos and Amy at the same time. The pin gets counted, and McDonald gets that pin, stands up, and then turns to face Destrova.
Your new number one contender is Father McDonald.
I've been waiting for this for a long time. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Oh,
And so,
Are you cutting on to him?
I'm a little bit on. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm in half mast also.
The answer is yes, no.
You did, but you also tapped into the choke me, Daddy. So
I was not going for
you
that.
didn't go quite that far.
So
No.
Is that a yo or a nest?
That's choke slam, and
Choke
no.
So basically, he rushes towards me, sort of thing, and as he's running towards me, I just go to the side to do the Iron Curtain, sort of thing, which clotheslines him, and basically I want to bring him down, and then I go into the interrogation, which is essentially the arm bar, where I'm like twisting.
Similar to the one that you did on Sanguine, where you're right
Yeah.
behind him and you're like, you can get
Exactly.
right in their ear.
Yeah, and so like basically I can just be like,
You just see murmurs, like you can't hear what they're saying.
exactly. But you know, I'm just kind of being like, you know, tell me, this sort of thing.
Tell me you quit! Tell me you surrender! Tell me you were a coward!
Kind of doing that, and then he
No.
manages to flip it out, sort of thing, and get me down into like almost kind of like a penitent sort of thing, where he's just like pray or whatever. And then
He's not even using terminology like repent anymore.
Yeah.
He's
just far gone. He's like,
well, there's like any of the yells are they're somewhat unintelligible, and when they have more to do with power now than they do. No. No, his voice has dropped about half an octave to what like it's in the range he used to use when he would play the psycho character, but it sounds very grim and composed now.
Yeah. So he has me down, and then basically what I do is I manage to shift my weight to get some leverage so I can kick out his legs, sort of thing, so he can flip over, and then
Is it dead?
so I kind of like kick him back so he moves back, and then when I move up, basically he goes to do like the lay on hands, which
Right.
grab my face, but then I grab his, and so we're just locking our dual stairs sort of thing. And because like what is this lay on hands thing?
It's what we always talked about. This is a head crush.
Yeah, it's the head crush sort of thing. But I'm giving him the basilisk.
And so you're just glaring at each other.
Yeah, and like the idea with the killer glance of the basilisk, it's not necessarily that it turns you to stone, but it makes you like regret everything.
Right.
Stare.
It's a pen and stare, basically.
Right.
So like we're
It's
just kind of
like full battle of wills.
And if possible, we did this gag where both of us have like blood coming out of our eyes.
One of you is bleeding from your nose.
Yeah.
The
like
other.
No bleeding.
The other one from the.
No bleeding.
It's all fake.
It's definitely fake. It's definitely fake. But like,
I just want you to know if this scene were being watched by you and I, immediately sitting on the couch at home would go, "Kiss already!"
Totally would.
Now, Kith.
I would like to spend one momentum to interrupt.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean we're kind of locked.
Okay, so
That's fair.
You seem like a decent fellow. I hate to kill you.
You guys are all locked up.
Your goals, they lie.
Sanguine comes up behind Anna Destrova. Thick Business comes up behind
Father McDonald.
Father McDonald, and they simultaneously do a double dragon.
Nice.
One and then two.
Nice.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
Can I
You have narrative control now.
You paid the momentum.
Okay, so
Yeah, you
that's
cut.
a roll.
You cut in before Madame Destrova could get a roll off, which is okay.
Okay.
But so what do you? So double dragon suplex, and then is it like a dragon sleeper or a double like?
It's
throw-
a dragon suplex and then vaulting over them and then a second
dragon suplex. Okay.
That's actually.
Is that interrupting going right into a roll from the
Yeah, that sounds like
Yeah,
that sounds
I think that's a work roll.
Awesome.
Oh no!
5 plus 3 is 8. I just made it.
Okay, so keep momentum or take a momentum or keep control.
I will
You did
take
just
them.
get here, so that's either way.
I know, but I really want
Momentum.
momentum, and I really want Madame Destrova to hit me with her finisher so that I can do plot.
Okay, so yeah, since she's right here and it was just the one suplex, I'm gonna go ahead and pass that.
Okay, cool. So, how do you land the dragon?
It's a full Nelson suplex, so you've been dropped on the back of your neck twice.
Oh shit. So I assume after the second one, I'm there, and then I just kind of like get up, and like my head's all kind of tilted. I'm like,
It's a little bit sneaky.
it's
Yeah, oh,
lot
for sure.
sneaky. And I go for a chokehold, and so I'm like, I basically like wipe the blood from my face, and I go for like a chokehold.
Sanguine is blocking it with magic, but just barely.
Like,
holding his own arm.
And
up in
then
the air.
is that when you do like the turn away and then the
yeah, exactly. And then I'm just like.
Sanguine now ducking behind his hand, which starts smoking.
Dude, that's so cool.
How far we've gone into fantastic in this match.
just especially with just
Yeah.
these two and Father McDonald,
Yeah.
which is fine.
Yeah. Can you do the roll for this?
Oh yes, I can.
Okay.
What's the name of it?
7
Okay.
plus look.
No, it's a well. If you're just doing the KGB, it's a straight roll. If you're doing
Okay.
what kind of roll is that, Ben? Actually, that's up to you.
For that,
Finisher.
Because technically I have +2 heat. Yeah.
because
If I gain, never mind.
because Sanguine is trying to do the block, I would actually go ahead and call that a heat roll though.
Okay.
It is the KGB, but
So
we're
then
gonna
9.
call it a wrestling move.
9. Awesome.
So it's not like a super success.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Do you want to transition control back and keep the momentum?
Yeah, I can move him.
Take a momentum.
Thank
okay. So basically, I just want to describe what happens because that should have been a successful thing. So Sanguine's hand is smoking. He puts the other hand out, and there's a flash of light between the two of us. Sanguine's hand is still after
It's
the
like,
flash dissipates.
Oh, look, that's how he injured his right arm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right.
His arm is still smoking, and he goes.
Oh, gross.
And light comes out of his eyes, and smoke comes out of his mouth, and he collapses on the floor and passes out.
Hit him!
Yeah, I do.
This Trevor just kind of looks, goes,
I'm trying really hard to sell you.
right.
Thank you. No, I love it. I love it.
I would actually venture here that Thick Bigness appears, and this time you just straight give him the KGB.
Yeah.
And Thick just kind of goes like, and it's like turns and runs away.
Crying.
Just like, no. I
Crying,
didn't
calling
mean
for his
it.
mom.
I just
Exactly.
I just wanted to lift people, mommy.
So pin is successful.
So successful pin. Madame Destrova is now the number one
Your
contender.
new number one contender is
Madame Destrova.
Hey, see, Tom, that name makes sense.
Yes, that's a first and last name. Madame's a good proper first name.
Dale, we're never hiring her again.
I am a professional, Thomas.
So
That's not even my name.
I'm sorry, Dale. I promise I won't bring my girlfriend around again.
So
I'm shocked I
Big
still
Nick
have a
has
girlfriend.
Run from the ring, crying and asking for his mommy,
Mm.
which is great. Madame Destrova, after pinning Sanguine and just kind of being like, whoa, like secretly, but not showing it, she looks around for Father McDonald,
Mm-hmm.
and he's nowhere to be seen.
dun
So
dun
she
dun.
goes off and starts running
Mm-hmm.
out to one of the other rooms.
Okay. As she's running out one door, Brianna runs in the other, and stops, looks around the room, and
Sees it down saying what arcane.
right, tempting.
Can the same person be pinned repeatedly?
Smoking from the mouth.
Yes. Still
Right.
smoking from the mouth. Just
And
a
the
little.
eyes.
And
Yeah.
eyes, right?
Basically, Tom is doing this for his special effects this
Yeah.
episode. He's like, I'm
He
so
just
fucking
took his
awesome.
first. He just finished his first 6-month After Effects course in college. And
Right.
he's really proud of what he's been doing.
Like,
Yep.
And exactly how well he's splicing in the pre-recorded footage here.
Tom's got this, guys. Good job. All right, so
We can make him high five himself.
Because no one else will.
He's
It's
the
just-
whole team.
he's just got things to do.
In his defense, he was holding up a high five for Dale the entire time, but Dale is just staring at the screen, so technically she doesn't see him. So
It's her job.
A little bit of it just going, I still can't believe they went in my goddamn office.
So Brianna is walking through. She sees the down sanguine, like, and then starts to move towards him. And from behind one of the cabinets, or like from the top of one of the cabinets from the darkness, Fox actually leaps out and just does like a just flying elbow drop, and both of them go sprawling, like rolling out of the way. After a moment, Brianna sort of like shoves him off at the what would have, like, they're both sprawled out, but one's on top of the other. After the 2 count, Brianna shoves him off, gets like struggles back to her feet, holding on to the side of the ring that she's been pushed into, and Fox rolls over, gets to his knees, looks up, and just and the two of them face down for a moment, just kind of like. And then they both jump into a collar and elbow where Fox is repeatedly trying to push Brianna back into the side of the ring, and Brianna is kind of bracing herself into it, so he can't quite move her, and he's just shove, and they're seesawing back and forth, so you can tell that they're both pushing. Brianna actually gets one leg behind Fox and goes for a full takedown, and then backs up, cracks a knuckle, and goes for a swing, and Fox rolls out of the way and turns to run out of the room in the direction away from Sanguine. Brianna turns to run after him. The two take off down the hallway with the cameraman jogging after, and they run down past a door that reads control room.
So right before, well, the first thing that happens after the camera gets to control room, like about a full second pause on the door, and the lights inside of the entire building flicker and come up a little bit, and then the door starts to open out into the hallway, and you see Iggy just come, like, kind of look out, but as he's opening the door, you hear a and he kind of looks around to the side out the door, and there's
Ron Steele.
there's Ron the real deal Steele standing in the hallway, having just staggered from having been doored in another part of the. He's like, so, like.
Ron just gives him a face like, "You motherfucker," and then falls over.
I was like, so like.
Like regarding each other for a second.
Yeah, like I was like, what the? And he's just kind of standing like this, hand against the wall, and like covering his nose where the door just hit him. And I lean back in towards the control room. I say, just one second. Take the door, grab Ron Steele by the back of the head, and just start whang, 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 like repeatedly. The camera's only seeing it from that back angle,
Right.
So, and Ron's got a hand up, so it's just like
But Ron's other hand is out this way, going ow.
But Ron just like over and over and over and over, like maybe like 6 or 7 times, of just like bashing the door against his head. Kind of take him.
Added in a wet crunch.
Yeah. Take him, like push the door out of camera view again, so that Ron is somehow still standing, but he's down to one knee. Push him over. Just put a foot on his chest for a pin.
Okay. And go ahead and roll me look on that one, because that was all selling.
I have momentum, so oh god. All the momentum that I have will get me to not failing that.
Yes.
Okay.
What did you roll?
I rolled a 4. Oh, the 4-3. No, it's not enough.
Oh, geez, you botch. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh god, you
So-
botch a.
I botch a door bashing.
Oh god.
The door comes off the hinges, and it's a steel door.
No, I have a far worse thing to do to you here.
Okay.
So you bash Ron, and Ron miscounts the number of door hits he's been hit with,
God.
because it's been a number of door hits. So Ron goes to do like a kick out, but the door is still in the way. So he goes to kick out for the door. The door actually swings back, and it hits the wall hard. You kind of stumble off for a second. You back into the cameraman. The cameraman kind of gets knocked over a little bit, backs off this way, and then we can see directly into the control room. And before we had intended to, it's very clear that Marcus Smart is standing in the control room, expecting that he's hiding. And just sort of like everyone, including the cameraman, kind of stands there really awkwardly for a second going,
Marcus realizes there's that moment where he has to get his kayfabe face on. Right. He's clearly like, okay, I'm getting ready for my spot. Oh shit! And just like grabs a folding chair and picks it up and just goes running out into the hallway. Like, not at the cameraman, but just, okay, I can't do this spot anymore. Okay.
He's just well,
you could just come out and smash somebody and pull the door closed.
Well, that's more or less my plan. Like,
I thought no chairs was part of the deal.
No, it's no DQ.
No unprotected.
No unprotected chair shots to the head.
Yeah,
right.
like don't just hit people and like that was in game for you guys.
Yeah.
In that case, I'm actually going to cede control.
Sure.
To
So
Marcus Smart.
I'm gonna run in fact, at this point, I guess.
Okay.
So I'll make the run in. I'm gonna run in on Ron.
Did he get the pin on me?
No, it all got screwed up by the mistiming.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So,
he made a
scrap that
mistake.
out.
You inadvertently made a mistake.
So I run in on Ron, which is plus heat with Ron.
Okay.
Which is a 5. No, I don't, because we
you
just
don't?
reset.
Oh.
I will burn my momentum to succeed.
How much do
Okay.
you need? Because if you don't
That
have
was
enough, I can
2.
give you
I need to spend 2. I have to.
Okay.
I'll
Okay.
let you keep yours. You're having more rolling
Okay,
difficulty
that's
than I am.
I gotta stop doing things that involve
It
luck.
happens.
So
On a 7 to 9, it's
yes,
or-
potential. I gain a momentum,
sometimes you get them back.
and my target picks 1. So I'm coming after Ron.
Okay.
Okay.
We can't really book the two of you in a match later.
No, we don't have
so-
time. Your interference doesn't change the result of the match, but their opponent comes after you for interfering in their business. Or you attack them in the ring, resulting in their opponent getting DQ'd. They win the match.
Oh no.
We're in a no.
But
we're
it's
in
a no.
All
It's
right,
a no
great,
DQ
but we're in
match.
no
No,
disqualification.
I
he
know, that would've been
specifically
hilarious.
said there's no DQ unless you hit one of the cameramen.
Which he
You
did.
bump him into a cameraman.
That's
He
true.
gets insta DQ'd. Ron gets a pinfall.
Works for me.
Yep.
Yeah.
So actually, that works perfectly. So Marcus comes running out and goes like, like he's trying to sell, like, Christ, Iggy, do I have to do everything? And like Ron shoves me, and I hit the cameraman. And we do hear in the background, like by disqualification, your new number one contender is Ron Steele, and Marcus just gets this dawning horror on his face. It's like, no, Iggy, come here,
Yeah.
and just starts wailing on Ron with the chair, like, no,
Yeah.
no.
I'll just.
Everything Marcus does. Everything Marcus does. No, not again! I can't! He was right! It did take 30, 14-year-olds! 2 trilbies and a washed up football player!
So in fact, he starts going, no jumper champ, just wailing on the guy. Iggy,
And finally, while I've been doing like the whole like
The co-stomp.
the good fellas kick.
yeah.
Like eventually, like when Ron is just like flailing around on the ground, and just
I'm
like,
selling the
we're okay,
shit out of
we're
it.
okay, we're okay. Back to the plan. Back to the plan. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry,
That's it.
too sweet.
And then you go back into the
budget
And I
too
go back
sweet
and
light.
go back in the control room. The door.
I make sure the door is closed, and then just for the hell of it, I pin Ron.
Wait,
I mean, it's not
okay.
much of. I tried that again. I just like this time I'll go for a full roll
Right.
up on it.
I'm gonna pay a momentum to kick out.
All right. Ron, you now have control of the match.
I now
I still
have.
have the most momentum out
Yes,
of everyone.
he does.
Are you kidding me? This is how I roll, and by that I mean I don't.
Right.
All right, so Ron just took a chair party, kicks out, and goes, "Oh God, oh not again," and just kind of like tries to shove Iggy off, who like goes no, and just shoves Ron back down for another pin attempt. Ron kicks out like, "No, absolutely not!" Stomps both of Ron's hands so he can't push himself off. Goes for another pin. Ron kicks out at 2. Ah! Goes for the chair, and as he turns for the chair, Ron just rolls and runs the opposite direction. Nope, 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 and you just hear him going, nope, 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 down the hallway. And as I get down the hallway, what winds up happening is on the
Don't do this, but I kind of want thick fingers to bring you back. So it's no.
it's gonna kind of be like that, except it's not gonna be thick. It's gonna want to be nope. Switch to another camera into the training room. Nope. And it'll be is it Brianna whose dad's watching this?
Yes.
Brianna will be in the training room, just like recovering from one of her recent attacks. And Ron goes, he's like, it looks like he's going through a mental checklist of the people he's done stuff with. He's like, okay, this one works. So he stops and goes, you can't defeat the great Ron the Real Deal Steele. No one here can defeat that. And she sucker punched him, because that's exactly the kind of boxery maneuvers
Right.
that happen.
Exactly.
So the two start. The two actually look like they're doing a pretty decent job of like amateur boxing one another bare knuckle. Just like she's getting in some good shots. He looks like he's getting in a couple of good hits too, but it's mostly she's got the upper hand. That's fantastic. Ron tries to go in for like a body tackle where she then just knees him in the stomach and elbows him in the back of the head. Ron stumbles forward and she just scoops in under for a schoolboy. Ron kicks out at 2. And then as Ron gets up to his feet, he looks at her and she goes, okay. And whatever her finisher is, because Ryan doesn't know it, that is the thing that I want to happen right now. Because
Okay.
she needs to look good in front of her dad, and I want that to happen.
That's fair. I think so. Her finisher starts with a quick combo.
Okay.
It's like jab, jab, hook. All right. It's like jab, jab, hook, uppercut.
All right.
So that they go reeling
So-
backwards.
Reeling back?
And then normally she'd have a rope, so she like puts a hand on the lockers and then just runs at you. So you reel, turn the other way. She runs forward, comes up for the running bulldog,
Great.
drops onto the ground, gets up, sort of has like the superhero one hand plant, looks for a minute, and then
Vengeance attack.
from out of nowhere. No, I was debating a bunch of different things, but I think I'm gonna hate myself so much for this.
Yeah. Be like Ryan.
She turns, kind of does like a quick like hand down, gets herself up to her feet, steps over your back, drops the hand down, grabs your leg, pulls up, and then cranks one hand under your chin, hooks the two together, and it's a step over toe hold chin lock.
Oh God!
All right.
Kara special. Oh.
All right. So that will be. What do I roll for that?
Your
Which, of
finishing-
course,
your
which of-
finishing move is them hitting their finish.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say
it is.
it's the problem is I don't want to end up stealing from Chris Masters, but I was gonna call it the Master Lock because she's. But I'm probably gonna come up with something else. She's trying out finishers right now because she hasn't been that over yet.
Well, that's what this is. That's what this is
Exactly,
What's
exactly.
her last name?
Masters.
Oh,
It's her, at least her kayfabe last name.
Okay. That's what. Just you
The
can't.
walkout?
The right, maybe.
With
Well,
master,
ow.
it's kind of hard to not do the master lock.
I know.
Yeah, we'll see. I have some ideas, but it won't get
Masters
The
lock.
masterpiece.
Ooh, the master.
masterpiece.
That was
Yeah.
somebody else.
That works.
We'll run with that for now.
All right.
I like it.
It's not like other people haven't changed their finisher name like 5 times.
Oh yeah, totally. Or like renamed other finishers.
The Zag
into
Zag!
The name that got over.
Turns out her middle name is Bates, and I'm not sure.
All right,
So after
time to
this,
go.
I'd like Sanguine to like. help
My
her
words
overcome
coming
the
out of your
finisher.
mouth.
It's like, jab, jab, hook, uppercut, spinning back kick, cutter.
We'll talk about this later, but
Okay.
that's a good thought too. All right. You know what? Do the job.
Do the job.
Even though they can't necessarily get an audience, we're gonna play this a little different.
Is it just straight roll?
I
It's
think
straight
the
roll.
job is, yeah.
Do the job is straight roll.
I lose one momentum. It succeeds.
Okay, you do okay. So if
They
you
gain.
want, either
I
get a
gain
heat
one
with-
momentum or gain a heat with them.
do you want to just get your momentum
I'll
back?
just get my momentum back. That's fine.
Okay.
Oh no! Now she's gotten a pin over the longest reigning champ. And by that I mean.
All right.
I have to tap out.
So
Your new
Brianna is now your.
contender
Yep.
Is Brianna.
Um.
Oh, geez. I just
So-
noticed what time it is. We should probably bring this home soon.
Yep, we're about to.
Cool.
So here's what happens next. Brianna kind of stands up and sort of like, okay,
Randy Orton.
okay. So Brianna has the look that just goes like, I think I did a thing. I think I did a thing. Okay, and then we cut back to the main ring, like the central room where we started, and it seems empty for just a second. Then you hear, and Marty comes flying over the ropes and goes splat into the ring. He sort of like tuck rolls at the last minute and just goes, and then Thick Bigness walks in from the side, just like stump, 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 stump. We change angles, and he's has his arms crossed, looking outside the rope, going, okay. Goes to climb up onto the ropes, and then from out of frame, there's two boots that just and Fox drops into the frame, having drop kicked Thick Bigness in the head. Fox then vaults the ropes, tries to go after Marty, but as he tries to go after Marty, he tries to get him for the pin. Marty kicks out at 2. Fox winds up, goes for another standing elbow drop, then tries to go for the pin again, and this time Amy Rose leaps in and breaks it up. So Rose now shoves over Fox and tries to start doing a ground and pound. How many other people can I pull into this all at once? All of them, because we're winding up here.
Okay.
So
He signed new people who come running in.
right.
Can I
Yep.
interrupt?
I'm gonna. You know what? Just go ahead and take this one because I need someone to roll into this
Okay, so
You just get up from smoking.
so
staggeringly.
the camera comes in on Sanguine lying on the floor. There's the last bit of smoke stops coming out of his mouth. The shimmery eye from his promo starts showing up on his head. His eyes burst open and all the lights drop.
Mhm.
They come back up. Like 5 seconds later, Sanguine's there in the middle of the ring. His eyes are all white. And everybody stops for a second.
Like, how much did those?
And then
contacts cost?
Sanguine just breaks into a sprint and starts missile drop kicking everyone.
Everyone, just absolutely everyone.
Amy Rose, drop kick to the face. Fox tries to dodge around it, gets an Irish whip and then a missile drop kick. Bigness is just looking at this a little confused and gets missile drop kicked in the face.
Like, I kicked so many times today.
Marty jumps up for a missile drop.
leg day but Ron.
Marty
I just
jumps
wanted
for
to
a
use
missile
Ron
drop
as a
kick.
sword.
Yeah, Marty jumps for a missile drop kick of his own. Sanguine turns, jumps off the top rope, and missile drop kicks him from higher up.
Dive kick.
Basically.
Double missile. Intercontinental missile drop kick.
Ah.
All right.
And in a nod to a move earlier on, he looks up at the lights and starts going to climb up on the light fixture.
In the control room.
Interrupt.
I was gonna say, I think at this point you'd have to like, it's a different building.
Okay.
You'd need a ladder.
Okay.
There are ladders here.
Okay, cool.
Can I have an interrupt still?
Yes.
All right. At that point,
Did that cost me momentum?
Everyone, get in
the
here.
interrupt question.
Okay.
Did the interrupt cost momentum, or did you tell him to have it?
I told them to take it because
Okay,
I wanted to
that's fine.
cede control out of that.
But in this
sequence.
case, I'm going to go ladder match with him now. I'm gonna go money in the bank.
Okay.
Counter fight and just give everything I can to keeping him off of the
ladder.
off of
the
the
light
ladder,
fixture?
off of
Missile drop.
anything.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm gonna keep him grounded.
Missile
So-
drop kick.
So he comes, I pull him off. He manages to hang on enough, and right when I lose my grip, he throws that into a dropping missile drop kick into my chest.
Missile dropping kick.
At that point, you could just pin me because I am down and underneath your missile drop kick. But you go in for the pin. I kick out at 2, and then I want to start to maneuver him into the full. Into black ice. I haven't actually
Okay.
properly pulled out my anaconda device yet.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
pull him fully into it. My goal is for 2 things. If this were kayfabe, I would say on his bad arm. I would say as I'm going in, I ask, "Can your arm handle?" I do the quick lean in and whisper, "Can your arm handle it?"
It'll recover.
Then on the arm
Which for wrestlers is a good enough answer.
on the arm that everybody knows he's had like dislocated and all that. The
Right.
full-
Well, Dislocated also took the KGB full force and set
Yeah,
fire
yeah.
too.
Right. So the
And
arm.
off on like somewhere backstage, somebody probably told you like, look, I know you need an angle. Like Sanguine's, we've got Sanguine's arm tagged. Kayfabe, get him.
So put him in that.
Somebody didn't realize that it's legit. You know, like none of his show has been busy.
In the perfect situation, that is also when he taps out. I'm not going to release it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to keep holding it until either somebody breaks it up or the time expires. Like
Okay.
I want to. Yeah, I definitely don't want him to be the number 1 contender, and I want
Right.
to kayfabe cripple him as much as possible. So it's gonna be like if I do hit it and he does tap out to it, I'm not letting it go.
Roll look because you're trying to
Not
sell
a
this
finisher.
one. Huh?
Not my finisher. I mean,
Oh, that's well, you're using black ice. I haven't been having everybody roll finishers in every situation, but in this case, yeah, let's do it. Roll a finisher, but that means there's no bonus unless you have a.
It's actually the opposite. Using it being my finisher is actually
Will
better
help,
than,
right?
Better than rolling look. For me.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, yeah, because I'm not out there. Oh, boy.
Can I spend a momentum to interrupt?
You don't have to.
Not post roll, you can't.
Damn it.
Can I help?
Can the announcers put me 1 point higher, please?
We
There's
haven't
no
used the
announcer.
announcers.
There's not an announcer?
we're not
We
using
asked about
it.
that earlier during
been
injury.
using announcers.
Yeah, we've
Right,
been improvising the answers, but I
What
don't
if we
count. I
all
can't.
in unison said the same Lance code to put it over? We'll just all figure it out on the fly. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Go to hell, Lance.
No, like I would totally love to. You just need 1.
I just need 1, but I'm the only person I know of that can.
Yeah,
do it.
Yeah, it's a special move, too.
mechanically
Oh,
only
it's a
the.
special
It's
move.
only
gatekeeper
yeah.
is a-
I thought I was
It's
like,
no,
oh,
it's
sweet.
only
point.
it's only my character.
It's a thing
Specific
with gimmicks.
So otherwise, I'd hand him
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
Like here, take
You
But
all.
like, I only need 1.
You come in out of nowhere and you're like, oh no, I've been pinned.
Unless you feel like just storyteller fiating a reroll, 'cause that's pretty brutal.
I don't.
You don't,
But
then.
here's how this goes. So it gets over.
I'm never using these dice.
So okay. Sanguine taps. Your new number 1 contender is Iggy Noble. And so Sanguine, you leave the hold on Sanguine, and you leave the hold on Sanguine.
That you can use to fix it. But sorry.
So what happens is you're really trying to sell it now. Like you're really trying to sell it. And what happens is you don't quite understand what's happened to the arm. You just know that it wasn't quite good. So you try to sell it by giving him a wrench, and that pulls on the strained part of his rotator cuff. And you hear it like it's a really good job he does of not moving his face beyond like it still looks the same like he's been wrenched, but you actually hear him go ow, 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 ow. And when you try to like figure out how to adjust it, you lose your footing for a sec, and you can feel something right on your sides just go tweak. Go ahead and take a check for an injury, and yours is strained oblique. But somehow you still manage.
Dale and Ace are going, maybe this wasn't such a good idea.
Yeah, I don't.
That's okay. That's okay. Technically, I'm getting fired at the end of the episode.
You immediately mark it in advance.
I get in advance, but yeah.
Yeah.
But you can use to then raise your audience, so
Which
you
is
don't.
kind of
get
a
Oh,
weird-
did you lose an audience from botching the finishing move?
Yep.
Okay.
It's sloppy and I lose one audience, or they're not prepared for your shoot hold and you injure them.
Oh, actually,
okay.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Okay. Good.
Although instead I flipped the injury back on you in this case. So.
But yeah, I guess I'm enough of an asshole that it actually was a shoot hold to begin with, because by default of the character archetype. So.
Yeah.
Maybe. So that means though that you are now the number one contender.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any fallout that comes out of this happening?
Well, that was.
So the whole plan was at this point. The plan we had before we botched the spot in the control
Right.
room is that at this point Marcus actually takes over the TVs in the training area and tries to
Right.
distract everybody so that Iggy can get away.
Well, it's
Right.
not pinning me. It's just
Yeah.
keeping.
Sorry.
Ideally, this would be the 2 minutes remaining portion
Right.
of the event.
Yeah, the idea is that
That was the spot for it. And I
You were,
don't,
you were in
like,
narrative control.
Well, I don't want to call it go home. That's
No, but
kind
you
of
can
close
call.
to that.
We are, so you can
Well,
call the 2 minute
I call
spot.
it 2 minutes remaining.
And at that point, like all the TVs in the
Right.
training center come on, and the Section 14 logo comes on for a second, and then it's just Marcus on there like, "Hello, is this thing on?" Like, "Hey, who's winning out there, everybody?" And he just
Meanwhile,
goes-
I'm roaming around looking for pins to break
Yeah.
up.
And
Yeah.
he's just like going on a spiel, kind of taunting all of the faces.
You break up a pin that Brianna's trying to get. You
Right.
break up a pin that Chaos is trying to get. You break, and so there's a couple of them that you're like, now you break up a pin that you break up.
Fox in on
You
this?
break up Amy trying to pin Ron.
Absolutely. He's in Section 14.
Yeah.
Ron actually doesn't get pinned for a second because you break it up.
Oh my god.
Fox.
What a monster.
You've done fucked up, son.
So we actually,
Yeah, Fox is in on it too.
we
Yeah.
have another Section
No, I
14.
know.
So it's just the two of them roaming around, just breaking up pins.
Right.
Like,
I spend the momentum. I'm interfering now.
okay.
You done broke up the wrong pin, son.
Okay.
So
That's fine.
Uh,
Okay.
Yeah. That's.
Ron's face goes from
I'm not even mad.
lighthearted, like, oh my god, I've been a little wounded, to this is an absolute outrage. No way does this stand. And he just stops and looks at Iggy and waves, and then his own super kick. Oh my god. And
Ron
he
has
just-
offense.
It's in here somewhere.
It's just-
Probably.
He did
Probably.
his finisher once before.
Yeah. It was great.
We think.
Twice. He's hit it on you and me.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So, Ron super kicks Iggy, looks around for other people who
Fox is also breaking up pins.
Oh, well, as Fox breaks up a pin, Ron's eyes just narrow and like the screen like narrows down. And you just see Ron just run and then just like flying drop kick of his own, knocking out Fox.
I'll interrupt. I take narrative.
Yeah.
So I run over and immediately grab him. I immediately I just full on flailing, insane, like in the air, grabbing headlock to eventually throwing him down into now I'm not gonna finish her. Into something I can roll work for, please. Into my into the firewall, which is actually remarkably appropriate at the moment.
Quite.
I roll him down
Preventing
into the
incoming
firewall,
connections.
and I actually doesn't call. Would it be? I'll say it out loud so the cameras pick it up in a way that isn't breaking kayfabe.
Yeah.
I will say, you better just spend the next 60 seconds tapping out, and then just and Boston's holding him and just stretch, doing
Like
the
double
full
leg Boston
stretch.
crab.
And I'm gonna go to different dice.
Hey!
Hey.
Those other dice.
Um,
throw
Those
on
dice
when
were
you fire.
Those
well, they were mine, so
That's fair.
Those
Okay.
dice went heel on us pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
Here is my question for you.
Yeah.
Are you expecting that Ron is going to do the thing that you're planning because he tends to job, or are you literally trying to hold him in a genuine bot, like just boss and crap?
Well, my
Because it's either
my
real.
move by default. Yeah, I'm actually no. This is I'm not expecting he will absolutely.
Okay, so
mean,
are you,
not
are you
actually-
This
stiffing
is
him.
performance saying that he should
Okay.
stay down, not
then
like
then it is a work roll. Otherwise,
yeah. No,
you're-
I'm not
you're
actually
talking
like
real.
doing this stiff by any
Okay.
means. I mean, because if I lose, I lose. I just
Right.
And also, if I lose, I lose. I have my other move is got to go through me anyway. So if I don't take care of it this time, I'll have to take care of it next time.
Mm-hmm.
So, but no, this is work.
He literally has a move that the guy he's allied with, he can go, no, you're fighting me now instead of him.
Yeah, perfect.
So this is
He's totally the mini boss.
Yep, he's the mini boss.
Get wrecked, scrub!
Darn it!
No one can stop
Yeah,
Ronathan, the
but
real
you know
deal
what?
steal
As long as I'm distracted, for fuck's sake.
Good lord.
All right, so that was
Good
the
job,
This is
Ronathan.
absolutely.
Take this.
I'm done. There's nothing left to be done at this point. So
So you botch
Okay.
a
Was that-
wrestling move.
I'm just going to accept being fired at the end of the episode.
Aw.
That's you can use your advance. You can't get any lower than
Well,
0.
that was just a botch. That wasn't a.
That was just a
Yeah,
botch.
because wrestling botch is just kind of nothing happens. You give them a momentum.
But
it's
Technically,
actually
it's nothing happens. Depending on what
Yeah.
it is, I
Yeah.
can choose to
Sorry,
drop
it's
other
not-
hard moves on you.
There is
But
not
there's
a
no
enforced mechanical.
Yeah,
thing.
and
It's
this
like-
was deliberately not my finishers. This
Yeah.
was just a
right. So
a hold.
essentially, what happens is we just went over the whole thing. You're not legit trying to hold
Right.
Ron down, and it isn't a good hold. It just doesn't look good. And so Ron
I'm
is
sorry.
Ron is upset now, and that means I'm going to go ahead and cede control to Ron.
If he pins me, I swear to fucking God.
It looks...
In him, Rob.
No. I know.
That's the point. So even botching, all I'm doing is stalling him. If this really
So what actually winds up happening is the hold gets a... what was the hold originally going to be?
was
A
a
Boston
really
Crab.
firewall. So it's the walls of Jericho.
Yeah.
Okay, so what actually winds up happening is kind of like the actual known reversal for the Boston Crab is somehow the legs flip you over. I don't know how that's supposed to work. This is not supposed to freaking work. Physics, man, great. So
You tuck yourself underneath and end up like flat on your back with his, I don't know.
yeah. So I kick him out, like my legs flail out and he flips over. And Ron immediately just runs in and goes, "This is the armbar that was going to win me the match at season's meetings." And I put on my armbar so I can theoretically win by submission.
By the way, we've only had like 4 super kicks, but we've had like 7 arm bars.
Yep.
Yeah,
Like,
you've had a number of arm bars.
I'm gonna
We
use.
haven't had 1,001.
Is he putting me in the?
I'm
armbar?
putting you in the armbar.
All right, I'm gonna interrupt.
Ryan, make a roll. No.
You sure you don't want these?
I don't want any dice.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to interrupt solely for a narrative thing,
Okay.
and then I'm going to possibly request the go home, whatever it is, because I'm thinking like
We're
10,
getting there.
9. I'm thinking how low
probably
can I
within
how
the
low
60
can I go
seconds.
how low can I
Easy.
go on the clock?
Let's call it 30.
30.
Uh-huh.
I just turn back and look at him, and again, loud in voice, but I say, he's got me in the armbar.
Yep.
I look him right in the eyes, and I raise my hand to start tapping out.
Oh,
I'm like,
which is funny.
I just like, I'm like,
I'll take
It's
okay,
great
right,
because-
like, I will, and it's like, 29, 28.
This is a game of
27.
chicken.
And
Ron is
I
going to
keep-
be very mad about
I keep going down to tap out and then doing the no, I can't. Meanwhile, Fox is moving around the outside, like still breaking up, and occasionally like keeping other people from coming to break this up, just like letting this be its moment.
Right.
And I keep like
This is the worst.
I keep just going down to do the tap out. Like I will tap out. I'm like giving him that look, like you think you can get me to tap?
Yes,
You can get
I
me
do
to
think I
tap?
can get you to tap.
You want me to tap out? Is that
Yes,
what we're
I
looking
would
for
really
here?
enjoy for you to tap out so someone else can get the point after me.
19, 18, 7. Fine. I will tap out. All I need to do is make time pass. So it's like,
And I'm
Right.
and
I
this
am,
is also good television because it's
Yeah.
like
Oh, this is
from the point of view, they're like, oh my god, will he tap out? Can he tap out?
Could
At
Ron
the
be?
20-second mark, I look like I'm wrenching it in harder.
And I play it up. I'm like, I'm
It's just-
trying to tap out, but I
It's
can't
just,
reach.
you can't help it.
I can't
That's
reach
your
anyone
job.
to tap out. I'm flailing at the air, but I'm not tapping out.
Marty tries to go in, you just slap him in the face.
So for the sake of narrative, I will tap out at 2 seconds if you don't call something else go home before then, and I will extend this all the way down to 0.
So,
I think that's fair.
so that's great. I am going to call the go home, but
Interrupt.
I really enjoy that. Okay.
He's calling the go home, dude.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
The
Tell
only
me-
thing- oh,
Tell me what it is that you want to, because I have the feeling that this isn't going to interfere with it. So
Okay.
go ahead and give me something and spend your momentum
Sanguine finally.
because I'm mad at you.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
So Sanguine finally gets up, looks around, see what's going on with Ron. Looks over at Brianna, looks over at Marty, kind of thinks for a second, and he's like, "Okay, we're gonna synchronize this.
I have no more.
Marty, you pick me.
I have
You
one.
pin me. Brianna, you pin Marty."
You just triple pin. No one knows who the finish is.
Basically.
Okay.
All right, well.
Sanguine's goal at this point is to make sure that no heels win.
Right. Okay.
So I
I don't interrupt.
All right. So here's how this match last minute breaks down. A couple of things happen. On the outside, Fox finally is able to make the way all the way around the ring, and just like in the like, crush hope maneuver with like only a few seconds left, Fox super kicks Ron. Ron just sells by reflex.
Of course.
Yeah, lets Iggy drop, and Iggy's very confused because he thought this was going to be perfect drama right up until the end,
Right.
And it was solid. But Fox then turns and like looks at the rest of the room like he's going to try and figure out how to stop the pinfall, and when Fox turns, there's a grab on the back of his neck, a hoist, and he goes flying back into a couple of empty cardboard boxes that are sitting at the corner of the room. Conspicuously empty. Just rams into those, and there's a pan over, and Father McDonald is looking around the room angrily, rolls his shoulders. He makes a move forward, and then the team of Sanguine, Brianna, and Marty simultaneously drop kick him all in the face at the same time. Father McDonald drops to the ground.
Can I add something here?
Mm-hmm.
Father McDonald drops back. A door opens and a gray hand pulls him inside.
Oh shit.
After the match.
Okay.
So Father McDonald sprawls back to a door and just lands flat on his back. Just boom. Sanguine and Marty and Amy, or Sanguine and Marty and Brianna, turn and they look at each other for a moment, and then they all move to try and. At this point, they turn and Iggy is gone. So they turn and they immediately turn to go looking for Iggy. They cut around the outside of the ring. At the same time, in the ring, Thick Bigness is like half sprawled in the ring from being kicked earlier. So he's like leaning on the edge of the apron. Amy Rose runs up, grabs Thick, and like flips him over so he's like laid like this on the back. And the timer ticks down to 2 or to let's say 4. How many seconds? How many seconds do I need for this?
You need if someone's going for a pin, they need 3.
They need 3 seconds. But okay.
Unless they go for a really quick tap out.
The timer is getting real low. We'll call it like 9 seconds.
Right.
Amy goes down and she goes to pin Thick Bigness, and you can like Dan is freaking out in the booth. Lance is drunk.
Yeah.
Doing Lance.
Dan is
things.
freaking out in the booth, and Lance just going.
Somebody pin me. My name is Ron. Somebody pin me.
I'm gonna put you in an armbar, Austria.
So Amy goes to pin Thick Bigness, and it's 1, 2, 3. Amy stands up, throws her arms in the air, and suddenly is bent over backwards as Chris Chaos tucks his arm over her neck, tilts her back, and then actually lifts her up, and then drops her onto his knee in a backbreaker. Rolls her off of him, and Chaos just puts a foot down, staring down at her, and the ref counts 1, 2, 3. The buzzer hits. Chris Chaos looks up at everybody for a minute, and Tom picks up the mic very awkwardly and goes,
"Shit! I just did some math." Okay, move on.
Your new number 1 contender for the AAW World Championship is Chris Chaos. And as he's finishing the name, Chaos reaches up, grabs at the bandana, pulls it off, pulls off the sunglasses, chucks them back, and looks out at the camera, and it is Nero Santana.
And I just, as a pausing moment, like, Marcus is sitting there, like laughing about, like, ha ha, all of you foot, and then he sees Nero, and he goes,
like,
and then
it's like,
and then all of a sudden the thing just blanks out. It's like reaches for a button clue, just like.
And that was half legit.
Yeah.
Because in the control room, Ace and Dale are both staring at the monitors for a minute, and Ace looks at Dale for a minute, looks back at the monitors, and then turns and moves for the door, just yelling, "Maz, you son of a bitch!" And that's where we're going to end the pay-per-view.
If a Minnesotan said son of a bitch, he must be really
He's real angry. Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you guys very much for watching this. We've got to sign off very quickly, unfortunately. There's a lot of things to do, and we got to plan next week or next month. But
Yeah, thank you so much for being here with us while we went through this insanely silly and really, really fun pay-per-view. Again, if you want to check out the system we use, it's the Worldwide Wrestling RPG. That's ndpdesign.com/www.rpg. If you want to check us out on the internet, check us at acealley.wrestling.com, or you can find us on Facebook and Twitter as well. Otherwise, come on back to the Ace of Geeks Twitch stream. We've always got some fun stuff going on. We stream Minecraft regularly on Mondays and a lot of other games.
Mondays tomorrow, Steph?
There should be.
So come on back tomorrow if you want to watch us play some Minecraft. Otherwise, we'll be back in about a month to get to do some more. This Saturday, we are also going to be, it's this coming Saturday.
It is.
We're looking at doing at least some kind of streaming to help support Planned Parenthood. If you don't know about this event, then feel free to take a look. We'll probably get something up on the Ace of Geeks page once we have an idea exactly what we're doing. But we are planning on at least being involved as a cause that matters to a lot of us. So absolutely check that out. I just want to go ahead and I want to thank everybody for playing today. It was really great having all you guys. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. A lot happened for sure. And I feel like that was some of the best use of the rules that we've gotten to make yet. I also really want to thank Steph, who's been our producer through this whole thing.
Thank you, Steph! The Tomspiracy of this bunch.
The Tomspiracy of our bunch, indeed. So, thanks everybody for coming. And, we will see you at the next Ace Alley Wrestling event. All right?
One more time.
Blam!